Its technical basis is therefore revolutionary, whereas all earlier modes of production were essentially conservative. By means of machinery, chemical processes, and other methods, it is continually transforming not only the technical basis of production but also the functions of the worker and the social combinations of the labor process. At the same time, it thereby also revolutionizes the division of labor within society, and incessantly throws masses of capital and of workers from one branch of production to another. Thus large-scale industry, by its very nature, necessitates variation of labor, fluidity of functions, and mobility of the worker in all directions. 617. This necessity generates a major contradiction. On the negative side, large-scale industry reproduces the old division of labor with its ossified particularities and does away with all repose, all fixity and all security as far as the worker's life situation is concerned. It constantly threatens, by taking away the instruments of labor, to snatch from his hands the means. This results in the reckless squandering of labor powers, and in the devastating effects of social anarchy. 617-18. But then there is the positive side. Large-scale industry, through its very catastrophes, makes the recognition of variation of labor and hence of the fitness of the worker for the maximum number of different kinds of labor into a question of life and death. This possibility of varying labor must become a general law of social production, and the existing relations must be adapted to permit its realization in practice. That monstrosity, the disposable working population held in reserve, in misery, for the changing requirements of capitalist exploitation, must be replaced by the individual man who is absolutely available for the different kinds of labor required of him. The partially developed individual, who is merely the bearer of one specialized social function, must be replaced by the totally developed individual, for whom the different social functions are different modes of activity he takes up in turn. 618. Capitalism requires fluidity and adaptability of labor, an educated and well-rounded labor force, capable of doing multiple tasks and able to respond flexibly to changing conditions. Herein lies a deep contradiction. On the one hand, capital wants degraded labor, unintelligent labor, the equivalent of a trained gorilla to do capital's bidding without question, at the same time as it needs this other kind of flexible, adaptable, and educated labor, too. How can this contradiction be addressed without giving rise to revolutionary ferments? 619, particularly when it would be difficult for individual capitalists, intensely pursuing their own self-interest and impelled by the coercive laws of competition, to act on it. One collective class answer lay in the educational clauses inserted into the Factory Acts. Such clauses were not necessarily enforced, Marx notes, particularly in the face of individual capitalist resistance. Nevertheless, the fact that the clauses were deemed necessary in a state which, as we earlier noted, was governed by capitalists and landlords is significant. It suggested that technological education for the working class, both theoretical and practical, will take its proper place in the schools of the workers. Again, there is also no doubt that those revolutionary ferments whose goal is the abolition of the old division of labor stand in diametrical contradiction with the capitalist form of production, and the economic situation of the workers which corresponds to that form. So mark well, the development of these sorts of contradictions of a given historical form of production is the only historical way in which it can be dissolved and reconstructed on a new basis. 619. The development of this fundamental contradiction is crucial to understanding transformations in the reproduction of the labor force. Large-scale industry plays an important role in overturning the economic foundation of the old family system, and the family labor corresponding to it. It has also dissolved old family relationships, revolutionized relationships between parents and children, and curbed the misuse of parental power that arises through the gang system. The capitalist mode of exploitation, by sweeping away the economic foundation which corresponded to parental power, made the use of parental power into its misuse. 620. But, however terrible and disgusting the dissolution of the old family ties within the capitalist system may appear, Large-scale industry, by assigning an important part in socially organized processes of production, outside the sphere of the domestic economy, to women, young persons, and children of both sexes, does nevertheless create a new economic foundation for a higher form of the family and of relations between the sexes. 620-1. It is obvious, Marx concludes, that the fact that the collective working group is composed of individuals of both sexes and all ages must under the appropriate conditions turn into a source of humane development, although in its spontaneously developed, brutal, capitalist form, the system works in the opposite direction. 621. The quest for fluidity, flexibility, and adaptability of labor revolutionizes the family as well as relations between the sexes. Pressures of this sort continue to be with us, at the same time that the negative side of the contradiction Marx here identifies continues to be omnipresent. This is, we should conclude, a permanent rather than transitory contradiction within the heart of capitalism. So what we suddenly encounter at the end of this long chapter, full of negative imagery, are some positive and revolutionary potentialities for the education of the working classes and a radical reconfiguration, with the aid of state power, in its conditions of reproduction. Capital needs fluidity of labor and therefore has to educate the laborers while breaking down old paternalistic, patriarchal rigidities. These ideas aren't really well worked out in Marx's text. But it's interesting that he would find it important to insert them into this account. And in the same way that the politics of the working day was derived to save capital from its self-destructive tendencies, here, too, that politics contains the kernel of a working class politics to overthrow the whole capitalist system. This brings Marx, after a lengthy and detailed review of the factory acts, to his conclusion, in which once again he flirts with a teleological formulation. If the general extension of factory legislation to all trades for the purpose of protecting the working class both in mind and body has become inevitable, on the other hand, as we have already pointed out, that extension hastens on the general conversion of numerous isolated small industries into a few combined industries carried on upon a large scale. It therefore accelerates the concentration of capital and the exclusive predominance of the factory system. It destroys both the ancient and the transitional forms behind which the dominion of capital is still partially hidden, and replaces them with a dominion which is direct and unconcealed. But by doing this it also generalizes the direct struggle against its rule. While in each individual workshop it enforces uniformity, regularity, order, and economy, the result of the immense impetus given to technical improvement by the limitation and regulation of the working day is to increase the anarchy and the proneness to catastrophe of capitalist production as a whole, the intensity of labor, and the competition of machinery with the worker. By the destruction of small-scale and domestic industries it destroys the last resorts of the redundant population, thereby removing what was previously a safety valve for the whole social mechanism. By maturing the material conditions and the social combination of the process of production, it matures the contradictions and antagonisms of the capitalist form of that process, and thereby ripens both the elements for forming a new society and the forces tending towards the overthrow of the old one. 635. Section 10, Large-Scale Industry and Agriculture, brings the relation of man to nature back into the picture, making, as it were, a brief but important cameo appearance in the overall argument. In the sphere of agriculture, Marx claims, large-scale industry has a more revolutionary effect than elsewhere, in part because it annihilates the bulwark of the old society, the peasant, and substitutes for him the wage laborer, which in turn generates class conflict in the countryside. The extension of rational scientific principles to agriculture simultaneously revolutionizes relations between agriculture and manufacturing and creates the material conditions for a new and higher synthesis between agriculture and industry. But this potentially positive outcome occurs at the expense of disturbing the metabolic interaction between man and the earth, i.e. it prevents the return to the soil of its constituent elements consumed by man in the form of food and clothing, hence it hinders the operation of the eternal natural condition for the lasting fertility of the soil. 637. This problem is exacerbated by increasing urbanization. All progress in capitalist agriculture, Marx concludes, is a progress in the art, not only of robbing the worker, but of robbing the soil. All progress in increasing the fertility of the soil for a given time is a progress towards ruining the more long-lasting sources of that fertility. The more a country proceeds from large-scale industry as the background of its development, as in the case of the United States, the more rapid is this process of destruction. Capitalist production, therefore, only develops the techniques and the degree of combination of the social process of production by simultaneously undermining the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the worker. 638. The relationships between technology, nature, the production and reproduction of life take a negative turn even as revolutions in mental conceptions and social relations open up positive possibilities. Marx does not advocate going back to a society where production processes were mysterious. He plainly believes that the application of science and technology can have progressive implications. But the big problem in this chapter is to figure out where, exactly, these progressive possibilities might lie and how they can be mobilized in the quest to create a socialist mode of production. Marx, while he does not solve this problem, poses it and forces us to reflect on it. Technological and organizational changes are not a deus ex machina, but deeply embedded in the co-evolution of our relation to nature, processes of production, social relations, mental conceptions of the world and the reproduction of daily life. All these moments get combined in this chapter, some far more prominently than others. This chapter can and should be read as an essay on thinking through these relations. But the sense of method that then arises permits an interrogation of Marx's argument on Marx's own terms. Chapter 9. From absolute and relative surplus value to the accumulation of capital. Considerable attention has been paid in the preceding chapters to the various ways in which relative and absolute surplus value can be procured. When Marx sets up a conceptual bifurcation of this kind, he invariably brings the duality back into a state of unity. Finally, there is only one surplus value, and its two forms are conditional on each other. It would be impossible to gain absolute surplus value without an adequate technological and organizational basis. Conversely, relative surplus value would have no meaning without a length of working day that allowed the appropriation of absolute surplus value. The difference is only one of capitalist strategy that makes itself felt whenever there is a question of raising the rate of surplus value. 646. As usually happens when Marx moves to a point of synthesis, he both highlights materials already presented and takes them to a different vantage point whence it is possible to see the terrain of capitalism in a novel way. The new perspectives in Chapter 16 have been more than a little controversial, and they therefore call for careful scrutiny. Consider, first, the concept of the collective laborer, already appealed to several times in earlier chapters. Surplus value is no longer seen as an individual relationship of exploitation but as part of a larger whole in which laborers, in cooperation and spread across the detailed division of labor, collectively produce the surplus value that the capitalists appropriate. The difficulty with this concept is to define where the collective laborer begins and ends. The simplest way would be to take, say, the factory as a whole and designate everyone in it, including the cleaners, janitors, warehouse managers, and even trainees, as part of the collective laborer, even though many workers of this sort play no direct part in the actual production of commodities. In order to work productively, it is no longer necessary for the individual himself to put his hand to the object, it is sufficient for him to be an organ of the collective laborer, and to perform any one of its subordinate functions. 643-4. But a lot of labor does not take place in factories, and the tendency in recent times has been to resort to outsourcing and subcontracting, behind which lie even other subcontractors. And what do we say about advertising, marketing, and design functions as well as business services that are essential to the selling of commodities but are usually but not always separated from immediate production activities? Or do we confine ourselves solely to activities within the factory? The exact definition is hard to come by, and there seems to be no exact solution, hence the controversy. But without the help of such a concept, it would be difficult to make the move toward a more macro-theoretic approach to the dynamics of capitalism. So Marx plows ahead, asserting that the analysis so far remains correct for the collective laborer, considered as a whole, even as it no longer holds good for each member taken individually. The second move is to contrast this broadening of the definition of productive labor with a narrowing of its compass such that the only worker who is productive is one who produces surplus value for the capitalist. To depict everyone else as unproductive risks an emotive reaction because it sounds like a slur on all those who work extremely hard to make ends meet. But, as Marx hastens to point out, under capitalism, to be a productive worker is therefore not a piece of luck, but a misfortune. 644. Marx's notion of productive is not normative or universal, but a definition historically specific to capitalism. As far as capital is concerned, those who do not contribute to the production of surplus value are considered non-productive. The task for socialism would therefore be to redefine productive in a more socially responsible and beneficial manner. But even within the context of capitalism, there are legitimate challenges on the issue of how productive might be defined. Feminists have long argued, for example, that unpaid domestic labor reduces the market value of labor power and is therefore productive of surplus value for the capitalist. Marx does not address this issue, but he does take up the question of the supposedly natural basis of productivity, and his analysis provides some clues as to how he might have approached some of these other questions. Productivity, he concedes, can be fettered by natural conditions or advantaged because the greater the natural fertility of the soil and the kindness of the climate, the smaller the amount of labor time necessary for the maintenance and reproduction of the producer. All other things being equal, the quantity of surplus labor will vary according to the natural conditions within which labor is carried on, in particular the fertility of the soil. 647-8. There is no reason not to say, therefore, that surplus labor will equally vary according to the social conditions, example the productivity of family labor. We leave aside some odd passages that echo 19th century thinking on environmental determinism and the domination of nature, where nature is too prodigal with her gifts, she keeps him in hand like a child in leading strings. Marx then concludes that favorable natural, to which we might now add social, conditions can provide in themselves only the possibility, never the reality of surplus labor, nor the reality of surplus value and a surplus product. 649-50. That is, the dynamic relation to nature, or to daily life conditions and household labor, forms a necessary but not sufficient backdrop to the social processes and class relations whereby surplus value is created and appropriated. Marx urges us to recognize that the capital relation arises out of an economic soil that is the product of a long process of development, such that the productivity of labor is a gift, not of nature, but of a history embracing thousands of centuries. 647. Furthermore, he reminds us, before the laborer spends leisure time in surplus labor for others, compulsion is necessary. And the ultimate irony is that both the historically developed productive forces, and its naturally conditioned productive forces, appear as productive forces of the capital into which that labor is incorporated. 651. The crux of the matter for Marx, rightly or wrongly, always lies in the specific configuration of surplus value appropriation by capital from labor in the matrix of elements that define the totality of an ever-evolving capitalist mode of production. Had he addressed the issue, almost certainly Marx would have taken up the travails of domestic labor in the same way as he treats of the relation to nature, hinted at in his footnote on page 518. The two moves, of both broadening and narrowing the definition of productive labor, are not independent of each other. Taken together, they help Marx move from an individual micro-perspective, in which the dominant image is of the individual worker being exploited by a particular capitalist employer, to a macro-analysis of class relations in which it is the exploitation of one class by another class that takes center stage. This class perspective is going to dominate in the remaining chapters. Interestingly, All forms of economic theory encounter problems of some sort in moving from a micro to a macro theoretical terrain. Bourgeois political economy had no way to make the move since it had, and still has, no theory of the origins of surplus value. Ricardo ignored the problem entirely, and while John Stuart Mill at least recognized that it had something to do with labor, he could not identify exactly what, because he could not see the difference between what labor gets and what labor makes. Alas, poor Mill, on a level plane, scoffs Marx, simple mounds look like hills, and the insipid flatness of our present bourgeoisie is to be measured by the altitude of its great intellects. 654. While Marx's theory of surplus value does facilitate the move, the way he does it, as we have seen, is not above criticism. But we, too, have to plow on in order to harvest the fruits of his thinking. The following two chapters do not pose any substantial issues. In chapter 17, all that Marx does is to recognize that surplus value will vary according to three variables: the length of the working day, the intensity of labor, and the productivity of labor, so that capitalists have, in effect, three strategies they can deploy. The diminution of possibilities on one dimension can be compensated for by resort to another. The underlying point is to emphasize, as Marx so often does, the flexibility of capitalist strategies in the search for surplus value. If they cannot get it this way, by increasing intensity, then they will get it that way, by increasing the hours of labor. I emphasize this point because Marx is so often depicted as a rigid thinker operating with rigid concepts. Chapter 18 merely goes over, once again, various formulae for interpreting the rate of surplus value. There is a lot of repetition of this sort in Capital. It sometimes reads as if Marx is nervous that we have not quite got the point, so he feels constrained to repeat it just to make sure. Chapters 19 to 22, Wages. The short chapters on wages, chapters 19 to 22, are relatively self-explanatory. Consequences flow, as might be expected, from the fact that it is the representation in money form wages rather than the value of labor power that provides the field of social action. This immediately poses the problem of the fetish mask that hides social relations beneath the ferment of representational politics. Marx begins, however, by reminding us that there is a huge difference between the value of labor, the term that classical political economists used, and the value of labor power. It is not labor which directly confronts the possessor of money on the commodity market, but rather the worker. What the worker is selling is his labor power. As soon as his labor actually begins, it has already ceased to belong to him, it can therefore no longer be sold by him. Labor is the substance, and the immanent measure of value, but it has no value itself. To think otherwise is to engage in a tautology, in effect to speak of the value of value. In the expression value of labor, the concept of value is not only completely extinguished, but inverted, so that it becomes its contrary. It is an expression as imaginary as the value of the earth. These imaginary expressions arise, nevertheless, from the relations of production themselves. They are categories for the forms of appearance of essential relations. That in their appearance things are often presented in an inverted way is something fairly familiar in every science, apart from political economy. 677. In other words, the value of labor is a fetish concept that disguises the idea of the value of labor power and thereby conveniently evades the crucial question as to how labor power became a commodity. The only way in which classical political economy could resolve the problem of what it was that fixed what it incorrectly called the value of labor was to appeal to the doctrine of supply and demand. This doctrine has reappeared several times in Capital, but Marx is at his most explicit here in rejecting its explanatory value. Even classical political economy soon recognized that changes in the relation between demand and supply explained nothing, with regard to the price of labor or any other commodity, except those changes themselves, i.e. the oscillations of the market price above or below a certain mean. If demand and supply balance, the oscillation of prices ceases, all other circumstances remaining the same. But then demand and supply also cease to explain anything. The price of labor, at the moment when demand and supply are in equilibrium, is its natural price, determined independently of the relation of demand and supply. 678. This independent determination Marx has already defined in his analysis of the buying and selling of labor power. It is fixed by the value of the commodities needed to reproduce the worker at a given standard of living in a given society at a given time. Continuing to talk about the value of labor instead of the value of labor power leads into all kinds of confusions. So Marx then tries to clarify matters by offering, once more, a useful brief resume of the theory of surplus value on page 679. But the laborer can be remunerated in different ways by the hour, the day, the week, or the piece. Chapter 20 is about time wages and how the time wage system works. There is nothing very problematic here, except we must remind ourselves that the way in which this is being worked out in the market disguises the underlying social relation. Chapter 21 is about piece wages, the advantage of which for the capitalist is that workers can be forced to compete with one another in terms of individual productivity. Excessive competition between workers drives productivity up and wages down, quite possibly below the value of labor power. On the other hand, competition between capitalists is likely to drive wages upward. So we end up once more with the idea that there is some equilibrium point where competition between capitalists and competition between workers is producing an actual wage in the market which adequately represents the value of labor power. The section on wages culminates in chapter 22, with an examination of national differences in wages. Marx here briefly departs from his tendency to analyze capitalism as if it were a closed system. There is an opening here to examine uneven geographical development in a globalizing system. But the treatment is too brief to go far. If the value of labor power is fixed by the value of the basket of commodities needed to support the laborer at a given standard of living, and if that standard varies according to natural conditions, the state of class struggle and the degree of civilization in a country, then plainly the value of labor power stands to vary geographically, from country to country, in this case, in significant ways. The history of class struggle in Germany is different from that in Britain or Spain, for example, and so there are national differences in wages. Actually, there are often significant regional differences, too, but Marx does not consider that here. Similarly, variations in productivity in those industries that are producing wage goods in different parts of the world produce differentiations in the value of labor power and wage rates. A low nominal wage in a highly productive country translates into a higher real wage, and vice versa, because workers command more goods with the wages they receive. This is what is now referred to as purchasing power parity. So what happens to trade between countries under these conditions, and how will competition between the different countries work? Marx does not probe deeply into the question, since he mainly seems interested in how real wages and nominal wages differ primarily because of variations in productivity in the wage goods industries in the different countries. The result will be contrasting dynamics between countries, for these were Marx's units of comparison, in how capitalism develops and how surplus value is being pursued strategically and extracted. Almost certainly this would lead, if Marx had taken the matter further, to a serious questioning of Ricardo's doctrine of comparative advantage in foreign trade, but for some reason Marx chose not to pursue that line of argument further here. I have to say I find it hard to get excited about these chapters on wages, since the ideas are fairly obvious and the writing rather pedestrian. Part 7, The Process of Accumulation of Capital. Part 7, however, is immensely interesting and insightful, for it is here that Marx takes up the process of accumulation of capital as a whole. He here constructs what might best be called a macro-analysis of the dynamics of a capitalist mode of production. This is, unquestionably, the culminating argument of Volume I of Capital. A whole battery of earlier insights are brought together to create what we would now call a series of models of capitalist dynamics. It is vital, however, in reading Part 7 to bear in mind the nature of the assumptions. Marx's conclusions are not universal statements but contingent findings, based on and limited by his assumptions. We forget this at our peril. There are far too many commentaries on Marx's work, both favorable and unfavorable, that pass over into serious misinterpretation because they neglect the impact of his assumptions. One of the most famous theses advanced here, for example, is that of the tendency toward the increasing immiseration of the proletariat and the production of ever greater class inequality. This thesis is contingent on Marx's assumptions, and when those assumptions are relaxed or replaced, the thesis does not necessarily hold. I get extremely irritated with attempts to prove or disprove Marx's findings in these chapters as if he were setting out his conclusions as universal truths rather than as contingent propositions. Marx specifies the assumptions in the preface to Part 7. He states that the first condition of accumulation is that the capitalist must have contrived to sell his commodities, and to reconvert into capital the greater part of the money received from their sale. In the following pages, we shall assume that capital passes through its process of circulation in the normal way. The detailed analysis of the process will be found in Volume 2. 709. The implication of the normal way is that capitalists have no problem selling their goods at their value in the market or recirculating the surplus value they gain back into production. All commodities therefore trade at their value. There is no overproduction or underproduction, everything is traded in equilibrium. In particular, there is no problem in finding a market. There is never any lack of effective demand. Is this a reasonable assumption? The answer is, not at all, for we rule out one of the major aspects of crisis formation that, for example, dominated in the Great Depression of the 1930s and became central in Keynesian theories, i.e., the lack of effective demand. Marx abandoned these assumptions in later volumes, but in the next 3 chapters, he holds rigorously to them. Holding effective demand to one side permits Marx to identify aspects of the capitalist dynamic that might otherwise remain opaque. The second assumption is that the division of the surplus value into profit of enterprise, the rate of return on industrial capital, profit on merchant capital, interest, rent, and taxes, Marx does not include the latter here, has no effect. In practice, capitalist producers have to share part of the surplus value created and appropriated with capitalists who fulfill other functions. Surplus value is therefore split up into various parts. Its fragments fall to various categories of person, and take on various mutually independent forms, such as profit, interest, gains made through trade, that's merchant's profit, ground rent, taxes, etc. We shall be able to deal with these modified forms of surplus value only in Volume 3, 709. Marx assumes, in effect, that there is a homogeneous capitalist class comprised of industrial capitalists alone. In Volume 3 of Capital, it becomes clear that the role of interest-bearing capital, finance capital, merchant capital, and landed capital are all of considerable significance to understanding the overall dynamics of capitalism. But here all consideration of these features is laid aside. What we are left with is a highly simplified model of how capital accumulation works, and like any such model, it is only as good as its assumptions allow. There is another tacit assumption which actually becomes explicit a bit later in a footnote. Here we take no account of the export trade, by means of which a nation can change articles of luxury either into means of production or means of subsistence, and vice versa. In order to examine the object of our investigation in its integrity, free from all disturbing subsidiary circumstances, we must treat the whole world of trade as one nation, and assume that capitalist production is established everywhere and has taken possession of every branch of industry. 727. Marx assumes a closed system within which capital circulates in a normal way. This is an important and obviously restrictive assumption. What we are left with is a stripped-down model of the dynamics of capital accumulation derived from the theory of absolute and relative surplus value operating in a closed system. The model turns out, as we shall see, to be very revealing of certain aspects of capitalism. Just to set the following chapters in their full context, it is useful to contrast them with what happens in the other volumes of Capital. Volume 2 confronts that which is held constant in Volume I, the difficulties that arise in finding markets and bringing them into a state of equilibrium such that the normal process of capital circulation can proceed. But Volume 2 tends to hold constant that which is treated as dynamic in Volume I, i.e., the extraction of absolute and relative surplus value, rapid shifts in technologies and productivities, shifting determinations of the value of labor power. Volume 2 imagines a world of constant technology and stable labor relations. It then poses the questions: how is capital going to circulate smoothly, given different turnover times, including problems that derive from the circulation of fixed capital of different lifetimes, and how can it always find a market for the surplus value being produced? Since capital accumulation is always about expansion, how can capitalists find a market when the working class is being increasingly immiserated and the capitalists are reinvesting? There is, in fact, no mention of immiseration at the end of Volume 2. The problem is to ensure rational consumption on the part of the working classes in order to help absorb the capital surpluses being produced. The model here would be Ford's famous turn to a $5 8-hour day for the workers, backed by an army of social workers to ensure that the workers consumed their wages rationally from the standpoint of capital. We in the US now live in a world where about 70% of the driving force in the economy depends on debt-fueled consumerism, which is perfectly understandable given the analysis of Volume 2 but not given that of Volume I. There is, it turns out, a major contradiction between the equilibrium conditions defined in Volume I and those defined in Volume 2. If things are going right according to the Volume I analysis, then they are likely to be going very badly from the standpoint of Volume 2, and vice versa. The two distinctive models of the dynamics of capital accumulation do not, and cannot, concur. This prefaces the discussion of the inevitability of crises in Volume 3, but my insertion of the phrase debt-fueled before consumerism signals that the terms of distribution, finance, credit, and interest may actually play a central rather than merely ancillary role in the dynamics of capitalism. Consumer power augmented by everybody, including governments, using their credit cards and going into debt up to the hilt has been central to the stabilization, such as it is, of global capitalism over the past half-century. None of this will be encountered in the chapters to follow. But the highly simplified model of capital accumulation that Marx does construct and analyze is incredibly revealing, as well as deeply relevant to understanding the recent history of neoliberalism, which has been characterized by deindustrialization, chronic structural unemployment, spiraling job insecurities and surging social inequalities. We have, in short, been very much in the world of Volume I over the past 30 years. The problems of effective demand revealed in the Volume 2 analysis have been temporarily resolved through the excesses of the credit system, with predictably disastrous consequences. Chapter 23, Simple Reproduction. The first chapter of Part 7 models the qualities of a fictional capitalism characterized by simple reproduction. How does capital accumulation through the extraction of surplus value get reproduced and perpetuated over time? To answer that question, we need to view capital accumulation as a connected whole, and in the constant flux of its incessant renewal, such that every social process of production is at the same time a process of reproduction. Furthermore, if production has a capitalist form, so too will reproduction. 711. Part of what the capitalist captures in terms of new wealth has to be put to reproducing the system. But this means that surplus value has to recirculate back into simple reproduction. This mere repetition, or continuity, imposes on the process certain new characteristics, or rather, causes the disappearance of some apparent characteristics possessed by the process in isolation. 712. The analysis so far has been concerned solely with the production of surplus value as a one-shot event. But things look rather different when examined as a continuous process going on over time. What flows back to the worker in the shape of wages is a portion of the product he himself continuously reproduces. The capitalist, it is true, pays him the value of the commodity, that is, the value of labor power in money, but this money is merely the transmuted form of the product of his labor. While he is converting a portion of the means of production into products, a portion of his former product is being turned into money. It is his labor of last week, or of last year, that pays for his labor power this week or this year. The illusion created by the money form vanishes immediately if, instead of taking a single capitalist and a single worker, we take the whole capitalist class and the whole working class. 712-13. Class relations rather than individual contracts now move center stage in Marx's thinking. The capitalist class is constantly giving to the working class drafts, in the form of money, on a portion of the product produced by the latter and appropriated by the former. The workers give these drafts back just as constantly to the capitalists, and thereby withdraw from the latter their allotted share of their own product. The transaction is veiled by the commodity form of the product and the money form of the commodity. 713. The image this conveys is that the working class as a whole is in a company store relation to the capitalist class. Workers receive money for the labor power they sell to the capitalists and then spend that money to buy back a portion of the commodities they collectively produced. This company store relation is veiled by the wages system and is not readily discernible when the analysis focuses only on the individual worker. The meaning of variable capital takes another twist. In effect, the body of the worker, from the standpoint of capital, is a mere transmission device for the circulation of a portion of capital. The worker is in a continuous version of the CMC process. But instead of seeing this as a simple linear relation, we now have to think of it as continuous and circular. A portion of the capital flows along as workers congeal value in commodities, receive their money wages, spend the money on commodities, reproduce themselves and come back to work to congeal more value in commodities the next day. Workers stay alive by circulating variable capital in this way. This gives rise to some interesting observations. To begin with, variable capital loses its character of a value advanced out of the capitalist's funds, when we view the process of capitalist production in the flow of its constant renewal. Capitalists pay their workers only after the work is done. In effect, therefore, workers advance the equivalent of the value of their labor power to the capitalist. There is no guarantee that the worker will be paid, if, for example, capitalists declare bankruptcy in the meantime. In China in recent years, the non-payment of wages owed has been very common, particularly in areas such as construction. But Marx is interested in reshaping our interpretation of capital accumulation in even more radical ways. He points out that the process must have had a beginning of some kind. From our present standpoint, it therefore seems likely that the capitalist, once upon a time, became possessed of money by some form of primitive accumulation. 714. This concept will anchor the discussion of the origins of capitalism in Part 8. Here he simply asserts that there must have been some original moment when capitalists somehow or other got hold of enough assets, monetary and otherwise, to start on this process of capital accumulation. The question he poses here is, how and by whom is that original capital reproduced? Marx gives an example. If a capitalist starts off with £1,000 and invests it in variable capital and constant capital to produce a surplus value of £200, then the capitalist appropriates the £200 as his or her own in addition to gaining back the original £1,000. But the original capital has been preserved by the worker's productive consumption, and the surplus value has been produced out of the worker's surplus labor time. Suppose the next year, the capitalist once again lays out £1,000, having consumed the surplus away, to produce another £200 of surplus value. After 5 years of this, the workers have produced £1,000 of surplus value, which is equivalent to the capitalist's original capital. Marx here makes the political argument that even if the capitalist had a right to that £1,000 at the beginning, however he or she came by it, after 5 years of producing £200 of surplus value every year, the capitalist has surely forfeited the right to the original capital. He or she has, according to Marx's accounting method, consumed the original capital away. The £1,000 now belongs by right to the workers, given the Lockean principle, not cited here, but clearly Marx has this in mind, that property rights accrue to those who create value by mixing their labor with the land. The workers are the ones who produce the surplus value, and by rights it should belong to them. The politics of this argument are important but go radically against the grain of deeply entrenched ways of thinking. We would all be surprised to be told that the original money we placed in a savings account at, say, 5% compound interest no longer belonged to us after a number of years. Capitalism appears to be capable of laying its own golden nest eggs, as far as we are concerned. But where that 5% comes from is a legitimate question, and it can only be, if Marx is right, through the mobilization and appropriation of surplus value from someone, somewhere. It is discomforting to think that perhaps the 5% comes from the vicious exploitation of living labor in Guangdong province in China. Our legal superstructure is insistent on preserving original property rights and preserving also the right to use those rights to gain a profit. But those property rights in turn derive from the class power of capital to extract and maintain command over the surpluses, because labor power has, by specific historical processes, become a commodity bought and sold in the labor market. The implication of what Marx is saying here is that in order to challenge capitalism, it is necessary to challenge not only the whole notion of rights, how people think about rights and how people think about property, but also the material processes whereby surpluses are both created and appropriated by capital. Then, indeed, after 5 years, not a single atom of the value of his old capital continues to exist. Therefore, entirely leaving aside all accumulation, the mere continuity of the production process, in other words simple reproduction, sooner or later, and necessarily, converts all capital into accumulated capital, or capitalized surplus value. Even if that capital was, on its entry into the process of production, the personal property of the man who employs it, and was originally acquired by his own labor, it sooner or later becomes value appropriated without an equivalent, the unpaid labor of others. 715. There happens to be an interesting example of a practical plan that reflects Marx's way of thinking, whether it derived from Marx, I do not know. A Swedish labor economist called Rudolf Meidner, who played a major role in the construction of the highly successful Swedish welfare state in the 1960s and early 1970s, came up with what became known as the Meidner Plan. Confronting inflation, the powerful trade unions were urged to exercise collective wage restraint. In return, the extra profits, surplus value, that would accrue to capital because of that restraint would be taxed away and placed in a worker-controlled social investment fund that would purchase shares in capitalist corporations. The shares purchased were deemed untradable, and over time, more than the 5 years of Marx's example, control over the corporation would pass over to the social investment fund. In other words, the capitalist class would quite literally be bought out, peacefully, over time and replaced by total worker control over investment decisions. The plan was greeted with horror by the capitalist class, who promptly awarded the so-called Nobel Prize in Economics. It actually has nothing whatsoever to do with Nobel to neoliberals like Friedrich Hayek and Milton Friedman, and set up anti-union think tanks and mobilized fierce opposition in the media. The social democratic government of the time got cold feet and never attempted to implement the plan. But when you think about it, the idea, much more complicated in its details, of course, is broadly consistent with Marx's argument, at the same time as it offers a peaceful way to buy out capitalist class power. So why not think more about it? When put together with the company store relation of labor to capital, Marx's argument leads to even deeper insights at the same time as it raises crucial, and in this instance, unfortunately, unanswered, questions. Since, before the laborer enters the process, his own labor has already been alienated from him, that is, he has given over the use value of labor power to the capitalist, appropriated by the capitalist, and incorporated with capital, it now, in the course of the process, constantly objectifies itself so that it becomes a product alien to him. Neither the product nor the labor congealed in it belong to him. Therefore, the worker himself constantly produces objective wealth, in the form of capital, an alien power that dominates and exploits him, and the capitalist just as constantly produces labor power, in the form of a subjective source of wealth which is abstract, exists merely in the physical body of the worker, and is separated from its own means of objectification and realization. In short, the capitalist produces the worker as a wage laborer. This incessant reproduction, this perpetuation of the worker, is the absolutely necessary condition for capitalist production. 716. I find this an interesting and troubling formulation, worthy of serious reflection. The worker himself constantly produces objective wealth, in the form of capital, and that objective wealth becomes an alien power that now dominates the worker. The worker produces the instrument of his or her own domination. This is a theme that echoes and reverberates throughout Capital. It poses a general historical question of the penchant of human beings to produce all manner of instruments of their own domination. But in this case, the capitalist produces the subjective source of wealth, which is abstract, through the physical body of the worker which is separated from its own means of objectification and realization. The capitalist produces and reproduces the worker as the active but alienated subject capable of producing value. And this, please note, is the fundamental socially necessary condition for the survival and maintenance of a capitalist mode of production. The worker engages in productive consumption and individual consumption, a distinction encountered earlier. Workers not only produce the equivalent of the value of variable capital, i.e., their own living, but they also transfer and thereby reproduce the value of constant capital. Through their labor, workers reproduce both capital and the laborer. The chapters on division of labor and machinery showed how the worker was necessarily transformed into an appendage of capital inside the labor process. But now we also come to see the worker as an appendage of capital in the marketplace and in the home. That is what the circulation of variable capital really means. Capital circulates through the body of the worker and reproduces the worker as an active subject who reproduces capital. But the worker not only has to be reproduced as an individual person. The maintenance and reproduction of the working class remains a necessary condition for the reproduction of capital. 719. This raises a host of questions that Marx glosses over. The politics of class reproduction were, Marx holds, in his time brutal and simple. The capitalist may safely leave the daily grind of actual class reproduction to the workers' drives for self-preservation and propagation. All the capitalist cares for is to reduce the workers' individual consumption to the necessary minimum. 718. But Marx is sliding over something important here that cries out for deeper analysis. The huge and fundamental question of the reproduction of the working class involves questions of propagation, self-preservation, social relations within the class and a host of other issues that Marx conveniently leaves to the workers themselves to sort out because that is what capital supposedly does. Actually, even in a state controlled by capitalists and landlords, matters of social reproduction are never left solely to the workers themselves, and certainly the conditions of class struggle and the degree of civilization in a country enter in here with at least the same force as they do with respect to questions of the working day, if not with even greater force. The earlier discussion of the educational clauses of the Factory Acts provided an example of state intervention in the politics of working class reproduction, and the state has always been active in the fields of public health, given that cholera had the awkward habit of transcending class boundaries, and reproductive rights, population policies, and the like. Issues of this sort need far more detailed consideration than Marx provides. But Marx's general point is well taken. Simple reproduction is not a technical question. The crucial question is the reproduction of the class relation. Capitalist production therefore reproduces in the course of its own process the separation between labor power and the conditions of labor. It thereby reproduces and perpetuates the conditions under which the worker is exploited. It incessantly forces him to sell his labor power in order to live, and enables the capitalist to purchase labor power in order that he may enrich himself. It is no longer a mere accident that capitalist and worker confront each other in the market as buyer and seller. It is the alternating rhythm of the process itself which throws the worker back onto the market again and again as a seller of his labor power and continually transforms his own product into a means by which another man can purchase him. In reality, the worker belongs to capital before he has sold himself to the capitalist. 723. As a result, Marx concludes, the capitalist process of production, therefore, seen as a total, connected process, i.e. a process of reproduction, produces not only commodities, not only surplus value, but it also produces and reproduces the capital relation itself, on the one hand the capitalist, on the other the wage laborer. 724. Chapter 24, The Transformation of Surplus Value into Capital. For a variety of reasons, as we will shortly see, the idea of a capitalist mode of production in a stable, non-growth state is improbable if not downright impossible. Chapter 24 examines how and why the surplus value gained yesterday is converted into tomorrow's new money capital. The resultant production of capital on a progressively increasing scale involves combining additional labor power, annually supplied by the working class in the shape of labor powers of all ages, with the additional means of production. For this to happen requires that capital must first produce the conditions for its own expansion. Accumulation requires the transformation of a portion of the surplus product into capital, but we cannot, except by a miracle, transform into capital anything but such articles as can be employed in the labor process, i.e. means of production, and such further articles as are suitable for the sustenance of the worker, i.e. means of subsistence. Consequently, a part of the annual surplus labor must have been applied to the production of additional means of production and subsistence. In a word, surplus value can be transformed into capital only because the surplus product, whose value it is, already comprises the material components of a new quantity of capital. 726-7. The production of luxuries or other useless products, such as military hardware and religious or state monuments, does not work no matter how profitable such production may be. The new means of subsistence and of production have to be produced and organized in advance. Then and only then the cycle of simple reproduction alters its form and changes into a spiral. 727. Another way of looking at it, given the analysis of the preceding chapter, is that the working class creates by the surplus labor of one year the capital destined to employ additional labor in the following year. And this is what is called, writes Marx with heavy irony, creating capital out of capital. The laborer is, however, the active subject in this process. Marx continues, however, to assume that market processes conform to the laws of commodity exchange, with the capitalist always buying labor power and the worker always selling it at what we shall assume is its real value. Again, I emphasize the importance of such assumptions in Marx's analysis. It is quite evident from this that the laws of appropriation or of private property, laws based on the production and circulation of commodities, become changed into their direct opposite through their own internal and inexorable dialectic. The inversion of Locke's principle of mixing labor with the land to create value as grounding the right to private property is clear. The exchange of equivalents, the original operation with which we started, is now turned round in such a way that there is only an apparent exchange, since, firstly, the capital which is exchanged for labor power is itself merely a portion of the product of the labor of others which has been appropriated without an equivalent. 729. As a consequence, the relation of exchange between capitalist and worker becomes a mere semblance belonging only to the process of circulation. It becomes a mere form, which is alien to the content of the transaction itself, and merely mystifies it. 729-30. Amplifying, Marx continues. The constant sale and purchase of labor power is the form, the content is the constant appropriation by the capitalist, without equivalent, of a portion of the labor of others which has already been objectified, and his repeated exchange of this labor for a greater quantity of the living labor of others. Originally the rights of property seemed to us to be grounded in a man's own labor. Some such assumption was at least necessary, since only commodity owners with equal rights confronted each other, and the sole means of appropriating the commodities of others was the alienation of a man's own commodities, commodities which, however, could only be produced by labor. Now, however, property turns out to be the right, on the part of the capitalist, to appropriate the unpaid labor of others or its product, and the impossibility, on the part of the worker, of appropriating his own product. The separation of property from labor thus becomes the necessary consequence of a law that apparently originated in their identity. 730. Marx has here returned, once more, to the question of how equivalent exchange can produce a non-equivalent, i.e., surplus value, and how the original notion of property rights gets inverted into being a right of appropriation of the labor of others. What then follows is a reprise, for what seems like the umpteenth time, of the theory of surplus value, so if you are still unsure what it's all about then read it carefully, pages 730 to 1. But Marx does go on to note that what can be derived from the standpoint of the individual doesn't work out to be the same thing from the standpoint of class relations. The matter looks quite different if we consider capitalist production in the uninterrupted flow of its renewal, and if, in place of the individual capitalist and the individual worker, we view them in their totality, as the capitalist class and the working class confronting each other. But in doing so we should be applying standards entirely foreign to commodity production. 732. This is so because freedom, equality, property, and Bentham prevail in the marketplace, rendering invisible the production of surplus value in the labor process. The same rights remain in force both at the outset, when the product belongs to its producer, who, exchanging equivalent for equivalent, can enrich himself only by his own labor, and in the period of capitalism, when social wealth becomes to an ever-increasing degree the property of those who are in a position to appropriate the unpaid labor of others over and over again. This result becomes inevitable from the moment there is a free sale, by the worker himself, of labor power as a commodity. 733. Bourgeois freedoms and rights mask exploitation and alienation. To the extent that commodity production, in accordance with its own immanent laws, undergoes a further development into capitalist production, the property laws of commodity production must undergo a dialectical inversion so that they become laws of capitalist appropriation. 733 to 4. There is, to revert to the language of the preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy, a superstructural adjustment to legitimate and legalize the appropriation of surplus value by appeal to concepts of the rights of private property. Hence Marx's fundamental objection to any and all attempts to universalize bourgeois conceptions of right and justice. It merely provides the socially necessary legal, ideological and institutional cover for the production of capital on a progressively increasing scale. Classical political economy, saddled with bourgeois conceptions of rights, produced all manner of erroneous conceptions of reproduction on an increasing scale, as the name of Section 2 has it. To begin with, the relationship between capital accumulation and hoarding, saving, was left in a state of utter confusion. The classical political economists were, however, quite right to maintain that the consumption of the surplus product by productive, instead of unproductive, workers is a characteristic feature of the process of accumulation. 736. But given Marx's definition of productive, this means that yesterday's surplus product has to be put to creating more surplus product and surplus value today. The actual dynamics of this are tricky. Classical political economy focused exclusively on the extra labor and therefore extra variable capital, increase in wage outlays, that were called for. But as in the case of Senior's Last Hour, which Marx so effectively mocked earlier, classical political economy tended to forget entirely about the necessity to procure new means of production, constant capital, with each round of accumulation, which entailed transformations in the relation to nature through raw material extract ions. This was the second erroneous conception that Marx had to rectify. This brings us to the central question: When capitalists have surplus value at their command, why don't they just have a good time and consume it away? Some of the surplus value is indeed consumed by the capitalists as revenue. The capitalist class consumes away a portion of the surplus in pursuing its pleasures. But part of it is reinvested as capital. Another question then arises: what governs the relationship between the capitalist consumption of revenues and the reinvestment of surplus value as capital? Marx's answer is worth quoting at length. Except as capital personified, the capitalist has no historical value, and no right to that historical existence which, to use Lichnowsky's amusing expression, ain't got no date. It is only to this extent that the necessity of the capitalist's own transitory existence is implied in the transitory necessity of the capitalist mode of production. But, insofar as he is capital personified, his motivating force is not the acquisition and enjoyment of use values, but the acquisition and augmentation of exchange values. Capitalists, Marx avers, are necessarily interested in and therefore motivated by the accumulation of social power in money form. He is fanatically intent on the valorization of value, consequently he ruthlessly forces the human race to produce for production's sake. In this way he spurs on the development of society's productive forces, and the creation of those material conditions of production which alone can form the real basis of a higher form of society, a society in which the full and free development of every individual forms the ruling principle. Only as a personification of capital is the capitalist respectable. As such, he shares with the miser an absolute drive towards self-enrichment. But what appears in the miser as the mania of an individual is in the capitalist the effect of a social mechanism in which he is merely a cog. Moreover, the development of capitalist production makes it necessary constantly to increase the amount of capital laid out in a given industrial undertaking, and competition subordinates every individual capitalist to the immanent laws of capitalist production, as external and coercive laws. It compels him to keep extending his capital, so as to preserve it, and he can only extend it by means of progressive accumulation. 739. The capitalist, according to Marx, has no real freedom, either. Poor capitalists are mere cogs in a mechanism, who have to reinvest because the coercive laws of competition force them into it. As capital personified, their psychology is so focused on the augmentation of exchange value, on the accumulation of social power in limitless money form, that money accumulation becomes the fetish focus of their deepest desires. Herein lies the similarity between the miser and the capitalist. They both want social power, but the social power of capitalists comes from constantly augmenting their wealth by releasing it into circulation, whereas the miser tries to hold onto it by not using it. And if capitalists individually show any sign of drifting away from their central mission, then the pesky coercive laws of competition, once more slid into the argument in a central role of policing the system, bring them back into line. Faced with this reality, the bourgeois apologists create a noble fiction. The capitalists, they say, are creating capital and engaging their noble mission to create that higher form of society that even Marx concedes can be a product of their endeavors, through abstinence. I have to say, living in New York, I have never noticed the capitalist class abstaining too much. But Marx does suggest that capitalists face a Faustian dilemma. He even quotes Faust: "Two souls, alas, do dwell within his breast, the one is ever parting from the other." 741. They are forced by the coercive laws of competition to accumulate and reinvest on the one hand and are plagued by the desire to consume on the other. Coerced restraint with respect to the latter is then converted into an ideology of voluntary bourgeois virtue. Profit can even be interpreted as a return on virtue. Reinvestment, the story goes, is a virtue. It creates jobs, for example, and therefore deserves to be admired and rewarded. All those tax cuts for the ultra-rich that George W. Bush set up during his presidency were construed as a reward for virtuous investors whose abstinence supposedly played a crucial role in job creation and economic growth. The fact that the rich soon acquired the habit of throwing $10 million parties for their kids' graduations or their trophy wives' birthdays hardly squared with this theory. Marx, however, once again heavily influenced by the story of Manchester capitalism, suggests that the struggle between the two souls dwelling in the capitalist's breast underwent a gradual evolution. In the initial stages, capitalists indeed were forced to exercise restraint on consumption, hence the significance of Quaker ideology among some early capitalists in England. But as the spiral of accumulation on a progressively increasing scale got underway, so the restraints on consumption slackened. In Manchester, during the last 30 years of the 18th century, expense and luxury have made great progress, Marx reports, quoting an account from 1795, 742. Under such conditions, production and reproduction on an increasing scale go on their way without any intervention from that peculiar saint, that knight of the woeful countenance, the abstaining capitalist, 746. Driven by the coercive laws of competition and the desire to augment their social power in limitless money form, capitalists reinvest because this is, in the end, the only way they can stay in business and maintain their class position. This leads Marx to a central conclusion concerning the essence of a capitalist mode of production. Accumulate, accumulate. That is Moses and the prophets. Industry furnishes the material which saving accumulates. Therefore save, i.e. reconvert the greatest possible portion of surplus value or surplus product into capital. Accumulation for the sake of accumulation, production for the sake of production, this was the formula in which classical economics expressed the historical mission of the bourgeoisie in the period of its domination. Not for one instant did it deceive itself over the nature of wealth's birth pangs. But what use is it to lament a historical necessity? If, in the eyes of classical economics, the proletarian is merely a machine for the production of surplus value, the capitalist too is merely a machine for the transformation of this surplus value into surplus capital. 742. What this means quite simply is this: capitalism is always about growth. There can be no such thing as a capitalist social order that is not about growth and accumulation on a progressively increasing scale. Accumulation for the sake of accumulation, production for the sake of production. Just read the press reports on the state of the economy every day, and what are people talking about all the time? Growth. Where's the growth? How are we going to grow? Slow growth defines a recession, and negative growth a depression. 1 or 2% growth, compounded, is not enough, we need at least 3, and only when we reach 4% is the economy deemed to be healthy. And look at China with its sustained 10% growth rates over many years, that is the real success story of our times compared with Japan, which after decades of stellar growth fell into the sickbay of global capitalism, with close to zero growth throughout the 1990s. To this imperative attaches a fetish belief, a whole ideology, centered on the virtues of growth. Growth is inevitable, growth is good. Not to grow is to be in crisis. But endless growth means production for production's sake, which also means consumption for consumption's sake. Anything that gets in the way of growth is bad. Barriers and limits to growth have to be dissolved. Environmental problems. Too bad. The relation to nature must be transformed. Social and political problems. Too bad. Repress critics and send recalcitrants to jail. Geopolitical barriers. Break them down with violence if necessary. Everything has to dance to the tune of accumulation for the sake of accumulation, production for the sake of production. This is, for Marx, one of the defining characteristics of capitalism. To be sure, he arrives at this conclusion on the basis of his assumptions. But these assumptions are consistent with the inherent vision internalized within classical political economy as to the historical mission of the bourgeoisie. And it defines a very important and powerful regulative principle. Has the history of capitalism been about compounding growth rates? Yes. Have capitalist crises come to be defined as lack of growth? Yes. Are policymakers throughout the capitalist world obsessed with stimulating and sustaining growth? Yes. And do you see anybody really questioning the growth principle, let alone doing anything about it? No. To question growth is irresponsible and unthinkable. Only cranks, misfits and weird utopians think that endless growth, no matter what the environmental, economic, social, and political consequences, might be bad. To be sure, problems deriving from growth, such as global warming and environmental degradation, need to be addressed, but rarely is it said that the answer to the problem is to stop growth altogether, even though there is evidence that recessions relieve pressures on the environment. No, we have to find new technologies, new mental conceptions, new ways of living and producing, such that growth, endless compounding capital accumulation, can continue. This has not been a regulative principle of other modes of production. To be sure, empires grew and social orders episodically expanded, but then they also just as often stabilized and in some instances stagnated and even faded away. One of the big criticisms of actually existing communisms in, for example, the former Soviet Union and Cuba, has been that they didn't grow enough and so could not compete with the incredible consumerism and growth performance of the West, centered on the US. I do not say this in praise of the USSR but merely to point up how automatic our responses tend to be to non-growth. Stagnation is unforgivable. So now we have enough SUVs, Coca-Cola, and bottled water around to satisfy accumulation for accumulation's sake with all manner of disastrous environmental and health consequences, such as the epidemic of diabetes, which incidentally, continues to be rare in Cuba compared with the US. It bears thinking about that the endless 3% compound rate of growth that has characterized capitalism since the mid-18th century might be singularly hard to maintain. When capitalism was constituted by an economic zone of about 40 square miles around Manchester and a few other smaller locations, a 3% compound rate of growth was one thing, but now it covers Europe, North and South America and above all East Asia, with strengthening implantations in India, Indonesia, Russia, and South Africa. Starting from this base, the consequences of a 3% compound rate of growth over the next 50 years are unimaginable. At the same time, it makes Marx's suggestion in the Grundrisse that it is time for capital to be gone, and to make way for some more sensible mode of production, more imaginable if not absolutely imperative. There are, it turns out, a variety of ways to gain surplus value without producing anything. Reducing the value of labor power by reducing the standard of living opens up one path. Indeed, Marx writes, quoting John Stuart Mill, if labor could be had without purchase, wages might be dispensed with. But then, if the workers could live on air, it would not be possible to buy them at any price. This zero cost of labor is therefore a limit in a mathematical sense, always beyond reach, although we can always approximate more and more nearly to it. The constant tendency of capital is to force the cost of labor back towards this absolute zero. 748. And Marx notes some ways to do this, such as providing recipes to workers so they can feed themselves more cheaply. Later this sort of thing became part of the practice of, for example, the Russell Sage Foundation and of the practices of social workers as they sought to educate other workers to proper modes of consumption. But plainly, taking this path creates problems of effective demand, which Marx does not consider here since he has ruled it out by assuming that all commodities trade at their values. Saving on constant capital, including cutting down on waste, can also be helpful while capitalists are constantly on the lookout for something provided by nature free of charge. 751. It is once again the direct action of man on nature which becomes an immediate source of greater accumulation, without the intervention of any new capital. 752. Changing the productivity of social labor through other means, motivation and organization, is also free of charge, and using old machines beyond their lifetime helps, as does the mobilization of past assets, example built environments, for new purposes. Finally, Science and technology give capital a power of expansion which is independent of the given magnitude of the capital actually functioning. 754. Accumulation can be expanded by all these different means without resort to the capitalization of surplus value. It has been shown in the course of this inquiry, Marx concludes at the beginning of section 5, that capital is not a fixed magnitude, but a part of social wealth which is elastic, and constantly fluctuates with the division of surplus value into revenue and additional capital. It has been seen further that, even with a given magnitude of functioning capital, the labor power, science and land, which means, economically speaking, all the objects of labor furnished by nature without human intervention, incorporated in it form elastic powers of capital, allowing it, within certain limits, a field of action independent of its own magnitude. In this inquiry we have ignored all relations arising from the process of circulation. He is here reminding us of the initial assumptions about the market, which may produce very different degrees of efficiency in the same mass of capital. And we disregarded any more rational combination which could be effected directly and in a planned way with the means of production and the labor power at present available. Once again, Marx insists on the incredible flexibility and maneuverability of capital. Classical political economy, in contrast, has always liked to conceive social capital as a fixed magnitude of a fixed degree of efficiency. That poor man Jeremy Bentham, a soberly pedantic and heavy-footed oracle of the common sense of the 19th century bourgeoisie, had a particularly fixed vision of how capitalism constructed a labor fund. 758. Capital is not a fixed magnitude. Always remember this, and appreciate that there is a great deal of flexibility and fluidity in the system. The left opposition to capitalism has too often underestimated this. If capitalists cannot accumulate this way, then they will do it another way. If they cannot use science and technology to their own advantage, they will raid nature or give recipes to the working class. There are innumerable strategies open to them, and they have a record of sophistication in their use. Capitalism may be monstrous, but it is not a rigid monster. Oppositional movements ignore its capacity for adaptation, flexibility, and fluidity at their peril. Capital is not a thing, but a process. It is continually in motion, even as it itself internalizes the regulative principle of accumulation for the sake of accumulation, production for the sake of production. Chapter 10. Capitalist Accumulation. Chapter 25, The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation. In Chapter 25, Marx operationalizes a synoptic model of capitalist dynamics under the assumptions laid out at the beginning of Part 7. Accumulation is occurring in its normal way, there is never any problem in the market and everything trades at its value, with the exception in this chapter of labor power. The system is closed, no trade with an outside, surplus value is being produced through the exploitation of living labor in production, and the division of the surplus value between interest, profit of merchants' capital, rent, and taxes has no impact. In this stripped-down model of the accumulation process, everything is contingent on these assumptions. When these assumptions are dropped, as they are in Volume 2, the results look different. A commentary on the value composition of capital. In this chapter, Marx focuses on one particular substantive issue. He wants to examine the implications of the accumulation of capital for the fate of the working class. This is why he allows the remuneration of labor power to fluctuate above and below its value. To aid him in this task, he sets up a conceptual apparatus concerning what he calls the composition of capital. 762. He uses three terms: technical composition, organic composition, and value composition. These terms were, it seems, introduced fairly late into the argument, in part to reflect some of the work he was doing in Volume 3 on contradictions and crises. So the terms don't do that much work in this chapter, and it is possible to understand his argument without them. If you find this part of the discussion esoteric and perplexing, which it is, then pass straight on to the next section. But since these terms play a key role in Volume 3 and have been the subject of much argument and controversy in Marxian theory more generally, I think it important to examine them here. The term technical composition simply describes the physical ability of a worker to transform a certain quantity of use values into a commodity in a given period of time. It is the measure of physical productivity. It refers to the number of socks, tons of steel, loaves of bread, gallons of orange juice or bottles of beer produced by a worker per hour. New technologies transform these physical ratios, so that, for example, the number of socks produced per hour per worker increases from 10 to 20. The concept of technical composition is clear and unambiguous. Problems arise in differentiating between the organic and value compositions, both of which are value ratios. The value composition is the ratio of the value of the means of production consumed in production to the value of the variable capital advanced. Conventionally, we represent this as C/V, the amount of constant capital divided by the variable capital. The organic composition, which is also measured as a value ratio of C/V, is defined as changes in the value composition that arise because of physical changes in productivity. Why the difference? The implication is that changes in value composition can occur other than those related to physical changes in productivity. Since changes of this non-technological sort were listed at the end of the preceding chapter, this interpretation is more than merely plausible. But note that these changes, such as gifts of nature, economizing on waste, or depressing the physical standard of living of workers, can affect the value of both the constant and the variable capital laid out, such that the C/V ratio can either increase or decrease as a result. There is another possible interpretation that Marx does not to my knowledge explicitly develop, but we could infer it. This interpretation depends on where the changes in physical productivity are occurring. If I change the physical productivity of sock making by employing new machinery, then the ratio C/V, let's call this the organic composition of capital, typically increases within my firm because of my actions. But this ratio will also likely change without my doing anything because the value of the constant and variable capital I purchase, at its value, given Marx's assumptions, is fixed by the changing physical productivity in the industries producing the wage goods that fix the value of labor power and the other industries producing the means of production that I purchase, constant capital inputs. In this instance, the ratio C/V, let's call this the value composition of capital, will rise or fall depending on the relative pace of changes in physical productivity in these two different sectors of the economy, even though physical productivity within my firm has not changed. This interpretation focuses on the difference between what is possible for the individual capitalist to do about the C/V ratio and what happens to the C/V ratio in the market outside individual capitalist control. It is hard to sustain this interpretation here, given that Marx in this chapter is working at the aggregate level of relations between the capitalist and working classes. But yet it is also plausible given the theory of relative surplus value, which emphasizes that it is the individual capitalist's search, operating under the coercive laws of competition, for the ephemeral form of relative surplus value that truly drives the technological dynamism that produces relative surplus value of the aggregate sort. The reason all this is so important is that in Volume 3 of Capital, Marx takes up the question of why there might be a tendency for the rate of profit to fall. Ricardo had explained this in Malthusian terms, that in the end diminishing returns on the land would so increase the price of natural resources that profits were bound to decline to zero. In other words, the problem resides in the relation to nature. When faced with a falling rate of profit problem, Marx elsewhere quipped, Ricardo flees from economics to seek refuge in organic chemistry. 1. Marx dismisses this claim and argues instead that it is the internal dynamics of technological change within capitalism, the search for relative surplus value, that increases the organic value composition of capital, C/V, which in the long run will lead to a falling rate of profit, S/C+V, under the assumption of a limit on the rate of exploitation, S/V. Put differently, Labor-saving innovations remove the active value producer from the labor process and so make it more difficult, other things being equal, to produce surplus value. The argument is ingenious and has the undoubted virtue of, correctly in my view, internalizing the dynamics of crisis formation within the framework of capitalist social relations and the development of its productive forces. Unfortunately, the argument is incomplete and problematic because, given the second line of argument advanced above, there is no definite reason why the ratio C/V should increase in the way Marx suggests it would. In this chapter, Marx argues forthrightly in favor of a law of rising value composition of capital. He begins by pointing out that from the standpoint of the whole capitalist class, the changing value composition of capital has both direct and indirect aspects in relation to production. We are talking about not only machines and factories but also railways, roads, and all manner of physical infrastructures, built environments, that provide the necessary preconditions for capitalist production and realization to proceed. If these preconditions are to be fulfilled, there has to be an astonishing increase in the ratio of the total stock of constant, and increasingly fixed, capital in relationship to the number of laborers employed. Marx fails to register here a point he makes elsewhere, that if past investments in, say, the built environment have already been amortized, then they operate as a free good much like gifts of nature for capitalist production to proceed. That is, unless a pesky landlord class gets in the way and starts extracting rent from them. The movement from relatively simple handicraft production to more complex and integrated processes of production in itself entails a historical tendency for the ratio of C/V to increase with time. This leads Marx to assert that the law of the progressive growth of the constant part of capital in comparison with the variable part is confirmed at every step, by the comparative analysis of the prices of commodities, whether we compare different economic epochs or different nations in the same epoch. The relative magnitude of the part of the price which represents the value of the means of production, or the constant part of the capital, is in direct proportion to the progress of accumulation, whereas the relative magnitude of the other part of the price, which represents the variable part of the capital, or the payment made for labor, is in inverse proportion to the progress of accumulation. 773-4. There is, he clearly proposes here, a law of rising value composition of capital over time, and it is this law that plays such a crucial role in the theory of the falling rate of profit in Volume 3. But Marx does recognize that there can be a decrease in the value, as opposed to the physical presence, of constant capital because of technological change. Indeed, he suggests that the reason the C/V ratio has not increased more than it has is simple: with the increasing productivity of labor, the mass of the means of production consumed by labor increases, but their value in comparison with their mass diminishes. As a result of rising productivity in the production of means of production, their value therefore rises absolutely, but not in proportion to the increase in their mass. The increase of the difference between constant and variable capital is therefore much less than that of the difference between the mass of the means of production into which the constant capital, and the mass of the labor power into which the variable capital, is converted. 774. The supposed law of a rising value composition of capital is subject to modification, but not in a way that overts its fundamental direction. The accumulation of capital and the search for relative surplus value give to each other that change in the technical composition of capital by which the variable component becomes smaller and smaller as compared with the constant component. 776. But what Marx needs to do to consolidate his argument is to disaggregate the economy into sectors producing wage goods and means of production, respectively, and then examine relative rates of change in physical productivity in both sectors. He does this at the end of Volume 2, written after the drafts of Volume 3 that have come down to us, but his main concern there is to examine the problem of how the market can keep the two sectors in equilibrium, if at all. He therefore assumes away the technological dynamism that lies at the heart of the Volume I analysis and is so vital to the Volume 3 analysis of falling profits. The concept of value composition is not mentioned. he does open up the probability of crises of disproportionality, too many wage goods in relation to means of production, or vice versa, and even the possibility of generalized crises of underconsumption, lack of effective demand, but does nothing to illuminate the issue of falling profit rates due to technological changes. What subsequent theoretical work has shown, however, is that there is a pattern of technological change between the two sectors, wage goods and means of production, that can keep the C/V ratio steady in perpetuity, but that no mechanisms exist to ensure such an outcome. Hence the likelihood of frequent crises of disproportionality and occasional generalized crises deriving from the instabilities generated out of technological changes is considerable. Plainly, we cannot resolve all these issues here. My own view, which many will disagree with, is that Marx's intuition that patterns of technological change are destabilizing to the point of producing crises is correct, but that his explication of rising value compositions and falling profits is not. However, the main line of argument that unfolds in this chapter is readily understandable without deploying the value composition concept. The first model of capital accumulation. If capitalists take part of the surplus value they appropriated yesterday and invest it in more production today, then this requires more labor power, assuming for the moment that there is no technological change. So the first obvious effect of the accumulation of capital under these conditions is increased demand for labor power. Accumulation of capital is therefore multiplication of the proletariat. 764. Where are the extra laborers going to come from, and what are the implications of increasing the demand? At some point, increasing demand will lead to an increase in wages. The spiral of accumulation therefore entails more capital being generated, more laborers being employed, and at some point higher wages, such that labor power is either sold above its value, an exception to the assumption that all commodities trade at their value, or that the value of labor power rises as laborers gain a higher standard of living. But this only means that the length and weight of the golden chain the wage laborer has already forged for himself is loosened somewhat. 769. At the best of times, an increase in wages means only a quantitative reduction in the amount of unpaid labor the worker has to supply. This reduction can never go so far as to threaten the system itself. Apart from violent conflicts over the rate of wages, a rise in the price of labor resulting from accumulation of capital implies the following alternatives. Either the price of labor keeps on rising, because its rise does not interfere with the progress of accumulation. 769-70. That is, capitalists can afford some increase in the price of labor, because the mass of capital they can appropriate continues to increase as they employ more laborers. Remember, capitalists are primarily interested in the mass of profit, and the mass depends, as we saw in Chapter 17, on the number of laborers employed, the rate of exploitation and the intensity. In the face of a diminishing rate of exploitation, increasing the number of laborers employed can increase the mass of capital gained by the capitalist by a substantial amount. In this scenario, there is, therefore, no conflict between rising wages and capital accumulation. The other alternative is that accumulation slackens as a result of the rise in the price of labor, because the stimulus of gain is blunted. The rate of accumulation lessens, but this means that the primary cause of that lessening itself vanishes, i.e. the disproportion between capital and exploitable labor power. The mechanism of the capitalist production process removes the very obstacles it temporarily creates. 770. Marx's model here is quite simple. Accumulation of capital, assuming constant productivity, increases demand for labor. Whether or not this leads to a rise in wages depends on the available population. But as more and more of the available population are brought into employment, wages will go up, which diminishes the rate of exploitation. But the mass of surplus value can continue to rise because more laborers are employed. If at some point, for whatever reason, the mass of surplus value begins to diminish, then the demand for labor tails off, the pressure on wages slackens and the rate of exploitation recovers. Over time, therefore, we would likely see countervailing oscillations in wage and profit rates. Wages rise, accumulation slackens, wages fall back, profits and accumulation revive. Marx here describes an automatic adjustment system between the demand and supply of labor and the dynamics of accumulation. There is, Marx suggests, historical evidence for processes of this sort. In 18th century England there was a tendency, made much of by a contemporary commentator called Eden, for wages to rise because of the rapid expansion of capital accumulation. The working classes were becoming better off alongside a capitalist class that was plainly doing very well. The temptation, to which Eden succumbed, was to declare therefore that capital accumulation was good for the workers as well. But all it does, says Marx, is to lengthen the golden chain that ties labor to capital. Besides, this idea had earlier been vigorously contradicted in the famous tract of Mandeville, The Fable of the Bees. Mandeville had produced a scurrilous polemic against the drones that exist in English society and in so doing established that such a society had a desperate need for poor people, the poorer the better, because they would then demand less in the way of goods and services, leaving more for the rich. If we didn't have the poor, then the rich could not be rich. This pillorying of the conditions in England in the 18th century upset Adam Smith and the humanists, who could not accept the proposition that the poor shall always be with us and that the poor serve such a vital function for the rich. Smith's response was to attempt to show that everybody, including the poorest, stood in the end to be better off if the market mechanism was mobilized effectively to increase national wealth. The significance of Mandeville for Marx is the idea that the accumulation of capital requires the prior existence of not only an available population but an available population that is sufficiently impoverished, is sufficiently ignorant, is sufficiently oppressed and desperate, that it can be recruited as low-wage labor into the capitalist system at the drop of the proverbial hat. The second model of capital accumulation. The second model of accumulation analyzes what happens when the increasing productivity of social labor becomes the most powerful lever of accumulation, 772. The impacts of technological and organizational changes on productivity need to be placed in a central position in relation to the dynamics of accumulation. This leads Marx to elaborate at some length on the law of increasing value composition of capital in the manner already outlined. But while the progress of accumulation lessens the relative magnitude of the variable part of capital, this by no means thereby excludes the possibility of a rise in its absolute magnitude, because, as we have seen in the first model, more laborers can be employed to counteract the falling rate of surplus value, 774. The deployment of cooperation, new divisions of labor and the application of machinery, science, and technology as ways to increase labor productivity depends, in the first instance, on there having been sufficient initial or primitive accumulation of money wealth to set the whole process in motion. Marx has introduced this term, primitive accumulation, before, but again prefers to delay any detailed consideration of it until Part 8. How it itself originates we need not investigate as yet, 775. But once accumulation gets underway, the progress of increasing productivity also depends on processes of concentration and centralization of capital. Only in this way can all possible economies of scale be realized. Wealth increasingly concentrates in a few hands, he says, because at each round of accumulation the capitalist acquires an increasing mass of capital in the form of money power. Growth occurs at a compound rate, and the concentration of wealth and power accelerates, though in a way that is limited by the rate of surplus value and the number of laborers employed. This process of concentration may also be partially offset, however, by the opening up of new small businesses in new lines of production. Therefore not only are accumulation and the concentration accompanying it scattered over many points, but the increase of each functioning capital is thwarted by the formation of new capitals and the subdivision of old. Accumulation, therefore, presents itself on the one hand as increasing concentration of the means of production, and of the command over labor, and on the other hand as repulsion of many individual capitals from one another. 776-7. the fragmentation of the total social capital into many individual capitals, or the repulsion of its fractions from each other, must also be taken into account. This is typical Marx. There are countervailing tendencies at work: concentration on the one hand, subdivision and fragmentation on the other. Where is the balance between them? Who knows? The balance between concentration and decentralization is almost certainly subject to perpetual flux, countering any teleological interpretation of the evolution of machinery and large-scale industry. Centralization, on the other hand, arrives at concentration of capital by a different path: takeovers, mergers, the ruthless destruction of competitors. There may be, Marx suggests, laws of the centralization of capital. But he admits he is not in a position to develop these laws here, though he evidently suspects that they may yet be uncovered, which would be consistent with the teleological view. There is, however, a definite tendency towards centralization, undoubtedly fueled by a new force that comes into existence with the development of capitalist production, the credit system, 777. While he is not yet in a position to introduce the credit system here, it would violate his initial assumption that the division of surplus value between interest, rent, profit on merchant capital does not matter. He cannot resist some preparatory remarks. In its first stages, this credit system furtively creeps in as the humble assistant of accumulation, drawing into the hands of individual or associated capitalists by invisible threads the money resources, which lie scattered in larger or smaller amounts over the surface of society, but it soon becomes a new and terrible weapon in the battle of competition and is finally transformed into an enormous social mechanism for the centralization of capitals. 777-8. The picture is compelling and in Marx's time drew much from the theories of Saint Simon on the power of associated capitals and the practices of Second Empire bankers such as the Parier brothers in France. It also resonates in our contemporary world. Set up microcredit and microfinance institutions to capture what is called the wealth at the bottom of the pyramid and then suck out all that wealth to support ailing international financial institutions, all with the help of the World Bank and the IMF, and use that wealth on Wall Street to pay the asset and merger game. Commensurately with the development of capitalist production and accumulation, Marx acutely observes, there also takes place a development of the two most powerful levers of centralization: competition and credit. 778-9. Rapid centralization overtakes the slower processes of concentration through compound growth as the main vehicle for achieving the enormous financial scale required to implement entirely new rounds of productivity increase. Centralization can radically improve and increase the scale of production. We wouldn't be able to undertake many of the megaprojects of physical infrastructures, example railways and ports, and urbanization, fixed and constant capital, without centralization, or, as he discusses elsewhere, without involving the state. Adequate instruments of centralization are, therefore, absolutely critical to the dynamics of accumulation. But this poses the threat of monopoly power and contradicts the vision, so dear to classical political economy as well as to contemporary neoliberal theorists, of a decentralized market economy characterized by highly dispersed and individualistic decision-making such that no one can corner or dominate the market. What Marx suggests here is that even if the market economy begins with small-scale, highly competitive firms, it is almost certainly going to be rapidly transformed through centralization of capital and end up in a state of oligopoly or monopoly. The result of competition, he says elsewhere, is always monopoly. Processes therefore exist internal to the capitalist dynamic that are inherently disruptive to the theory of how perfect markets work. The problem is that markets and the struggle for relative surplus value cannot coexist for long without centralization kicking in and disrupting decentralized decision-making in freely functioning markets. While Marx does not explicitly make this point here, it is, surely, one of the implications of his argument. But if the analysis of concentration is anything to go by, increasing centralization cannot entirely be a one-way process lacking any countervailing influences and forces. Unfortunately, Marx does not make this point here, but elsewhere he will talk about the way in which centralization can sometimes be countered by decentralization. Therefore, what we have to look at is the relationship between concentration, deconcentration, centralization, and decentralization. But what he's introducing in here is the idea of a market dynamic of the accumulation process in which these forces have to be integrated into the argument and not set aside as some kind of accident of history. This, though, takes him beyond his remit in this chapter, which is about the condition of the working class. A rising productivity of labor, a rising value composition of capital, has implications for the demand for labor. Since the demand for labor is determined not by the extent of the total capital but by its variable constituent alone, that demand falls progressively with the growth of the total capital, instead of rising in proportion to it, as was previously assumed. It falls relatively to the magnitude of the total capital, and at an accelerated rate, as this magnitude increases. With the growth of the total capital, its variable constituent, the labor incorporated in it, does admittedly increase, but in a constantly diminishing proportion. 781-2. This implies that capitalist accumulation constantly produces, and produces indeed in direct relation with its own energy and extent, a relatively redundant working population, i.e. a population which is superfluous to capital's average requirements for its own valorization, and is therefore a surplus population. 782. It does this by that processes we now call downsizing. The working population therefore produces both the accumulation of capital and the means by which it is itself made relatively superfluous, and it does this to an extent which is always increasing. This is a law of population peculiar to the capitalist mode of production. 783-4. Once again, the theme of the production of the conditions of our own domination emerges as a supreme irony. Mention of a law of population puts Marx on a collision course with Malthus, who, judging by earlier footnotes, is far from being Marx's favorite theorist and whose universal theory of population and overpopulation called for refutation. Every particular historical mode of production, Marx writes, has its own special laws of population, which are historically valid within that particular sphere. An abstract law of population exists only for plants and animals, and even then only in the absence of any historical intervention by man. 784. Marx's objection to Malthus is that he naturalizes unemployment and the creation of poverty by turning them into the simple relationship between population increase and pressure on resources. Marx does not hold that population growth is irrelevant or even neutral with respect to capital accumulation. Indeed, there are many passages elsewhere in which he depicts strong population growth as a necessary precondition for sustained accumulation. His fundamental objection is to the thesis that poverty is produced by a working class that reproduces itself too numerously, thereby blaming the victim. Marx's concern is to show how capitalism produces poverty no matter what the state or rate of population growth. He proves Mandeville was right, that the poor are and always will be with us under a capitalist mode of production, but, contra Mandeville, Marx shows how and why this is so. Capitalism produces poverty by creating a relative surplus of laborers through the use of technologies that throw laborers out of work. A permanent pool of unemployed laborers is socially necessary for accumulation to continue to expand. But if a surplus population of workers is a necessary product of accumulation or of the development of wealth on a capitalist basis, this surplus population also becomes, conversely, the lever of capitalist accumulation. Indeed, it becomes a condition for the existence of the capitalist mode of production. It forms a disposable industrial reserve army, which belongs to capital just as absolutely as if the latter had bred it at its own cost. It is not, therefore, the technology itself that is the main lever of accumulation, but the pool of surplus laborers to which it gives rise. Independently of the limits of the actual increase of population, it creates a mass of human material always ready for exploitation by capital in the interests of capital's own changing valorization requirements. 784. Typically, the reserve army is drawn into production and then thrown out in alternating bursts, creating a cyclical motion in the labor market. The varying phases of the industrial cycle recruit the surplus population, and become one of the most energetic agencies for its reproduction. 785. Marx describes the simple process that constantly sets free a part of the working class, by methods which lessen the number of workers employed in proportion to the increased production. Modern industry's whole form of motion therefore depends on the constant transformation of a part of the working population into unemployed or semi-employed hands. Even political economy sees that the production of a relative surplus population, i.e. a population surplus in relation to capital's average requirements for valorization, is a necessary condition for modern industry. 786. Malthus, for example, recognizes that a surplus population is a necessity of modern industry, but he fails to see that capitalist production can by no means content itself with the quantity of disposable labor power which the natural increase of population yields. It requires for its unrestricted activity an industrial reserve army which is independent of these natural limits. 787-8. The ramifications of this process spread far and wide to influence the descaling of large segments of the labor force and processes of deindustrialization through technological change that have become all too familiar to us over the past 30 years or so. The existence of this relative surplus population typically results in the overwork of those who are employed, since they can be threatened with layoffs unless they work overtime and agree to increase the intensity of their labor. Since capital in our time doesn't like to bear the indirect costs of full-time employees, healthcare benefits and pensions, the preference to push the employed to work overtime, whether they want it or not, increases even as the pool of unemployed labor also increases. Agreeing to overtime sometimes becomes a condition of employment. This has become a serious problem in Europe in recent years. The result is overwork and excessive exploitation of those who are employed. The overwork of the employed part of the working class swells the ranks of its reserve, while conversely the greater pressure that the reserve by its competition exerts on the employed workers forces them to submit to overwork and subjects them to the dictates of capital. This becomes a remarkable means of enriching the individual capitalists. 789. The impact on wages is also significant. Taking them as a whole, the general movements of wages are exclusively regulated by the expansion and contraction of the industrial reserve army. Wage movements are driven by capital accumulation. This contradicts the standard view that the pace of accumulation of capital is regulated by fluctuations in wage rates driven either by population growth or, in contemporary rhetoric, by excessively greedy trade unions. The dogma of the economists was that higher wages stimulate the working population to more rapid multiplication, and this goes on until the labor market becomes oversupplied, and hence capital becomes insufficient in relation to the supply of labor. 790. Marx's model suggests that whenever capital accumulation runs into problems of labor supply, it throws people out of work by resorting to technological or organizational innovations, the effect of which is either to bring wages down below value or to increase the length of working day and the intensity of labor for those who remain employed. The industrial reserve army, during the periods of stagnation and average prosperity, weighs down the active army of workers. During the periods of overproduction and feverish activity, it puts a curb on their pretensions. The relative surplus population is therefore the background against which the law of the demand and supply of labor does its work. It confines the field of action of this law to the limits absolutely convenient to capital's drive to exploit and dominate the workers. 792. Hence it is that the mechanism of capitalist production takes care that the absolute increase of capital is not accompanied by a corresponding rise in the general demand for labor. 793. This provokes great exploits of economic apologetics on behalf of the bourgeoisie to justify such practices when they so clearly work to the detriment of the working classes. 792. The only thing the apologists can do is to view the misery, the sufferings, the possible death of the displaced workers during the transitional period when they are banished into the industrial reserve army, as a necessary short-term sacrifice for the greater long-term good of all that can come from progressive capital accumulation. But the reality is far more sinister. The demand for labor is not identical with increase of capital, nor is supply of labor identical with increase of the working class. It is not a case of two independent forces working on each other. Leda sunt pipes. Capital acts on both sides at once. 793. That is, capital creates the demand for labor when it reinvests, but it can also manage the supply of labor through reinvestments in labor-saving technologies that produce unemployment. This ability to operate on both sides of the demand and supply equation totally contradicts the way in which markets are supposed to work. As happened in the case of machinery, workers soon learn the secret of why it happens that the more they work, the more alien wealth they produce, and that the more the productivity of their labor increases, the more does their very function as a means for the valorization of capital become precarious, as soon as they discover that the degree of intensity of the competition amongst themselves depends wholly on the pressure of the relative surplus population, as soon as, by setting up trade unions, this is, surprisingly, the only time you'll see this term mentioned in Capital, etc., they try to organize planned cooperation between the employed and the unemployed in order to obviate or to weaken the ruinous effects of this natural law of capitalist production on their class. So soon does capital and its sycophant, political economy, cry out at the infringement of the eternal and so to speak sacred law of supply and demand. 793. In a situation where the rules of market exchange are subverted by capital's ability to regulate both the supply and demand for labor power, attempts by workers to organize on their side to protect their collective interests are fiercely condemned for infringing on the rules of the market. Marx has constructed two models of accumulation, with and without technological change. Capitalists have a choice: accumulate with an existing technology and enter the world of Model 1, difficult to do in the face of the coercive laws of competition, or invest in technological change and enter the world of Model 2. The question in the second model is, what regulates the pace of technological change? The theory of relative surplus value showed that the pace of that change is impelled onward by the coercive laws of competition as capitalists compete for the ephemeral form of relative surplus value that accrues to those working at higher productivity. The limit is therefore partially set by the intensity of competition, a point which Marx does not emphasize. But there is also an outer limit. Marx had earlier established that the rationale for adopting new machine technologies entailed a trade-off between the value laid out for the machine and the value of the labor power saved by using it. Though Marx does not make the point explicitly, this means that technological innovation would continue up until the point where wage rates fall low enough, as they did in England in the 19th century relative to the US, to make buying the machine no longer worthwhile. This point would likely be when the working class is reduced to a condition of utter misery. The relative surplus population. In section 4 of this chapter, Marx examines the condition of the relative surplus population. He identifies three distinct strata: floating, latent, stagnant. 794. By floating he means people who are already proletarianized, who are already full-time wage workers, who are temporarily thrown out of work for some reason, who survive somehow through a period of unemployment, before being reabsorbed back into employment as conditions for accumulation improve. In contemporary terms, the floating are roughly equivalent to the pool of unemployed, as recorded in the unemployment statistics, plus those classified as underemployed or as discouraged workers. The latent are people who have not yet been proletarianized. In Marx's time, this particularly referred to peasant populations not yet absorbed into the wage labor system. The destruction of peasant or indigenous subsistence agricultural systems and the proletarianization of the rural world have pushed massive numbers into the wage labor force. This continues to be the case up until our own times, witness China, Mexico, and India in recent decades. The mobilization of women and children into the wage labor force through the disruption of domestic systems has likewise long played a role up until today, turning women into the backbone of wage labor in many parts of the developing world. The latent category can also include petty bourgeois independent producers and artisans who get displaced by large-scale capital and were thus forced to enter the labor market. The cannibalization of family farms in the United States over the past 50 years has released their labor power from its former confinements. You could say the same of independent producers and people who once ran the corner stores now displaced by the supermarkets. The latent is, therefore, a huge and diverse category of people comprising petty bourgeois producers of various kinds, women and children, peasants and the like. In our time, it also encompasses groups who had escaped proletarianization only to be brought back into the fold. Medical doctors used to think they were not part of the proletariat, but an insidious process of proletarianization of the medical workforce is not too hard to identify. The proletarianization of higher education has likewise proceeded apace as the corporatist and neoliberal model of the university has become more entrenched. What Marx draws our attention to here are possible shifts in the dynamics of proletarianization and the various ways in which a latent reserve of labor power can be mobilized. This will obviously vary a great deal from one situation to another. Furthermore, whereas the floating population is roughly confined to the areas of capitalist organization, the latent reserve has a very different geographical spread. It is potentially available everywhere, and the geopolitics of access to it through imperialist and colonial practices can play a very significant role. The third stratum is the stagnant. This refers to that part of the population that is very irregularly employed and particularly hard to mobilize. The lowest sediment of the stagnant Marx describes as being in the sphere of pauperism, including vagabonds, criminals, prostitutes, in short the actual lumpenproletariat, for whom he has very little affection. Also among them there are those paupers able to work, as well as orphans and pauper children. These are candidates for the Industrial Reserve Army, and in times of great prosperity, they are enrolled in the army of active workers both speedily and in large numbers. But then there are the demoralized, the ragged, and those unable to work, chiefly people who succumb to their incapacity for adaptation. These populate what Marx calls the hospital of the active labor army, and they are almost impossible to mobilize into the wage labor force. 797. This is what William Julius Wilson refers to as an underclass, a term I don't really like. The final and lengthy section 5 of this chapter describes in gruesome detail the situation as it then existed for those embedded in the Industrial Reserve Army, both floating and latent. While Marx focuses on Britain, and the condition of its rural labor reserve in particular, he pays close attention to the role of urbanization and, with respect to the Irish immigrants into England, identifies something important about how these mobilizations of latent workforces so often utilize differences of ethnicity and religion, in this case, which by extension can encompass all manner of racial, gender, cultural, religious and other differences in the divide and rule politics deployed by the capitalist class. We could easily supply parallel materials for our own times. The long history of Puerto Rican labor in the United States neatly parallels that of the Irish in Britain in the 19th century. We could also easily write out descriptions of conditions in Mexico, Guatemala, China, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and South Africa that would be every bit as distressing as the conditions that Marx describes in section 5. Marx's second model of accumulation depends primarily on the floating reserves created through technologically induced unemployment. The systemic way in which this floating population is managed, how unemployed workers stay alive and in good enough health to come back into the labor force, for example, is obviously a matter of considerable interest. But there is also a strategic question as to whether it is more advantageous for capitalism to work with floating or with latent reserves. The stagnant might be very hard to mobilize and even harder to work with. The free manipulation of floating reserves poses a number of difficulties. Strong labor organization that procures a modicum of job security can check unemployment. New technologies and new production systems may be challenged by the workers themselves before they become widespread. And the political consequences that result from the production of unemployment when it does occur can be serious under certain circumstances. In the 1950s and 1960s, For example, there was a general reluctance on the part of the bourgeois corporate class throughout much of the capitalist world to create unemployment, in part for fear of social unrest. The preference was to find latent reserves. There were two ways you could do that. You could take capital abroad or import workers. In Sweden in the 1960s and 1970s, unemployment was low, and there was almost no floating reserve at all. In the face of strong union power, lots of social legislation and a powerfully entrenched social democratic political apparatus, the import of labor from Portugal, Yugoslavia, and Central Europe became crucial to the generation of surplus value. Shortages of labor in the French automobile industries led to state-supported immigration of Maghrebians, while the labor surplus in Turkey fueled German industry during these years. The changes in immigration laws in the US in the 1960s were also significant in helping to mobilize latent labor power reserves. The labor surplus in Mexico is crucial to the functioning of firms in the United States, making the current furor over migration, both legal and illegal, a difficult issue. Lack of a labor surplus has led to the loss of crops at harvest time in the US West, for example. We've got a situation today where there is considerable unemployment and a lot of latent labor. It is interesting to think about these categories in relation to the specific political history of labor control within capitalism. The floating population also raises the question of how the reserve is to be maintained in a healthy enough state to compete with the employed. The creation of social welfare structures has been one answer, but this is less significant now given the trend toward neoliberalization. The right-wing argument is that unemployment arises when laborers put too high a reserve price on their labor. Laborers create unemployment by refusing to work below a certain minimum wage. This typically happens when welfare is too generous. Ergo, the best way to get rid of unemployment is to reduce welfare to zero. But that makes it hard for the floating population to remain a labor reserve. The same problem bedevils immigration policy. Every attempt to regulate immigration in the United States runs up against the corporate need for adequate access to surplus labor supplies. Industries varying from agribusiness to Microsoft agitate against restrictive immigration policies. The management of the labor supply becomes crucial. The capitalist class interest is to manage the labor supply in such a way as to create and perpetuate a reserve army, some combination of floating and latent, to keep wages down, threaten the employed laborers with being laid off, disrupt labor organization and increase the intensity of labor for those employed. Since the 1970s, this strategy seems to have succeeded reasonably well in the United States, since real wages have remained essentially flat, with a brief uptick in the 1990s, while profit rates have generally risen. This is the first era in U.S. history in which workers have not benefited from significant increases in productivity. All the benefits from the pursuit of relative surplus value have accrued to the capitalist class to produce immense concentrations of wealth and surging inequality. The liberal utopian dream deconstructed. We saw in Part 4, when analyzing the production of relative surplus value, that within the capitalist system all methods for raising the social productivity of labor are put into effect at the cost of the individual worker, that all means for the development of production undergo a dialectical inversion so that they become means of domination and exploitation of the producers, they distort the worker into a fragment of a man, they degrade him to the level of an appendage of a machine, they destroy the actual content of his labor by turning it into a torment, they alienate from him the intellectual potentialities of the labor process in the same proportion as science is incorporated in it as an independent power, they deform the conditions under which he works, subject him during the labor process to a despotism the more hateful for its meanness, they transform his lifetime into working time, and drag his wife and child beneath the wheels of the juggernaut of capital. But all methods for the production of surplus value are at the same time methods of accumulation, and every extension of accumulation becomes, conversely, a means for the development of those methods. It follows therefore that in proportion as capital accumulates, the situation of the worker, be his payment high or low, must grow worse. Finally, the law which always holds the relative surplus population or industrial reserve army in equilibrium with the extent and energy of accumulation rivets the worker to capital more firmly than the wedges of Hephaestus held Prometheus to the rock. It makes an accumulation of misery a necessary condition, corresponding to the accumulation of wealth. Accumulation of wealth at one pole is, therefore, at the same time accumulation of misery, the torment of labor, slavery, ignorance, brutalization, and moral degradation at the opposite pole, i.e. on the side of the class that produces its own product as capital. 798-9. This is the famous concluding thesis about the increasing immiseration of the proletariat as a socially necessary consequence and condition of capitalist accumulation. A typical response to this thesis is to say that it is simply wrong, that many workers of the world are far better off today than they were 100 years ago, and that while it may be true that there are still some terrible work conditions in the factories of China and the sweatshops of Hong Kong, these are typical transitional problems en route to the creation of better material living standards that even in those countries are beginning to be evidenced. So this is one of those statements that is taken, sometimes by Marxists as well as by critics, to be one of Marx's firm predictions that can simply be tested by appeal to the historical record. And insofar as the historical record does not support it wholeheartedly, this is then taken to mean that Marx's analysis is surely wrong. So I here need to forcefully remind you of the assumptions that govern these chapters and emphasize once again that conclusions of this sort are not absolute but contingent, broadly dependent on the limiting assumptions laid out at the beginning. This is the conclusion to Volume I of Capital, in which the focus is exclusively on the dynamics of production. The analysis proceeds purely from that perspective. What we will find at the end of Volume II, written from the standpoint of the realization of capital in the market, is something entirely different. There Marx will concentrate on the problems of effective demand, who has the money power to buy the expanding volume of products. Part of the solution to this problem has to lie in what he there depicts as rational consumption on the part of the working class. He means two things by this. First, the working class must have sufficient purchasing power available to itself to be able to consume. Second, the working class will have acquired consumption habits congenial to the absorption of the surplus product that capitalism perpetually generates. So at the end of Volume 2, Marx cites the ways in which bourgeois philanthropy concentrates on teaching the working classes proper consumption habits, much as what happened when Ford mobilized an army of social workers to make sure those who were benefiting from the $5 8-hour day he instituted in his factories spent their money wisely and not on drink, drugs, and women. So what we get at the end of Volume 2 is a completely different story. Plainly, the working class cannot perform its socially necessary role as a consumer demand center for capitalist products if the Volume I story is all there is. So what, then, is the purpose and point of the Volume I story? It says that if the world were to operate in this way, then the outcome would be increasing immiseration of the workers. If we ask whether we see elements of truth in this conclusion, then the answer is surely yes if we go to the factories of Indonesia, Bangladesh, Vietnam, and Guatemala. In these places, latent reserves of labor are being mobilized under conditions of the utmost brutality. Indeed, you will see all the agony of toil that Marx describes. You do not have to look far to find detailed reports of the appalling conditions of labor in many of the world's production centers. NGO and UN reports are full of it, and even the mainstream press has published some searing accounts. Furthermore, it is one of the signal facts of the past 30 years or so of neoliberal practices and policies that income inequalities have soared and billionaires have erupted all over the place, India, Mexico, China, Russia, making the picture of an accumulation of wealth at one pole and of misery at the other a very compelling metaphor for describing the conditions of contemporary global capitalism. So it is hard to read the Volume I story without recognizing that it depicts a certain, albeit partial, truth, particularly when compared with the situation in the advanced capitalist countries of the 1950s and 1960s, when labor organization was relatively strong, social democratic tendencies were dominant and state interventions, both in production and with respect to the distribution of wealth, were more widely accepted. In those times, the issues of rational consumption were more salient. How do we ensure that the working class purchases automobiles? Well, we build cities and suburbs in such a way that the automobile becomes a necessity rather than a luxury, which means that workers have to be paid enough to be able to afford automobiles and suburban housing and all that goes with this lifestyle. During these times, the Volume 2 analysis made a lot of sense, and the Volume I conclusion seemed a bit far-fetched. Much of this has been reversed by the neoliberal turn that set in during the 1970s. There has been a massive expansion of the proletariat worldwide as some 2 billion people have been dispossessed of their earlier economic base and brought into the proletariat either through the destruction of rural ways of life and peasant economies, as in Latin America and South Asia, or through direct government action, as in China and East Asia more generally. The predictable result of this influx has been that the working classes in the core traditional centers of capital accumulation have not improved their lot. Astonishing increases in wealth have flowed to the top 1%, and even more, proportionately, to the top 0.1% of the population. The pursuit of the neoliberal project has led us back into a world in which the Volume I analysis is more and more relevant. This was a conscious project on the part of the ruling classes. The Volcker shock, which raised United States interest rates dramatically beginning in 1979, produced surging unemployment. This, when coupled with President Reagan's attack on organized labor, beginning with taking on the Air Traffic Controllers Union in the strike of 1981, was clearly intended to discipline labor. The British economist Alan Budd, reflecting on his experience of being Margaret Thatcher's chief economic advisor, later confessed as to how ashamed he felt around his neighbors, because the 1980s policies of attacking inflation by squeezing the economy and public spending were a cover to bash the workers. Raising unemployment was a very desirable way of reducing the strength of the working class. What was engineered in Marxist terms was a crisis of capitalism, which recreated a reserve army of labor, and has allowed the capitalists to make high profits ever since. Too like Reagan, Thatcher attacked union power politically in a violent suppression of the miners' strike in the 1980s. Again, the aim was to discipline labor to secure profits and endless accumulation. The terrifying thing about Marx's analysis is that such an outcome is entirely predictable and that it could be so easily articulated in Marxist terms. What Marx has done in Volume I of Capital is to take the words and theories of the classical political economists seriously and ask what kind of world would emerge if they got to implement their utopian liberal vision of perfectly functioning markets, personal liberty, private property rights and free trade. Step by step, he explores what would happen in a world constructed in this image. Adam Smith had purported to show that national wealth would grow and that everyone would or could be better off in a world of decentralized and freely functioning markets, though Smith himself did not absolve the state from responsibilities when it came to the distribution of that wealth along more equitable lines. What Marx shows is that a world constructed along pure laissez-faire lines would in itself produce an increasing accumulation of wealth at one pole and a burgeoning accumulation of misery at the other. So who would want to construct the world according to the rules of this utopian vision? And the answer is stunningly obvious: the wealthy members of the capitalist class. So who preaches to us the virtues of this utopian free market vision, and who has put us on our contemporary neoliberal path? Surprise, surprise. It was the wealthy who used their money power to persuade all of us that the market is always right and that Marxian theory is nonsense. The neoliberal project, as I show in A Brief History of Neoliberalism 3, has been directed toward the increasing accumulation of wealth and the increasing appropriation of surplus value on the part of the upper echelons of the capitalist class. And in pursuing that objective, the capitalist class has taken the typical path as outlined in the models of capital accumulation set out in Volume I: bring wages down and create unemployment by technological changes that displace workers, centralize capitalist power, attack workers' organizations as interfering with the market coordination of supply and demand, when, as we have seen, capital works on both sides of the market, outsource and offshore, mobilize latent populations around the world and depress welfare levels as far as possible. This is what neoliberal globalization has really been about. The socially necessary conditions have been created, very much in accord with the volume I analysis, for the immense accumulation of wealth at one pole at the expense of everyone else. The problem, of course, is that this kind of neoliberal capitalism can survive only by simultaneously undermining the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the worker. 638. But this is not the only outcome consistent with Marx's analysis. Marx points in this chapter to the inevitability of the increasing concentration and centralization of capital under conditions of free market utopianism. Interestingly, this has also been a marked feature of the past 30 years of neoliberalization. Look at energy, pharmaceuticals, the media, and above all at the increasing centralization of financial power. Excessive freedoms of the market always produce a trend toward more oligopoly and even monopoly, a fact that is recognized in antitrust legislation and some state monitoring these days, largely ineffective of mergers and monopolies. Not only does wealth accumulate, it centralizes in the hands of an increasingly powerful capitalist class. But this also poses a problem. What happens when the conditions for harmony defined in the Volume 2 analysis turn so contradictory precisely because of the polarization of wealth as to generate a shuddering crisis of the sort that broke out in 2008? Perhaps it is no accident that the only period in U.S. history when wealth distribution was as lopsided as it is today was the 1920s, and that we are now seeing a rerun of the 1929 collapse in 2008. It is, I think, immense testimony to the strength of Marx's analysis and the power of his method that he can get us to see clearly aspects of the historical dynamic that so often remain hidden, while he simultaneously confronts the simmering contradictions and powerful ideological constructions that produce and legitimate the kinds of results he predicts. How many Nassau seniors are there in our economics departments? Thus it is appropriate to defend his conditional statements, recognizing that while they are not the whole story, they are still a vital and all too easily recognizable aspect of what's unfolding within capitalism today. He has indeed spelled out the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation in no uncertain terms, even as he also recognizes that, like all other laws, it is modified in its working by many circumstances, the analysis of which does not concern us here. 798. The general law is a brilliant exposition of where free market and liberal utopianism will take us if implemented, and to the degree that the neoliberal ideological turn has taken these shibboleths, dressed them up in new guises and indeed sought to implement them, it has actually taken us in the direction that Marx predicts, replete with contradictions. We can, I think, take insight, though absolutely no comfort, and acquire significant diagnostic power, from a careful reading of Marx's text and a deep appreciation of his method. Chapter 11. The Secret of Primitive Accumulation. There is a marked shift in tone, content, and method in Part 8 of Capital. To begin with, it goes against the central presumption of the rest of the book, established back in Chapter 2, where Marx accepts Adam Smith's theoretical world of atomistic market exchange in which freedom, equality, property, and Bentham rule in such a way that all commodity exchanges occur in a non-coercive environment of properly functioning liberal institutions. Smith knew perfectly well that this is not how the world actually is, but he accepted it as a convenient and compelling fiction on which to build a normative political economic theory. Marx, as we have seen, takes this all on board in order to deconstruct its utopianism. By this stratagem, Marx was able to show, as we saw in the last chapter, that the closer we get to a regime of liberal market action, the more we will find ourselves confronting two significant consequences. The minor consequence is that the decentralized, fragmented, and atomistic structure that would prevent any single power cornering and manipulating the market gives way to increasingly centralized capitalist power. Competition always tends to produce monopoly, and the fiercer the competition, the faster the tendency towards centralization. The major consequence is the production of immense concentrations of wealth at one pole, particularly on the part of the centralizing capitalists, and increasing misery, toil and degradation for the working class at the other pole. The neoliberal project of the past 30 years, grounded in liberal utopianism, has successfully conformed to both of Marx's predicted trends. Of course, there is a good deal of divergence, geographical as well as sectoral, in the details, but the degree of centralization of capital that has occurred in various spheres has been striking, and there is general acknowledgement that the immense concentrations of wealth occurring at the very top of the wealth and income scale have never been as great as they are now, while conditions among the working classes of the world have either stagnated or deteriorated. In the United States, for example, the proportion of the national income and wealth held by the top 1% of the population has doubled over the past 20 years, and for the top 0.1% it has tripled. The ratio of income between CEOs and their median salaried workers, which stood at 30:1 back in 1970, has soared to more than 350:1 on average these past few years. Wherever neoliberalization has been rampant, as in Mexico and India since 1990 or so, billionaires have suddenly emerged on the Forbes list of the wealthiest individuals in the world. Carlos Slim of Mexico is now ranked as one of the wealthiest people in the world, and he rose to that position on the back of the wave of neoliberalization that occurred in Mexico in the early 90s. Marx arrived at these counterintuitive conclusions through deconstructing the classical political economists' propositions on their own terms. But he also used their powerful abstractions critically, to probe creatively into the actual dynamics of capitalism and so reveal the origins of struggles over the length of the working day, the struggles surrounding the conditions of life of the Industrial Reserve Army and the like. The analysis of Volume I can be read as a sophisticated and damning account of why there is nothing more unequal than the equal treatment of unequals. The ideology of freedom of exchange and liberty of contract gulls us all. This grounds the moral superiority and hegemony of bourgeois political theory and underpins its legitimacy and supposed humanism. But when people enter this free and egalitarian world of market exchange with different resource endowments and different assets, then even minor inequalities, let alone the major divide of class position, get magnified and compounded over time into huge inequalities of influence, wealth, and power. When coupled with increasing centralization, this makes for Marx's devastating reversal of the Smithian vision of the benefit of all that derives from the hidden hand of market exchange. This enlightens us mightily as to the class content of what, for example, the past 30 years of market-based neoliberal globalization have really been about. The upshot for Marx is a fierce critique of the theses of individual liberty and freedom that ground liberal and neoliberal theory. These ideals are, in Marx's view, as misleading, fictional and fraudulent as they are seductive and beguiling. Laborers, he early on observed, are free only in the double sense of being able to sell their labor power to whomsoever they chose at the same time as they have to sell that labor power in order to live because they have been freed and liberated from any and all control over the means of production. What Part 8 of Capital does is to take up the question of how this second kind of freedom was secured. Here we are forced to confront the thievery, predation, violence, and abusive use of power that lay at the historical origins of capitalism as it freed up labor power as a commodity and displaced an earlier mode of production. The assumptions that have dominated the argument in the first 7 parts of Capital are cast aside with brutal consequences. Capitalism depends fundamentally, as we have seen, on a commodity capable of producing more value than it itself has, and that commodity is labor power. Why this free worker, Marx observed early on in Capital, confronts him in the sphere of circulation is a question which does not interest the owner of money, for he finds the labor market in existence as a particular branch of the commodity market. And for the present it interests us just as little. We confine ourselves to the fact theoretically, as he does practically. One thing, however, is clear. Nature does not produce on the one hand owners of money or commodities, and on the other hand men possessing nothing but their own labor power. This relation has no basis in natural history, nor does it have a social basis common to all periods of human history. It is clearly the result of a past historical development, the product of many economic revolutions, of the extinction of a whole series of older formations of social production. 273. Primitive accumulation is about the historical origins of this wage labor, as well as about the accumulation of the necessary assets in the hands of the capitalist class to employ them. Part 8 therefore addresses the central question of how labor power became a commodity, or, more generally, how the working class was formed. The standard bourgeois story devised by Locke and Smith was that long ago there were two sorts of people, one, the diligent, intelligent and above all frugal elite, the other, lazy rascals, spending their substance, and more, in riotous living. The former sort accumulated wealth, and the latter sort finally had nothing to sell except their own skins. And from this original sin dates the poverty of the great majority who, despite all their labor, have up to now nothing to sell but themselves, and the wealth of the few that increases constantly, although they have long ceased to work. 873. This standard story depicts the transition from feudalism to capitalism as gradual and peaceful. But in actual history, Marx argues, it was anything but. It is a notorious fact that conquest, enslavement, robbery, murder, in short, force, play the greatest part. In the tender annals of political economy, the idyllic reigns from time immemorial. Right and labor were from the beginning of time the sole means of enrichment, this year of course always excepted. 874. This is so, because the process which creates the capital relation can be nothing other than the process which divorces the worker from the ownership of the conditions of his own labor. It is a process which operates two transformations, whereby the social means of subsistence and production are turned into capital, and the immediate producers are turned into wage laborers. So-called primitive accumulation, therefore, is nothing else than the historical process of divorcing the producer from the means of production. It appears as primitive because it forms the prehistory of capital, and of the mode of production corresponding to capital. 874-5. As a matter of historical fact, the history of primitive accumulation is anything but idyllic. 874. It is written in the annals of mankind in letters of blood and fire. 875. Marx's account, radically at odds with that of Smith and Locke, poses some interesting questions. First, are merchants' capital and finance capital and usury simply antediluvian forms, or do they still have a very active role, independent of production capital, industrial capital, and the like? Marx had also earlier observed that we shall find that both merchants' capital and interest-bearing capital are derivative forms, at the same time as it will become clear why, historically, these two forms appear before the modern primary form of capital. 267. The implication is that the transition from feudalism to capitalism occurred in stages such that merchants' capital and usury pioneered the way for the rise of production/industrial capital. The role these earlier forms of capital played in the dissolution of the feudal order is therefore open to investigation. Second, does this mean that once capitalism has gone through primitive accumulation, once the prehistory is over and a mature capitalist society has emerged, that the violent processes he here describes become insignificant and no longer necessary to how capitalism works? This is a question to which I will return. But bear it in mind as we go forward. In Marx's version of primitive accumulation, all the rules of market exchange earlier laid out, in Chapter 2, are abandoned. There is no reciprocity, no equality. Yes, the accumulation of money is there, markets of a sort are there, but the real process is something else. It is about the violent dispossession of a whole class of people from control over the means of production, at first through illegal acts, but ultimately, as in the enclosure legislation in Britain, through actions of the state. Adam Smith, of course, did not want the state to be construed as an active agent in the victimization of a population, so he certainly could not tell a story of primitive accumulation in which state violence played a crucial role. If the origins of capital accumulation lie with the state apparatus and state power, then why now advocate laissez-faire policies as a primary means to augment national and individual well-being? Consequently, Smith, along with most other classical political economists, preferred to ignore the role of the state in primitive accumulation. There were exceptions. James Stoyart, Marx notes, certainly understood that state violence was absolutely central to proletarianization but took the position that it was a necessary evil. Michael Perelman's book The Invention of Capitalism I provides an excellent account of how original or primitive accumulation was handled within classical political economy. Marx's primary concern in Part 8 is to unravel the history of primitive accumulation from the 16th century onward and to investigate how these processes were set in motion. He readily admits, of course, that the history of this expropriation assumes different aspects in different countries, and runs through its various phases in different orders of succession, and at different historical epochs. Only in England, which we therefore take as our example, has it the classic form. 876. Does classic mean that it was a template for the transition to capitalism that everybody around the world had to follow? Marx later on denied this interpretation and stated that he viewed Britain as but one, albeit special and pioneering, example. Again, these are controversial issues to which we will have to return. How we think them through has relevance to another important but largely occluded question: is it necessary to go through primitive accumulation and the long history of capitalism in order to arrive at socialism? Chapters 27 to 33, Primitive Accumulation. The chapters of Part 8 are relatively short and arranged in a sequence that has clear implications. I shall consider them briefly, pointing out some significant elements. Chapter 27 deals with the expropriation of the agricultural population, as well as the equally important process of the dissolution of the bands of feudal retainers. The appropriation of the land was the primary means to dispossess the peasantry, but release of the retainers owed as much to the way in which money power began to be exercised within and over the feudal order, example by merchant capital and usury. The new nobility was the child of its time, for which money was the power of all powers. 879. In the Grundriss, Marx is rather more explicit. He there writes of how money dissolves the traditional community, and in dissolving the traditional community, money becomes the community. So we move from a world in which community is defined in terms of structures of interpersonal social relations to a world where the community of money prevails. Money used as social power leads to the creation of large landed estates, large sheep farming enterprises and the like, at the same time as commodity exchange proliferates, an idea made much of in the early chapters on money and exchange in general. The traditional community does not yield without a struggle, and in the initial stages, at least, state power attempts to preserve what E. P. Thompson later called the moral economy of the peasantry against raw money power. But state power gradually yields for two reasons. First, the state depends on and thereby becomes vulnerable to money power. Secondly, money power can be created and mobilized in ways that state legislation has difficulty stopping. Under Henry VII, acts were passed trying to hold back the process of monetization and proletarianization. But the rising power of incipient capitalism demanded the reverse of this, a degraded and almost servile condition of the mass of the people, their transformation into mercenaries, and the transformation of their means of labor into capital. The forcible expropriation of the people received a new and terrible impulse in the 16th century, and after that, the resistance of the traditional social order starts to crumble. 883. Instead of the illegalities of money power taking a subversive lead, the state allies with money power and starts to actively support processes of proletarianization. This trend consolidates, Marx suggests, with the Glorious Revolution of 1688, which brought into power, along with William of Orange, the landed and capitalist profit grubbers. They inaugurated the new era by practicing on a colossal scale the thefts of state lands which had hitherto been managed more modestly. These estates were given away, sold at ridiculous prices, or even annexed to private estates by direct seizure. The crown lands thus fraudulently appropriated, together with the stolen church estates, form the basis of the present princely domains of the English oligarchy. 884. On this basis, new and more powerful class alliances form. The new landed aristocracy was the natural ally of the new bankocracy, of newly hatched high finance, and of the large manufacturers, at that time dependent on protective duties. In other words, there is a formation of a bourgeoisie made up of landed capitalists, merchant capitalists, finance capitalists, and manufacturing capitalists in broad alliance. They bend the state apparatus to their collective will. As a result, the law itself now becomes the instrument by which the people's land is stolen, although the big farmers made use of their little independent methods as well. So there is a systematic theft of communal property which goes on during this period, spearheaded by a grand movement of enclosure of the commons. The forcible usurpation, generally accompanied by the turning of arable into pasture land, begins at the end of the 15th century and extends into the 16th, 885. These circumstances, incidentally, spawned a significant literature of nostalgia for the loss of the old order. This was the world of Oliver Goldsmith and Gray's Elegy, lamenting the destruction of a supposed Merry England. Marx chooses to comment on a later example, the spectacular case of the Highland clearances in Scotland, which dispossessed the crofters of their land in wave after wave until the later 19th century. He revels in the hypocrisy of the Duchess of Sutherland, who, while simultaneously expelling people from the land in the Highlands through a quasi-legal process, entertained Mrs. Beecher Stowe, authoress of Uncle Tom's Cabin, with great magnificence in London to show her sympathy for the Negro slaves of the American Republic. 892. Summarizing, Marx writes: the spoliation of the church's property, the fraudulent alienation of the state domains, the theft of the common lands, the usurpation of feudal and clan property and its transformation into modern private property under circumstances of ruthless terrorism, all these things were just so many idyllic methods of primitive accumulation. They conquered the field for capitalist agriculture, incorporated the soil into capital, a very interesting phrase, and created for the urban industries the necessary supplies of free and rightless proletarians. 895. The question of what all these people kicked off the land are going to do is taken up in chapter 28. Often there was no employment for them, so they became, in the eyes of the state at least, vagabonds, beggars, thieves and robbers. The state apparatus responded in ways that continue to this day. It criminalized and incarcerated them, depicted them as rogues and visited the utmost violence on them. Thus were the agricultural folk first forcibly expropriated from the soil, driven from their homes, turned into vagabonds, and then whipped, branded, and tortured by grotesquely terroristic laws into accepting the discipline necessary for the system of wage labor. The violence of the socialization of workers into the disciplinary apparatus of capital is at first transparent. But with the passing of time, the silent compulsion of economic relations sets the seal on the domination of the capitalist over the worker. Once the proletariat is formed, Marx here seems to be saying, then the silent compulsion of economic relations does its job and the overt violence can fade into the background, because people have been socialized into their situation as wage laborers, as bearers of the commodity labor power. But the rising bourgeoisie continues to need the power of the state to regulate wages, to prevent any kind of collective organization of the worker, anti-union legislation and what at the time were called the combination laws, banning workers' associations or even assemblies. 899. This was a crucial support, Marx points out, to the consolidation of the liberal regime, founded on private property rights. During the very first storms of the revolution, the French bourgeoisie dared to take away from the workers the right of association they had just acquired. By a decree of June 14, 1791, they declared that every combination by the workers was an assault on liberty and the declaration of the rights of man. 903. Bourgeois legality is used in this very specific way to inhibit the potential collective powers of labor. Chapter 29 examines the genesis of the capitalist farmer. Marx here tells a very simple tale of how bailiffs became sharecroppers, became tenant farmers, and then came to pay ground, money, rent to landlords. This process of monetization and commodification underpinned an agricultural revolution on the land, which permitted capital to command the soil in certain ways. Capital circulated through the soil, through nature, in exactly the same way that it came to circulate through the body of the laborer as variable capital. The impact of this agricultural revolution, he says in chapter 30, was double-edged. Not only did it set free a lot of labor, it also set free means of subsistence formerly consumed on the land directly. It commoditized the food supply. The market for goods and commodities grew, in part because fewer people could subsist on their own. The result was an expansion of market exchange and an increase in the size of the market. Meanwhile, capital was destroying many of the subsidiary artisanal and household trades not only in India but also in Britain. This resulted in the creation of a stronger and larger domestic market. The growth of the internal market in Britain from the 16th century onward was, in Marx's view, an important element in the development of capitalism. This leads us to consider, in chapter 31, the genesis of the industrial capitalist who takes over the leading role from merchants' capital, usurers' capital, the bankocracy, finance capital, and landed capital. This takeover from the very beginning was tightly integrated with colonialism, the slave trade, and what happened in Africa and in the United States. Under feudalism, there were many barriers to turning the growing quantity of money capital into industrial capital. The feudal organization of the countryside and the guild organization of the towns inhibited industrial development based on wage labor, but these fetters vanished with the dissolution of the feudal bands of retainers, and the expropriation and partial eviction of the rural population. But, Marx presciently notes, the new manufactures were established at seaports, or at points in the countryside which were beyond the control of the old municipalities and their guilds. Hence, in England, the bitter struggle of the corporate towns against these new seedbeds of industry. 915. Industrial capitalism developed in Britain on what we would now call greenfield sites. The corporate towns like Norwich and Bristol were highly organized, and it was politically difficult to take them over and break the power of the guilds. On greenfield sites in the countryside, there was no regulatory apparatus to stop town bourgeoisie, no guild organization. So most of the industrialization that occurred in Britain occurred on former village sites like Manchester. All the cotton towns were originally just small villages. Leeds and Birmingham, again, began as small trading villages. This is different from some patterns of industrialization that have occurred elsewhere, although it is still the case that capital likes to move to greenfield sites whenever it can. When the Japanese auto industry moved into Britain in the 1980s, it avoided highly unionized parts of the country and moved to areas open for new development, where the companies could start from scratch and build whatever they wanted, with the assistance of the Thatcher anti-union government, of course. In the United States, the same tendency exists. Finding spaces where regulation and union organization are lacking continues to be a significant aspect of the geographical and locational dynamic of capitalism. The roles of the colonial system and the slave trade cannot be ignored, either, since it was by these means that the bourgeoisie both circumvented and overturned feudal powers. There is a strong body of opinion that regards the slave plantations of the West Indies in the early 18th century as a pioneering stage in the organization of large-scale labor operations of the sort that reappeared later in the factory systems of Britain. These methods depend in part on brute force, for instance the colonial system, 915. All manner of tactics were used to extract wealth from colonized populations. Between 1769 and 1770, for example, the English created a famine by buying up all the rice and refusing to sell it again, except at fabulous prices, 917. But all such methods employ the power of the state, the concentrated and organized force of society, to hasten, as in a hothouse, the process of transformation of the feudal mode of production into the capitalist mode, and to shorten the transition. Force is the midwife of every old society which is pregnant with a new one. It is itself an economic power. 915-16. But we cannot understand this crucial role of the state as an organizing force, and as promoter of the colonial system, without acknowledging the significance of both the national debt and the public credit system as means whereby money power can start to control the power of the state. The merger between money power and state power from the 16th century onward is signaled by the rise of a modern system of taxation and an international credit system. 921. The bankocrats, financiers, rentiers, brokers, stockjobbers, etc. who populate the system then come to play significant power roles. 920. The colonial system allowed the treasures captured outside Europe by undisguised looting, enslavement and murder to flow back to the mother country and be turned into capital there, while the public debt became one of the most powerful levers of primitive accumulation. 918-19. Colonial system, public debts, heavy taxes, protection, commercial wars, etc. These offshoots of the period of manufacture swell to gigantic proportions during the period of infancy of large-scale industry. The birth of the latter is celebrated by a vast, Herod-like slaughter of the innocents. 922. This slaughter arose out of the need to find and mobilize sufficient labor power in areas remote from the existing towns. Marx quotes John Fielden, "The small and nimble fingers of little children being by very far the most in request, the custom instantly sprang up of procuring apprentices, from the different parish workhouses of London, Birmingham, and elsewhere, and shipping them north to rural Lancashire." 923. Marx continues himself, while the cotton industry introduced child slavery into England, in the United States it gave the impulse for the transformation of the earlier, more or less patriarchal slavery into a system of commercial exploitation, thereby giving a stimulus to the slave trade, which fell under the increasing dominance of the British. 925. Liverpool grew fat on the basis of the slave trade. This was its method of primitive accumulation. 924. It took immense effort to unleash the eternal natural laws of the capitalist mode of production, to complete the process of separation between the workers and the conditions of their labor, to transform, at one pole, the social means of production and subsistence into capital, and at the opposite pole, the mass of the population into wage laborers, into the free laboring poor, that artificial product of modern history. 925. If money comes into the world with a congenital blood stain on one cheek, Marx concludes, then capital comes dripping from head to toe, from every pore, with blood and dirt. 926. The processes of expropriation, Marx argues in chapter 32, are as drawn out as they are brutal and painful. Feudalism did not dissolve without a struggle. New forces and new passions spring up in the bosom of society, forces and passions which feel themselves to be fettered by that society. Feudalism has to be annihilated, it is annihilated. Its annihilation, the transformation of the individualized and scattered means of production into socially concentrated means of production, the transformation, therefore, of the dwarf-like property of the many into the giant property of the few, and the expropriation of the great mass of the people from the soil, from the means of subsistence and from the instruments of labor, this terrible and arduously accomplished expropriation of the mass of the people forms the prehistory of capital. This prehistory comprises a whole series of forcible methods that amount to a system of merciless barbarism. 928. But once set in motion, the processes of capitalist development assume their own distinctive logic, including that of centralization. One capitalist always strikes down many others. Hand in hand with this centralization, or this expropriation of many capitalists by a few, other developments take place on an ever-increasing scale, such as the growth of the cooperative form of the labor process, the conscious technical application of science, the planned exploitation of the soil. These proceed apace as the world market forms to impart an international character of the capitalist regime. From this there also grows the revolt of the working class. A class constantly increasing in numbers, and trained, united and organized by the very mechanism of the capitalist process of production. The monopoly of capital becomes a fetter upon the mode of production which has flourished alongside and under it. The centralization of the means of production and the socialization of labor reach a point at which they become incompatible with their capitalist int-egument. This int-egument is burst asunder. The knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. 929. There is, after all, a huge difference between the expropriation of the great mass of the people by a few usurpers and the expropriation of a few usurpers by the great mass of the people. This call to the barricades of revolution is the rhetoric of the Communist Manifesto brought back to bear on the politics of capital. It is a political and polemical statement that should, surely, provide the culminating chapter to an astonishing work of deep analysis that is animated by a revolutionary spirit. Which brings us to the last chapter, a curious chapter that deflates the messianic rhetoric and tone of the preceding chapter by offering a series of reflections on the theory of colonization. Furthermore, it is not really about the actual colonial experience and the prospects for anti-colonial revolutionary struggles, the expropriation of the colonial masters by the mass of the colonized people. It is about the theories of colonization set out by a man called Wakefield, who hardly rates among the greatest political economists of all time and who wrote his book about colonization when in Newgate prison for attempting to abduct the daughter of a wealthy family. While in Newgate, Wakefield found himself in the company of prisoners about to be transported to Australia, and this evidently set him thinking about the role of Australia in the general scheme of things. He had little idea as to what was really going on in Australia, but he saw something that Marx considered of great import because it amounted to a devastating rebuttal of Adam Smith. Wakefield simply recognized that you can take all the capital in the world to Australia, money, instruments of labor, materials of all kinds, but if you can't find any free, in the double sense, laborers to work for you, you cannot be a capitalist. Wakefield, in short, discovered that capital is not a thing, but a social relation between persons which is mediated through things. 932. It would be difficult to find laborers in Australia. At the time they had easy access to the land and so could support themselves as independent producers. The only way to ensure a labor supply, and thereby preserve the prospects for capitalism, was for the state to step in and put a reserve price on the land. That reserve price had to be high enough to make sure that everybody who arrived in Australia had to work as wage laborers until they could save enough capital to gain access to land. Wakefield considered that the land system in the United States, the Homestead Act, was too open and too free, and this set the price of labor too high, which, as we earlier saw, led to the faster adoption of labor-saving innovations. The United States, Wakefield correctly predicted, would have to dive back into the brutal tactics of the prehistory of capitalism if capitalism were to survive there. The struggle between free labor on the frontier and the increasing control of land policy by corporate, particularly railroad, interests, as well as the retention of immigrant populations as wage laborers in the city, was a vital aspect of accumulation. The only thing that interests us, writes Marx, is the secret discovered in the New World by the political economy of the Old World, and loudly proclaimed by it, that the capitalist mode of production and accumulation, and therefore capitalist private property as well, have for their fundamental condition the annihilation of that private property which rests on the labor of the individual himself, in other words, the expropriation of the worker. 940. Let the government set an artificial price on the virgin soil, a price independent of the law of supply and demand, a price that compels the immigrant to work a long time for wages before he can earn enough money to buy land and turn himself into an independent farmer. 938. This, Marx says, is the great secret of Wakefield's plans for colonization, but it also reveals the great secret of primitive accumulation. These plans did carry considerable influence in the British Parliament and did affect colonial land policy. The English government for years practiced this method of primitive accumulation prescribed by Mr. Wakefield expressly for use in the colonies, 939. Marx uses this colonial theory to rebut Adam Smith's theory of original or primitive accumulation. But there is something else going on here that may have deep relevance to the whole argument and structure of Capital as a book. In the preface to the second edition, Marx takes up his relationship to Hegel, noting, "I criticized the mystificatory side of the Hegelian dialectic nearly 30 years ago, 102. Almost certainly, he is referring to his lengthy critique of Hegel's philosophy of right. There, Marx starts his critique at paragraph 250 of Hegel's exposition. But the content of the preceding paragraphs is somewhat surprising. Without any prior warning or theorization, Hegel launches into a discussion of the internal contradictions of capitalism. He notes the dependence and distress of the class tied to a certain kind of work, processes that lead to generalized impoverishment and the creation of a rabble of paupers which, at the same time, brings with it, at the other end of the social scale, conditions which greatly facilitate the concentration of disproportionate wealth in a few hands. The language is very similar to that in chapter 25 of Capital, where Marx talks about the accumulation of wealth at one pole and of misery, toil and degradation at the other pole, occupied by the working class. It hence becomes apparent, Hegel observes, that despite an excess of wealth civil society is not rich enough, to check excessive poverty and the creation of a penurious rabble, and this inner dialectic of civil society thus drives it, or at any rate drives a specific civil society to push beyond its own limits and seek markets, and so its necessary means of subsistence, in other lands which are either deficient in the goods it has overproduced, or else generally backward in industry. A mature civil society is thus driven to colonizing activity by which it supplies to a part of its population a return to life on the family basis in a new land, and so also supplies itself with a new demand and field for its industry too. Why might be called an inner dialectic produces greater and greater levels of social inequality. Furthermore, as Hegel says in one of his paragraph addendums, against nature man can claim no right, but once society is established, poverty immediately takes the form of a wrong done to one class by another. 3. This inner dialectic founded on class struggle leads civil societies to seek relief in an outer dialectic of colonial and imperialist activity. Whether Hegel believes that this will resolve the inner problem is not clear. But Marx is quite clear that it cannot. The penultimate chapter of Capital, which contemplates the expropriation of the expropriators as the ultimate outcome of the inner dialectic, cannot be countered by colonial practices that merely recreate the social relations of capitalism on a wider scale. There can be no colonial solution to the internal class contradictions of capitalism, and by the same token no ultimate spatial fix to the internal contradictions. What we now call globalization is simply, as we are again and again reminded, a temporary fix that solves problems in the here and now by projecting them onto a larger and grander geographical terrain. Commentary. There are a variety of issues posed by Marx's account of primitive accumulation that call for commentary. To begin with, it is important to recognize and appreciate the innovative and pioneering character of Marx's account. Nobody had really done this before in such a systematic and ordered way. But as so often happens in an innovative account, it's a bit exaggerated, and it glosses over a host of issues. Historians and economic historians have since done a vast amount of research on the transition from feudalism to capitalism. The consensus would probably be that the story Marx tells is partially true in some places. There were indeed plenty of moments and incidents of extreme violence in this historical geography. And the role of the colonial system, including the evolution of colonial land, labor, and taxation policies, is undeniable. But there have also been instances of primitive accumulation that were relatively peaceable. Populations were not so much forced off the land as attracted off the land by employment possibilities and the prospects of a better life offered by urbanization and industrialization. The voluntary move to cities from appalling and precarious conditions of rural life, because urban wages were fairly high, has not been uncommon, even without those processes of forcible dispossession from the land that Marx refers to and for which there is plenty of historical evidence. The story of primitive accumulation is, therefore, far more nuanced and complicated in its details than the one that Marx tells. And there were important aspects to the dynamic that Marx ignores. For example, the gender dimension is now recognized as being highly significant, since primitive accumulation frequently entailed a radical disempowerment of women, their reduction to the status of property and chattel, and the reinforcement of patriarchal social relations. But Marx did sketch the broad outlines of the industrial and agricultural revolutions, of the processes of proletarianization, commodification, and monetization that were necessary for capitalism to come into being. His account set a baseline for all future discussions, and for this reason alone was a creative intervention. It also dramatically reminds us of the originary violence and the fierce struggles that brought capitalism into being, an originary violence that the bourgeoisie subsequently sought to deny and forget, even as we live with its trace to this day. Throughout Capital, but also in many of his other writings, Marx tends to relegate processes of primitive accumulation to the prehistory of capitalism. Once that prehistory is done with, then the silent compulsion of economic relations takes over. Marx's political project in Capital is to alert us as to how these silent compulsions operate on us, often without our noticing, hidden behind the fetishistic masks that surround us at every turn. It shows us how, as I earlier argued, there is nothing more unequal than the equal treatment of unequals, how the equality presupposed in the market exchange of things deludes us into a belief in the equality of persons, how bourgeois doctrines of rights of private property and the profit rate make it seem as if we are all endowed with human rights, how illusions of personal liberty and freedom, and how and why we act on those illusions and even fight for them politically, arise out of market freedoms and free trade. But there is, in my view, a real problem with the idea that primitive accumulation occurred once upon a time, and that once over, it ceased to be of real significance. In recent times, several commentators, including myself, have suggested that we need to take the continuity of primitive accumulation throughout the historical geography of capitalism seriously. Rosa Luxemburg put that question firmly on the agenda nearly a century ago. She insisted that we think of capitalism as being based on two different forms of exploitation. One concerns the commodity market and the place where surplus value is produced, the factory, the mine, the agricultural estate. Regarded in this light, accumulation is a purely economic process, with its most important phase a transaction between the capitalist and wage laborer. Here, in form at any rate, peace, property, and equality prevail, and the keen dialectics of scientific analysis, and this was, she argued, Marx's signal achievement in Capital, were required to reveal how the right of ownership changes in the course of accumulation into appropriation of other people's property, how commodity exchange turns into exploitation and equality becomes class rule. This is indeed what Marx so brilliantly reveals in the first 7 parts of Capital. The other aspect of the accumulation of capital, she writes, concerns the relations between capitalism and the non-capitalist modes of production which start making their appearance on the international stage. Its predominant methods are colonial policy, an international loan system, a policy of spheres of interest and war. Force, fraud, oppression, looting are openly displayed without any attempt at concealment, and it requires an effort to discover within this tangle of political violence and contests of power the stern laws of the economic process. Point 4. There is, she maintains, an organic connection between these two systems of exploitation and accumulation. The long history of capitalism centers on this dynamic relation between continuous primitive accumulation on the one hand and the dynamics of accumulation through the system of expanded reproduction described in Capital on the other. Marx was therefore wrong, she argues, to confine primitive accumulation to some antediluvian point, some prehistory of capitalism. Capitalism would long ago have ceased to exist had it not engaged in fresh rounds of primitive accumulation, chiefly through the violence of imperialism. Intuitively, there is much to suggest that Luxemburg was right in principle, even if one does not have to follow her all the way to her specific conclusions. To begin with the specific processes of primitive accumulation that Marx describes: the dispossession of rural and peasant populations, colonial, neocolonial and imperialist politics of exploitation, the use of state powers to reallocate assets to a capitalist class, the enclosure of the commons, the privatization of state lands and assets, an international system of finance and credit, to say nothing of the burgeoning national debts and even the shadowy continuation of slavery through the trafficking of people, women in particular. All these features are still with us and in some instances seem not to have faded into the background but, as in the case of the credit system, the enclosure of the commons and privatization, to have become ever more prominent. The continuity becomes even more emphatic when we shift our gaze from the classic case of Britain to the historical geography of capitalism on the world stage. Luxemburg cited the so-called Opium Wars against China as an example of the processes she had in mind. One of the largest foreign markets for British goods was India, and the Indians could partly pay for those goods by supplying raw materials to Britain, as Marx points out in Capital. But this was not enough. So Indian opium was increasingly marketed in China in exchange for silver that could then be used to pay for the British goods. When the Chinese sought to control foreign trade in general and the opium trade in particular, the British fleet sailed up the Yangtze and destroyed the whole of the Chinese fleet in a short encounter to force open the treaty ports. Only by these sorts of imperialist means, Luxemburg suggested, could the long-term accumulation and realization of capital be secured. According to Luxemburg's work, the continuity of primitive accumulation took place mainly on the periphery, in areas outside regions where the capitalist mode of production dominated. Colonial and imperialist practices were crucial in all this. But as we come closer to the present, the role of the periphery changes, particularly with decolonization, and the practices of primitive accumulation not only shift and proliferate in form but also become more prominent in the core regions dominated by capital. Consider, for example, the case of contemporary China. China had been through its own developmental process under Mao with minimal relations to the outside. But in 1978, Deng Xiaoping started to open China up to the outside and to revolutionize China's economy. Agricultural reforms not only generated the equivalent of an agricultural revolution in production but also released an enormous quantity of labor, as well as surplus product, from off the land. There is no question that something equivalent to what Marx describes as primitive accumulation has been going on in China over the past 30 years. And to the degree that the opening of China has helped stabilize global capitalism in recent times, Luxemburg would probably look at it and say that this fresh round of primitive accumulation there has been fundamental to the survival of capitalism. In this case, however, events were not powered by foreign imperialist practices but set in motion by the Chinese state and its ruling Communist Party taking a quasi-capitalist road to the augmentation of national wealth. This entailed the creation of a vast low-wage urban proletariat out of an agrarian population, the initially controlled movement in of foreign capital to selected regions and cities to employ that proletariat, and the development of a network of global trading relations to market and realize the value of the commodities, even as the internal market started to boom. It is also interesting to note the role of greenfield sites in China. Just as Manchester went from a small town to a massive industrial center in a few decades, so did Shenzhen after 1980. The developmental pattern is not too different from that described by Marx, except that the levels of originary violence were muted, some would say they were effectively disguised, and that the power of the state and party has been critical throughout. In the light of this example, and the crucial role that China has played in the continuous expansion of a capitalist system dedicated to accumulation for the sake of accumulation, production for the sake of production, it is difficult to avoid the conclusions that, a. something akin to primitive accumulation is alive and well within the dynamics of contemporary capitalism and, b. its continued existence may well be fundamental to the survival of capitalism. But this proposition holds pretty much everywhere. The violence of extraction of natural resources, throughout Africa in particular, continues, and the expropriation of peasant populations in Latin America and throughout South and East Asia is still with us. None of this has disappeared, and in some instances it has intensified, resulting in fierce conflicts over, for example, the expulsion of peasant populations from the land in India in order to make way for special economic zones on greenfield sites where industry can set up activity on a privileged terrain. The killing of peasants resisting expulsions in West Bengal at Nandigram to make way for industrial development is as classic an example of primitive accumulation as could ever be found in 17th century Britain. Furthermore, when Marx points to the national debt and the nascent credit system as vital aspects in the history of primitive accumulation, he is talking about something that has grown inordinately since then to act as a kind of central nervous system to regulate the flows of capital. The predatory tactics of Wall Street and of financial institutions, credit card companies, are indicators of primitive accumulation by other means. So none of the predatory practices that Marx identified have gone away, and in some instances they have even flourished to a degree unimaginable in Marx's own times. But in our times, the techniques for enriching the ruling classes and diminishing the standard of living of labor through something akin to primitive accumulation have proliferated and multiplied. For instance, United Airlines goes bankrupt, then gets the bankruptcy court to agree that it has to rid itself of all its pension obligations in order to continue as a viable business. All United Airlines employees suddenly find themselves with no pension and dependent on a state insurance fund that pays out at a very much lower rate. Retired airline employees are forced back into the proletariat. There are interviews with former United Airlines employees who said, "Well, you know, I'm 67 and I thought I was going to be living happily on my retirement income of $80,000 a year, and now I'm only getting $35,000. So I have to go back and find myself a job to survive." And the big, interesting question is, where did the equivalent of all that money go? It is perhaps no coincidence that at a time when many working people were being dispossessed of their pension, health care, and other welfare rights across the United States, the rate of remuneration of Wall Street executives and CEOs more generally was soaring into the stratosphere. Consider, to take another example, the wave of privatization that has swept across the capitalist world since the 1970s or so. The privatization of water, education, and healthcare in many of the countries that once provided them as public goods has dramatically changed how capitalism works, creating all manner of new markets. For example, the privatization of state enterprises, almost invariably at a price that allowed the capitalists to gain immense profits in very short order, has also relinquished public control over growth and investment decisions. This is, in effect, a particular form of enclosure of the commons, in many instances orchestrated by the state, as was the earlier round. The result has been a taking away of assets and rights from the common people. And at the same time as there is a taking away, there are these immense concentrations of wealth occurring at the other end of the scale. In both The New Imperialism 5 and A Brief History of Neoliberalism, I argued that class power was being increasingly consolidated right now through processes of this sort. Since it seems a bit odd to call them primitive or original, I prefer to call these processes accumulation by dispossession. I argued that while some of this went on in the 1950s and 1960s, particularly through the tactics of the colonialism and imperialism and in the predatory raiding of natural resources, there wasn't that much accumulation by dispossession going on within the core regions of capitalism, particularly those with strong social democratic state apparatuses. Neoliberalization, after the mid-1970s, has changed all that. Accumulation by dispossession has been more and more internalized within the core regions of capitalism even as it has widened and deepened throughout the global system. We should not regard primitive accumulation, of the sort that might reasonably be considered to be the case in China, or accumulation by dispossession, as it has occurred through the wave of privatization in the core regions, as simply being about the prehistory of capitalism. It is ongoing and in recent times has been revived as an increasingly significant element in the way global capitalism is working to consolidate class power. And it can encompass everything from the taking away of rights of access to land and livelihoods to the retrenchment of rights, to pensions, education and health care, for example, hard won in the past through fierce class struggles by working class movements. Chico Mendes, the leader of the rubber tappers in Amazonia, was murdered for defending a way of life against the cattle ranchers, the soybean producers and the loggers who sought to capitalize the land. The peasants of Nundigram were killed for resisting land takeover for capitalist development. The landless workers' movement in Brazil, the MST, and the Zapatistas have both fought to defend their right to autonomy and self-determination in environments rich in resources and either coveted or locked away by capital. But then think of how the newly minted private equity funds have been taking public companies private in the United States, stripping them of assets and firing as many employees as they could, before taking the restructured companies back on the market and selling them at a vast profit, for which the CEO of the private equity fund receives an astronomical bonus. There are innumerable examples of struggles against all these diverse forms of accumulation by dispossession. Struggles against biopiracy and the attempt to patent genetic materials and codes, struggles against the use of eminent domain to make way for capitalist developers, against gentrification and the production of homelessness in New York and London, the predatory way in which the credit system works to force family farmers off their land to make way for agribusiness in the United States, the list is endless. A vast array of practices exists through which accumulation by dispossession is still occurring that, on the surface at least, have nothing directly to do with the exploitation of living labor in the workplace to produce surplus value in the way Marx describes in Capital. Yet there are commonalities as well as complementarities between the two processes, as Luxemburg correctly, in my view, suggests by pointing to the organic relation between them. The extraction of surplus value is, after all, a specific form of accumulation by dispossession, since it is nothing more or less than the alienation, appropriation, and dispossession of the laborer's capacity to produce value in the labor process. Furthermore, in order for this form of accumulation to continue to grow, ways have to be found to mobilize latent populations as laborers and open up more land and resources as means of production for capitalist development. As has happened in the cases of India and China, for example, the creation of special economic zones by expelling peasant producers from the land is a necessary precursor to the continuity of capitalist development, just as the clearance of so-called slums of urban dwellers is necessary for developer capital to expand its urban operations. This taking of lands by the state through eminent domain, or some legal equivalent, has been a widespread phenomenon in recent times. Developers and construction interests in Seoul in the 1990s were desperate for access to urban land and set out to dispossess whole populations who had migrated to the city in the 1950s and built their own housing on land to which they had no title. The construction companies hired gangs of big, heavy wrestler thugs to go into the neighborhoods and smash people's houses to smithereens with sledgehammers, including all their possessions. During the 1990s you could walk around totally devastated Seoul neighborhoods, punctuated with islands of intense popular resistance. While Marx tends to the view that expanded reproduction is the mechanism whereby surplus value is accumulated and produced, it cannot continue without first realizing the necessary conditions of dispossession, which in its own right also redistributes assets directly into the hands of the capitalist class. I hold, along with Luxemburg, that accumulation by dispossession cannot be ignored, that the taking away of pension rights, of rights to the commons, of rights to social security, a common property resource for the entire U.S. population, the increasing commodification of education, to say nothing of expulsions from the land and the despoliation of the environment, are all significant to how we understand the aggregate dynamic of capitalism. Furthermore, the conversion of a common property resource like education into a commodity, the conversion of universities into neoliberal corporatist institutions, with massive consequences for what is taught and how, has significant ideological and political consequences at the same time as it is both a sign and a symbol of a capitalist dynamic that leaves no stone unturned in its struggle to expand the sphere of profit-making and profit-taking. In the history of primitive accumulation that Marx describes, there were all manner of violent struggles against the forcible evictions and the dispossessions. There were widespread movements in Britain, the Levellers and the Diggers, for example, that violently resisted. In the 17th and 18th centuries it would not be an exaggeration to say that the primary forms of class struggle were those resisting dispossession rather than those resisting workplace exploitation. In many parts of the world, the same thing could be said today. This raises the question of which form of class struggle constitutes or is going to constitute the core of a revolutionary movement against capitalism in a given place and time. If global capitalism in aggregate since the 1970s has not been very successful at generating growth, then the further consolidation of class power has required a much stronger turn toward accumulation by dispossession. It is probably this that has filled the coffers of the upper classes to the point of overflowing. The resurgence of the mechanisms of accumulation by dispossession has been particularly marked in the expanding role of the credit system and financial appropriations, the latest wave of which has resulted in several million people in the United States losing their homes through foreclosures. Much of this loss of assets is concentrated in poorer neighborhoods, with particularly serious implications for women and for African American populations in older cities like Cleveland and Baltimore. Meanwhile, the Wall Street investment bankers who grew immensely rich on this business in the halcyon years even get huge bonuses when they lose their jobs because of the financial difficulties. The redistributive impact of loss of housing assets for millions of people and the huge gains on Wall Street appear as a very stark contemporary case of predation and legalized robbery typical of accumulation by dispossession. Political struggles against accumulation by dispossession, I argue, are just as important as more traditional proletarian movements. But these traditional movements and their associated political parties tend to pay little attention to struggles over dispossession, often regarding them as secondary and not particularly proletarian in content since they focus on consumption, environment, asset values, and the like. The participants in the World Social Forum, on the other hand, are far more preoccupied with resisting accumulation by dispossession and quite often take an antagonistic stance toward class-based workers' movement politics on the grounds that such movements do not take the concerns of World Social Forum participants seriously. In Brazil, for example, the Landless Workers Movement, the MST, an organization primarily concerned with accumulation by dispossession, has a somewhat tense relationship with the urban-based Workers' Party, the PT, led by Lula and with a more workerist ideology. The question of closer alliances between the two is therefore worthy of consideration both practically and theoretically. If Luxemburg is right, as I believe she is, to say that there is an organic relation between these two forms of accumulation, then we ought to be prepared to envision an organic relation between the two forms of resistance. An opposition force made up of the dispossessed, no matter whether they are dispossessed in the labor process or dispossessed of their livelihoods, their assets, or their rights, would require a re-envisioning of collective politics along rather different lines. I think Marx was in error in confining these forms of struggle to the prehistory of capitalism. Gramsci certainly understood the importance of building class alliances across these two different terrains, as did Mao. The idea that the politics of primitive accumulation and by extension accumulation by dispossession belong exclusively to the prehistory of capitalism is surely wrong. But that, of course, is something you will have to decide for yourself. Reflections and Prognosis. Once you get to the end of Capital, Volume I, it is a good idea to go back to the beginning and read the first chapter again. You will almost certainly find yourself reading it in a different light. You should, by now, find it a lot easier to follow. When I went back the first time, I also found it much more interesting and even downright fun to read. With the tension out of the way as to whether I would ever manage to get to the end of this huge tome, I relaxed and really began to enjoy what Bertel Ohlmann calls the dance of the dialectic and all the nuances, including the footnotes, the asides, and the literary references, that I had missed first time through. Skimming back over the whole text schematically is also useful. It helps consolidate some thematic understandings. When I used to set examination papers, I would sometimes take a basic concept and ask students to comment on how it would weave into and out of the fabric of the book. How many times, I would ask, do you encounter the concept of fetishism? Commodities and money are obvious. But why do capitalists fetishize machinery, and how come all those inherent powers of labor, cooperation, divisions of labor, mental capacities, and powers, appear so often as pure powers of capital? And does the word appear always signal a fetishistic moment? There are all sorts of themes that can be followed throughout, such as alienation. On this one, try beginning at the end with primitive accumulation and working backward through the text, process-thing relations, logic history intersections, confusions, and the like. Here, however, I want to look forward to some of the arguments that Marx takes up in the other volumes and elsewhere, by extending the logical implications of the framework set up in Volume I. I think it fair to do this because, as I indicated at the outset, Marx plainly intended much of his argument in Volume I to lay a theoretical and conceptual basis that would carry him forward onto a broader terrain. The occasional invocation of the omnipresent contradictions of capitalism and the possibilities they foretell of crises provide signposts as to where he might be headed. From this it is also possible to gain some political sense as to what a capitalist class politics is likely to look like and what some of the key terrains of political struggle are going to be. Volume I of Capital examines a circulation process of capital that looks like this. The starting point is money, armed with which the capitalist goes into the marketplace and buys two kinds of commodities: labor power, variable capital, and means of production, constant capital. The capitalist simultaneously selects an organizational form and a technology and proceeds to combine the labor power and the means of production in a labor process that produces a commodity, which is then sold in the market for the original money plus a profit, surplus value. Impelled onward by the coercive laws of competition, capitalists appear, and I use that word in Marx's sense, to be forced to use part of the surplus value to create even more surplus value. Accumulation for accumulation's sake and production for production's sake become the historical mission of the bourgeoisie, producing compound rates of growth forever, unless capital encounters limits or insurmountable barriers. When this happens, capital encounters a crisis of accumulation, simply defined as lack of growth. The historical geography of capitalism is littered with such crises, sometimes local and at other times system-wide, as in 1848, 1929, and 2008. The fact that capitalism has survived to this day suggests that the fluidity and flexibility of capital accumulation features that Marx emphasizes again and again have somehow allowed limits to be overcome and barriers to be circumvented. Close inspection of the flow of capital allows us to identify some potential points of blockage that can be the source of serious disruptions and crises. Let us go over these one by one. 1. Where does the initial money come from? This is the question that Marx's account of primitive accumulation is primarily concerned to answer. Primitive accumulation is invoked at several points in the text at large as well as in Part 8, which deals directly with origins. But as more and more of the surplus value created yesterday is converted into fresh capital, so more and more of the money invested today comes from yesterday's surplus. This does not rule out, however, the possibility of additional increments of money from the continuation of primitive accumulation, or what I would prefer to call in its modern context accumulation by dispossession. If it were only the accumulation from yesterday that could be capitalized into expansion today, then over time we would surely see a gradually increasing concentration of money capital in individual hands. But as Marx points out, there are also methods of centralization, mainly achieved with the help of the credit system, that permit large quantities of money power to be brought together very rapidly. In the case of joint stock companies and other corporate organizational forms, enormous quantities of money power are amassed under the control of a few directors and managers. Acquisitions and mergers have long been big business, and activity of this kind can entail new rounds of accumulation by dispossession, asset stripping of firms laying off workers, as practiced by the private equity movement. Furthermore, There are all sorts of tricks whereby big capital can drive out the small. State regulation is frequently used as an aid, as Marx presciently notes. The dispossession of the small operators, neighborhood stores or family farms, to make way for large enterprises, supermarket chains and agribusiness, frequently with the aid of credit mechanisms, has been a long-standing practice. So the question of the organization, configuration, and mass of the money capital available for investment never goes away. It acquires an added significance because of the barriers to entry that exist. The scale of certain activities, like building a steel mill, building a railroad or launching an airline, requires an immense initial outlay of money capital before production can even begin. Only relatively recently, for example, has it become possible for private consortia of associated capitals rather than the state to undertake massive infrastructural projects, like the Channel Tunnel that links Britain to continental Europe. As Marx notes in the chapter on machinery, such infrastructural projects become increasingly necessary as a capitalist mode of production comes into its own. Processes of centralization and decentralization of capital define a terrain of struggle between different factions of capital as well as between capital and the state, over questions of monopoly power, for example. Massive centralization of money power has all manner of implications for the dynamics of class struggle, as well as for the trajectory of capitalist development. If nothing else, it endows many elements in the privileged capitalist class, itself consolidating with centralization, with the capacity to wait, because their sheer money power gives them control over time in ways that small producers and wage laborers are often denied. But the contradictory element lies in the fact that increasing monopoly power diminishes the power of the coercive laws of competition to regulate activity, innovation in particular, and this can lead to stagnation. 2. Where does the labor power come from? Marx pays a lot of attention to this in Volume I. Primitive accumulation releases labor power as a commodity into the marketplace, but thereafter the extra labor required to expand production with a given technology comes from either mopping up the floating reserve released by previous rounds of labor-saving technological change or by mobilizing latent and in extremis elements within the stagnant reserve army. Marx several times mentions the ability to mobilize agricultural laborers or peasants from the countryside, as well as previously excluded women and children, into the labor force as crucial to the perpetuation of capital accumulation. For this to happen, there has to be a continuous process of proletarianization, which means continuous primitive accumulation by one or another means throughout the historical geography of capitalism. But labor reserves can also be produced by technologically induced unemployment. Perpetual accumulation requires, Marx shows, a perpetual surplus of labor power. This reserve army of labor is positioned more or less like a bow wave in front of the accumulation process. There must always be sufficient and accessible labor power available. It not only needs to be accessible, it needs to be disciplined and in possession of the requisite qualities, i.e., skilled and flexible when necessary. If, for any reason, these conditions are not met, then capital faces a serious barrier to continuous accumulation. Either the price of labor goes up, because this does not interfere with the dynamics of accumulation, or both the appetite and capacity for continuous accumulation slacken. Severe barriers in labor supply, arising either out of conditions of absolute labor scarcity or from the rise of powerful organizations of labor, trade unions and left political parties, can create crises of capital accumulation. One obvious answer to this barrier is for capital in effect to go on strike by refusing to reinvest. This amounts to the deliberate production of a crisis of accumulation so as to produce unemployment sufficient to discipline labor power. This solution is, however, costly for capital as well as for labor. Capitalists would obviously prefer an alternative path, which brings us to the politics of the problem. If labor is too well organized and too powerful, then the capitalist class will seek to command the state apparatus either by a coup of the sort that killed Allende and the socialist alternative in Chile in 1973 or by political means in the US and Britain, in order to do what Pinochet, Reagan, and Thatcher all did, which was to smash labor organization and crush left political parties. That is one way to get around the barrier. Another path is to make capital more mobile, so it can move to where there is an available proletariat or an available population that can be easily proletarianized, as in Mexico or China over the past 30 years. Open immigration policies or even state-organized immigration strategies, as in many European countries toward the end of the 1960s, provide yet another alternative. One consequence of circumventing barriers to labor supply this way is to push organized labor, and segments of the public more generally, into the position of opposing offshoring of jobs and opposing open immigration policies, culminating in domestic anti-immigrant movements among the working classes. The contradictory aspects of labor supply politics arise around questions not only of the value of labor power, set by the conditions of supply of wage goods to satisfy the reproduction of labor power at a given standard of living, itself vulnerable to definition by the state of class struggle, but also of the health, skills, and training of the labor force. Capitalist class interests, as opposed to those of individual capitalists, who typically practice the politics of après moi le deluge, can rally around both subsidizing the supply of cheaper wage goods to keep the value of labor power down and investing in improvements of the qualities of labor supply. In this latter regard, the military interests of the state can play an important supportive role. So the politics of labor supply have all manner of ramifications. They have been a central focus of struggle throughout the historical and geographical development of capitalism. Out of this, some Marxists have distilled a distinctive theory of crisis formation. The so-called profit squeeze theory of crisis hinges on the perpetually fraught problem of labor relations and class struggle, both in the labor process and in the labor market. When these relations pose a barrier to further capital accumulation, then a crisis ensues unless some way, or, more likely, mix of ways, can be found for capital to overcome or circumvent that barrier. Some analysts, such as Andrew Glynn, see his impressive account, written with Bob Sutcliffe, in British Capitalism, Workers and the Profit Squeeze 1, would interpret what happened in the late 1960s and early 1970s, particularly in Europe and North America, as an excellent example of the profit squeeze theory in action. Certainly, the management of labor resources and the politics of labor organization and supply dominated the politics of the period. It is also true that the survival of capitalism has been contingent on the perpetual overcoming or circumvention of this potential barrier to accumulation. But at this time, 2008, there is very little sign of a profit squeeze situation, as massive labor reserves exist everywhere, and as the political attack on working class movements has reduced serious worker resistance to modest levels almost everywhere. The crisis of 2008 is hard to interpret, except in a roundabout way, and there are some versions of the theory, such as that of Ito, that do this, in profit squeeze terms. 3. Access to the means of production. When capitalists go into the market, they need to find their extra means of production, extra elements of constant capital, to meet their needs for reinvestment of part of the surplus in the expansion of production. The means of production are of two sorts: the intermediate products, already shaped by human labor, that are used up in the production process, through what Marx calls productive consumption, such as energy and cloth used up in making a coat, and the machinery and fixed capital equipment, including factory buildings and the physical infrastructures such as transport systems, canals, ports, all those sorts of things that are necessary for production to proceed. The category of means of production, constant capital, is evidently very broad and complicated. Just as plainly, the lack of availability of these material inputs and conditions constitutes a potentially serious barrier to sustained capital accumulation. The auto industry cannot expand without more steel inputs. It is for this reason that Marx notes that technological innovations in one part of what we now call a commodity chain render innovation elsewhere necessary if it is to facilitate the general expansion of production. Innovations in the cotton industry required innovations in cotton production, the cotton gin, transport and communications, chemical and industrial dyeing techniques and the like. From this we can derive the possibility of what are called crises of disproportionality within the complicated structure of inputs and outputs within the totality of a capitalist mode of production. At the end of Volume 2, Marx engaged in a detailed study of how such crises might form in an economy divided into two grand departments, those industries producing means of production and those industries producing the wage goods for the workers. He later complicated the model further by introducing luxury goods. What Marx showed, and subsequent more sophisticated mathematical research by economists like Morris Hima has confirmed the point, was that equilibrium was far from automatic, given the tendency of capital to flow to wherever the rate of profit was highest, and that spiraling disproportionalities could seriously disrupt the reproduction of capitalism. In our own times, we see also the obvious impact of energy shortages and rising prices on capitalist dynamics. Barriers of this sort are plainly sources of perpetual concern within a capitalist system, and the equally perpetual need to overcome and circumvent barriers of this sort is often in the forefront of political activity, state subsidies and planning, particularly of physical infrastructures, research and development activity, vertical integration through mergers, etc. 4. Scarcities in nature. But behind all this, there lurks a deeper problematic that Marx also raises several times in Volume I. This concerns our metabolic relation to nature. Capitalism, like any other mode of production, relies on the beneficence of a bountiful nature, and as Marx points out, the depletion and degradation of the land makes no more sense in the long run than does the destruction of the collective powers of labor, since both lie at the root of the production of all wealth. But individual capitalists, working in their own short-term interests and impelled onward by the coercive laws of competition, are perpetually tempted to take the position of après moi le deluge, with respect to both the laborer and the soil. Even without this, the track of perpetual accumulation puts enormous pressures on expanding the supply of so-called natural resources, while the inevitable increase in the quantity of waste is bound to test the capacity of ecological systems to absorb it without turning toxic. Here, too, capitalism is likely to encounter barriers which will become increasingly hard to circumvent. Capitalism, Marx notes, acquires an elasticity, a capacity for sudden expansion by leaps and bounds, which comes up against no barriers but those presented by the availability of raw materials and the extent of sales outlets. 579. There are, however, all sorts of ways in which such barriers in nature can be confronted, sometimes overcome, and more often than not circumvented. Natural resources are, for example, technological, social and cultural appraisals, and so any shortage in nature can be mitigated by technological, social, and cultural changes. The dialectical relation to nature that is set up in the footnote at the beginning of Chapter 15, on machinery and large-scale industry, indicates a range of possible transformations, including the production of nature itself. The historical geography of capitalism has been marked by an incredible fluidity and flexibility in this regard, so it would be false to argue that there are absolute limits in our metabolic relation to nature that cannot be transcended or bypassed in some way. But this does not mean that the barriers are not sometimes serious and that overcoming them can be achieved without going through some kind of environmental crisis. A lot of capitalist politics, particularly these days, is about ensuring that what Marx calls the free gifts of nature are both available to capital on an easy basis and sustained for future use. The tensions within capitalist politics over these sorts of issues can sometimes be acute. On the one hand, the desire to maintain an expanding flow of cheap oil has been central to the geopolitical stance of the United States over the past 50 or 60 years. Making sure that the world's oil supplies are open for exploitation has drawn the U.S. into conflict in the Middle East and elsewhere, and energy politics, just to take one example of a crucial relation to nature, often emerges as a dominant issue within the state apparatus. But on the other hand, the politics of cheap oil has created problems of excessive depletion, as well as global warming and a host of other air quality issues, ground-level ozone, smog, particulate matter in the atmosphere and the like, that pose increasing risks to human populations. Land use degradation through energy-consuming urban sprawl has been a problem at the other end of the steady depletion of natural resources to support all aspects of growth of the automobile industry. Some Marxists, led by Jim O'Connor, who founded the journal Capitalism Nature Socialism, refer to the barriers in nature as the second contradiction of capitalism, the first being, of course, the capital-labor relation. In our own times, it is certainly true that this second contradiction is absorbing as much political attention as the labor question, if not more, and there certainly is a wide-ranging field of concern, of political anxiety and endeavor, that focuses on the idea of a crisis in the relation to nature, as a sustainable source of raw materials and land for further capitalist, urban, development as well as a sink for waste. In O'Connor's work, this second contradiction of capitalism comes to displace the first, after the defeats of the labor and socialist movements of the 1970s, as the cutting edge of anti-capitalist agitation. I leave you to make up your own mind on how far that sort of politics should be pursued. But what is certain is that the barrier in relation to nature is not to be taken lightly or treated as minor, given the framework that Marx sets out in Volume I of Capital. And in our own times, it is clear that the barriers in nature are looming large and that there may be an imminent crisis in our relation to nature that will require widespread adaptations, such as the development of new environmental technologies and the expansion of industries producing these goods, if this barrier is to be successfully circumvented, at least for a time, within the framework of endless capital accumulation. 5. The question of technology. The relations between capital and labor, as well as those between capital and nature, are mediated by the choice of organizational forms and of technologies, hardware and software. In Volume I, Marx is, I think, at his very best in theorizing where the impulsions for organizational and technological change come from and why it is that capitalists inevitably fetishize machinery, which cannot produce value, because it is a vital source of surplus value to them both individually and collectively. The result is perpetual organizational and technological dynamism. Modern industry, Marx notes, never views or treats of the existing form of a production process as the definitive one. Its technical basis is therefore revolutionary, whereas all earlier modes of production were essentially conservative. 617. This is a persistent motif in Marx's works. As noted in the Communist Manifesto, the bourgeoisie cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production, and thereby the relations of production, and with them the whole relations of society. Constant revolutionizing of production, uninterrupted disturbance of all social conditions, everlasting uncertainty and agitation distinguish the bourgeois epoch from all other ones. But it is at this point also that the coercive laws of competition step forward, underpinning the search for relative surplus value. The implication, which Marx for some reason is reluctant to contemplate, is that any weakening in those coercive laws, through monopolization and the increasing centralization of capital described in Chapter 25, will have an impact on the pace and form of technological revolutions. The class struggle dimensions through broad-based oppositions, example the Luddite movement, or sabotage on the shop floor, also have to be taken into account. As Marx noted, a stimulus to technological change arises out of the desire on the part of capital to have weapons to deploy against labor. The more laborers become mere appendages of the machine, and the more their monopolizable skills get undermined by machine technologies, the more vulnerable they become to the arbitrary authority of capital. To the degree that the actual history of technological and organizational innovations displays a distinctively wave-like character, it seems that more has to be said about these dynamics than is given to us even in the rich analysis set out in Volume I. These questions becomes even more important because, in setting up his arguments on the organic and value composition of capital in Chapter 25, Marx is clearly anticipating the view laid out in Volume III, that an ineluctable tendency toward a rising value composition of capital presages an equally compelling law or tendency for the profit rate to fall, inevitably producing long-term crisis conditions in the accumulation process. It is most emphatically here, in Marx's view, that capital has to confront a crucial barrier internal to its own nature. The resultant crisis of profitability is solely due to the destabilizing effects of technological dynamism arising out of the persistent search for relative surplus value. A shortcut version of the argument states that the search for relative surplus value pushes capitalists to labor-saving technologies, and the more labor saved, the less value produced, because labor is the source of value. To be sure, there are compensating possibilities such as raising the rate of exploitation or reabsorbing displaced workers in expanded production. But there are, as I argued in Chapter 10, reasons for being skeptical of any necessary and ineluctable tendency for the value composition of capital to rise. In Volume 3, Marx actually lists a variety of counteracting influences to a falling rate of profit, including rising rates of exploitation of labor, falling costs of constant capital, foreign trade, and a massive increase in the industrial reserve army that blunts the stimulus for the employment of new technologies, as noted in Volume I. In the Grundriss, he had gone even further, noting the constant devaluation of capital, the absorption of capital in the production of physical infrastructures, the opening up of new labor-intensive lines of production and monopolization. My own, probably minority, view is that the falling rate of profit argument simply does not work in the way that Marx specifies it, and I have laid out more fully why I think so in the Limits to Capital Point 2. But I also think there is no question that organizational and technological changes do have serious destabilizing effects internal to the dynamics of capital accumulation, and that Marx's brilliant exposition of the forces at work impelling perpetual revolutions in technologies and organizational forms sets the stage for a better understanding of processes of both class and popular struggle over the deployment of new technologies and crisis formation. The crisis tendencies can be manifest, as footnote 4 indicates, in labor relations, in the relation to nature as well as in all other co-evolving moments in the capitalist developmental process. There are also directly destabilizing effects such as the devaluation of prior investments, machinery, plant and equipment, built environments, communications links, before their value has been recovered, amortized, rapid shifts in labor quality requirements, example skills such as computer literacy, that outpace existing labor force capacities and the investments in social infrastructures needed to create them, the production of chronic job insecurity, spiraling crises of disproportionality due to the uneven development of technological capacities across different sectors, dramatic shifts in spatio-temporal relations, innovations in transport and communications, that entail a total revolution in the global landscape of production and consumption, sudden accelerations and speed up in capital circulation. Computer trading on financial markets can create serious problems, as we have seen, and so on. And, yes, there may be occasions in which a rising value composition of capital can be detected with consequent effects on profits. 6. Loss of capitalist control over the labor process. Marx is at great pains to emphasize that the creation of surplus value rests on the ability of the capitalist to command and control the laborer on the shop floor where value is produced. This command and control over the form-giving fire of the labor process is always contested. The despotism of labor control depends on some mix of coercion and persuasion as well as upon the successful organization of a hierarchical structure of authority in labor relations. Plainly, any breakdown in this control presages a crisis, and Marx emphasizes the implicit power of workers to disrupt, sabotage, slow down or simply to cease altogether the production of value upon which the capitalist necessarily relies. The refusal to succumb to the disciplinary apparatuses set up by capital, the power of refusal to work, is of supreme importance in the dynamics of class struggle. In itself it can force a crisis, as theorists such as Tronti and Negri emphasize in the autonomista Marxist tradition. This power of the worker is, of course, limited in that workers have to live, and without the wage they will also suffer unless they have available to them some other means of subsistence, such as cultivation of the land. The potential limit that exists within the circulation of capital at the point of production and within the labor process itself cannot, however, be ignored. Much attention is therefore paid both by individual capitalists as well as by the whole capitalist class to ensuring labor discipline and adequate forms of labor control. 7. The problem of realization and effective demand. The seventh potential barrier comes at the end of the sequence, when the new commodity enters the market to realize its value as money through exchange. The CM transition is always more problematic than going from the universal of money to the particular of the commodity, for reasons noted back in Chapter 2. To begin with, a sufficient number of people must need, want, or desire the commodity produced as a use value. If a thing is useless, then it has no value, says Marx. Useless commodities will be devalued, and the circulation process of capital will come to a crashing halt. So the first condition for the realization of value is to pay attention to the wants, needs, and desires of a population. In our time, relative to Marx's, an immense amount of effort, including the formation of a whole advertising industry, is put into manipulating the nature of wants, needs, and desires in a population to ensure the market for use values. But what is involved here is something more than just advertising. What is required is the formation of a whole structure and process of daily living, the reproduction of daily life component of footnote 4, that necessitates the absorption of a certain bundle of use values in order to sustain it. Consider, for example, the development of the wants, needs, and desires associated with the rise of a suburban lifestyle in the United States after World War II. We are talking about the need for not only cars, gasoline, highways, and suburban tract houses but also lawn mowers, refrigerators, air conditioners, drapes, furniture, interior and exterior, interior entertainment equipment, the TV, and a whole mass of maintenance systems to keep this daily life going. Daily life in the suburb required the consumption of all that. The development of suburbia ensured a rising demand for these use values. In this way, to bring forth a new need, as Marx presciently notes, becomes a crucial precondition for the continuity of capital accumulation. 201. The politics of need creation are in themselves intriguing and increasingly important over time, and now it is well understood that consumer sentiment is a key element in the stimulus for endless capital accumulation. But where does the purchasing power to buy all these use values come from? There must be, at the end of this process, an extra amount of money that somebody holds somewhere to facilitate the purchase. If not, there is a lack of effective demand, and what is called a crisis of underconsumption results. There is not enough demand backed by ability to pay to absorb the commodities produced. See Chapter 3, the barrier posed by the extent of sales outlets has to be overcome. 579. In part, effective demand is expressed through workers spending their wages. But variable capital is always less than the total capital in circulation, so the purchase of wage goods, even with a suburban lifestyle, is never sufficient for the realization of the whole value stream. But, and this is a point that emerges in Volume 2 of Capital, reducing wages in the manner presupposed in the Volume I analysis plainly creates deeper stresses at the point of realization and in itself can be an important component in the creation of crises of underconsumption. It was for this reason that the politics of the New Deal, at the time of a crisis that many came to regard as primarily a crisis of underconsumption, turned to supporting unionization and other strategies, like social security payments, to bolster effective demand across the working classes, and also why, in 2008, at a point of economic stress, the federal government released a $600 tax rebate to most taxpayers in the U.S. in order to jack up consumer effective demand. Raising the real wages of labor, thus countering the tendency toward increasing immiseration of the proletariat, may be necessary to the stabilization of continuous capital accumulation, but for obvious reasons the capitalist class, let alone the individual capitalist, may not be willing to contemplate any radical implementation of such a solution. But worker demand, though an important base, can obviously never go as far as to solve the problem of realization. Rosa Luxemburg paid great attention to this. First, she took up the possibility that the extra demand could come from increasing the gold supply, or in our day by simply having the central banks print more money. While obviously this can help in the short run, injecting sufficient liquidity into the system, as during the financial crisis of 2008, becomes a crucial tool for stabilizing and sustaining the continued circulation and accumulation of capital. In the long run, the effect is to create yet another kind of crisis, that of inflation. Luxemburg's solution was to presuppose the existence of some latent and mobilizable demand outside the capitalist system. This meant the continuation of primitive accumulation through imperialist impositions and practices on societies not yet absorbed into the capitalist mode of production. In the transition to capitalism, and in the phase of primitive accumulation, the stores of accumulated wealth within the feudal order could play this role along with the robbery and plundering of wealth from the rest of the world by merchants' capital. Over time, of course, what might be called the gold reserves of the feudal classes were steadily depleted, and the capacity of the peasantry to generate consumer power by way of taxation to support the consumerism of a landed aristocracy was also exhausted. As industrial capitalism consolidated in Europe and North America, so the plundering of wealth from India, China, and other already developed non-capitalist social formations became more and more prominent, particularly from the mid-19th century onward. This was the phase of an immense transfer of wealth from East and South Asia in particular, but also to some degree from South America and Africa, toward the industrial capitalist class located in core capitalist countries. Eventually, as capitalism grew and spread geographically, the ability to stabilize the system by such means became decreasingly plausible, even if such means had ever been entirely sufficient, which is doubtful, during the phase of late 19th century high imperialism. Certainly, since 1950 or so, but even more markedly since the 1970s, the capacity of imperialist practices of this sort to perform the role of grand stabilizer through opening new fields, new markets, for the realization of capital has been seriously impaired. The most important answer, one that Luxemburg failed to notice but which follows logically from Marx's argument, though he never articulated it directly because he ruled out the problem of potential realization crises by assumption in volume I, is that the solution lies in capitalist consumption. This, we have seen, is of two sorts: a portion of the surplus value is consumed as revenues, example luxury goods, but the other portion is put to further expanding production through reinvestment strategies that appear, and I use this word in Marx's sense, to be impelled by the coercive laws of competition. We here encounter the necessity of what Marx calls productive consumption as a link in the realization process. This means that surplus value production has to internalize its own increasing monetary demand. The demand for yesterday's surplus product depends on tomorrow's expansion of surplus value production. Capitalist consumption today, fueled by the surplus gained yesterday, forms the market for yesterday's surplus product and surplus value. What this does is to convert what appears as a potential underconsumption crisis because of lack of effective demand into a lack of further profitable investment opportunities. In other words, the solution to the realization problems encountered at the end of the circulation process depends upon going back to the beginning and expanding even more. The logic of perpetual compound growth takes over. 8. The credit system and the centralization of capital. For the circulation of capital to complete its course, two fundamental conditions must be realized. First, capitalists must not hold the money they gained yesterday. They must immediately release it back into circulation. But as Marx argues in his critique of Say's law, there is no compelling necessity that says CM must immediately be followed by MC, and within that asymmetry there lies the perpetual possibility not so much for monetary and financial crises but for the emergence of a barrier to the realization of surplus value through failure to spend. In Chapter 2, we considered various circumstances in which it would make perfect sense to hold on to money rather than to release it, and it is at this point that an overlap emerges between Marx's and Keynes's thinking on the possibility of crises of underconsumption. Keynes sought to bypass this barrier by resorting to a state-led set of technical strategies of fiscal and monetary management. The second condition is that the time gap between today and yesterday needs to be bridged for continuous circulation to be assured. This gap can be filled, as Marx also shows in Chapter 3, by the rise of credit monies and the use of money as a means of account. Put bluntly, the credit system as an organized relation between creditors and debtors steps into the circulation process to play a vital function. As other options run out, this becomes the main means to cover the effective demand problem in a way that is internal to capital circulation. In so doing, however, the credit system claims its part of the surplus in the form of interest. At several points, even in Volume I of Capital, Marx tacitly recognizes the crucial role of the credit system, but in order to get to what he considers the heart of the problem of the labor-capital relation in Part 7, he finds it necessary to exclude the facts of distribution, rent, interest, taxes, profit on merchants' capital, from the analysis. While this helps reveal and clarify some important aspects of capitalist dynamics, it does so at the cost of pushing to one side a crucial feature in the capital circulation process. Unfortunately, Marx continues to push this aside throughout much of Volume 2, while acknowledging its crucial presence in relation, for example, to the circulation of long-term fixed capital investments, leading Luxemburg quite correctly to state that the accumulation schemata laid out at the end of that volume failed to solve the problem of realization and effective demand. It is only relatively late in Volume 3 that Marx gets round to examining the role of the credit system, and frankly, these chapters, though full of suggestive insights, are a mess. I tried as hard as I could, and I don't mind confessing it nearly drove me crazy doing so, to clean them up in chapters 9 and 10 of the Limits to Capital. He had, however, established in the Grundrisse that the entire credit system, and the overtrading, overspeculation etc., connected with it, rests on the necessity of expanding and leaping over the barrier to circulation and the sphere of exchange. 3. If it is the further expansion of capitalism that creates the demand for yesterday's surplus product, then this means that the realization problem cannot be solved, particularly under today's conditions of globalized capitalist development, without the construction of a vibrant and extensive credit system to bridge the gap between yesterday's surplus product and tomorrow's absorption of that surplus product. This absorption can occur either through the further expansion of surplus value production, reinvestment, or through the capitalist consumption of revenues. In the long run, it can easily be shown, the capitalist consumption of revenues will lead to stagnation. This is the model of simple reproduction Marx considers in Chapter 23. Only the further expansion of surplus value generation will work in the long run, and it is this that underpins the social necessity for compound rates of growth forever as a condition of capitalism's survival. It is at this point that Marx would surely have said, had he got to this point, that the coercive laws of competition are merely a tool to secure this absolutely necessary condition for capitalism's survival. In other words, the survival of capitalism requires the maintenance of the coercive laws of competition in order to keep the expansion of surplus value production tomorrow on track as a means to absorb the surpluses produced yesterday. From this it follows that any slackening of those coercive powers, through, for example, excessive monopolization, will in itself produce a crisis in capitalist reproduction. This was exactly Baron and Sweezy's point in Monopoly Capital 4, written during the 1960s, when monopolies like the big three auto companies in Detroit were of increasing significance. The tendency toward monopolization and the centralization of capital necessarily produced, as Baron and Sweezy clearly predicted, the crisis of stagflation, rising unemployment coupled with accelerating inflation, that so haunted the 1970s. The answer to this crisis was the neoliberal counter-revolution that not only smashed the power of labor but also effectively liberated and unleashed the coercive laws of competition as executor of the laws of capitalist development by all manner of straitgems, more open foreign trade, deregulation, privatizations, and the like. But this process is not without its potential complications. To begin with, the presumption is that all the other barriers, example the relation to nature, to the expansion of surplus value production tomorrow are non-operative and that there is plenty of room for more production to occur. This implies, for example, a different kind of imperialism, which is not about robbing values and stripping assets from the rest of the world, but about using the rest of the world as a site for opening up new forms of capitalist production. The export of capital rather than of commodities becomes critical. Herein lies the big difference between 19th century India and China, whose wealth was plundered by capitalist domination of their markets, and the United States and to some degree Oceania and parts of Latin America, where unrestricted capitalist development producing new wealth developed rapidly and in so doing provided a field for absorbing and realizing surplus product being generated in the older centers of capitalism. For instance, Britain exported capital and machinery to the US and Argentina in the 19th century. In recent times, of course, China has absorbed a lot of foreign capital in the development of production and in so doing has generated a huge effective demand not only for raw materials but also for machinery and other material inputs. There are, however, two problems inherent in this solution, both of which can reconstitute barriers to the continuity of capital accumulation in the very act of seeking to bypass them. The first derives from the simple fact that the circulation process becomes by definition speculative. It rests on the belief that tomorrow's expansion will not encounter any barriers, including that of further realization, so that today's surplus can effectively be realized. The speculative element, which is fundamental rather than exceptional or excessive, means that anticipations and expectations, as Keynes for one well understood, are fundamental to the continuity of capital circulation. Marx tacitly recognizes this in Volume 3 when he notes that capitalist expansion is, as he puts it, very Protestant because it is based on faith and credit rather than on the Catholicism of gold, the true monetary base. Any fall-off in speculative expectations will be self-fulfilling, therefore, and generate a crisis. In this regard, it is interesting to reread Keynes's general theory and notice that the technical solutions of monetary and fiscal policy occupy only a minor part of the argument compared with the psychology of expectations and anticipations. Faith in the system is fundamental, and loss of confidence, as happened in 2008, can be fatal. The second problem arises within the money and credit system itself. The possibility of independent financial and monetary crises, which Marx points out but does not develop in Chapter 3, is omnipresent. The underlying problem lies in the contradictions of the money form itself, use value as the representation of value, the particular concrete as representation of the universal abstract and the private appropriation of social power. See Chapter 2. When Marx disputes Say's law, he points to the fact that there is a permanent temptation to hold on to money, and the more people do this, the greater the check to the continuity of circulation. But why would people hold on to money? One reason is that it is a form of social power. It can buy conscience and honor. In the economic and philosophical manuscripts, Marx tells us that if I am ugly, I can buy for myself the most beautiful of women 5, or beautiful of men. If I'm stupid, I can buy the presence of intelligent people. If I'm lame, I can have people carry me around. Just think what you can do with all that social power. So there are very good reasons why people want to hang on to money, particularly in the face of uncertainty. Releasing it into circulation in order to get more social power takes an act of faith, or the creation of safe and trustworthy institutions where you can save your personal money while someone else puts it back into circulation to make more money, which is, of course, what banks are supposed to do. But the ramifications of this problem spread far and wide into the field of representations, where loss of confidence in the symbols of money, the power of the state to guarantee their stability, or in the quality of money, inflation, but up against more directly quantitative considerations such as monetary famine and the freezing up of the means of payment of the sort that occurred in the fall of 2008. The bourgeois read Wall Street, drunk with prosperity and arrogantly certain of himself, has just declared that money is a purely imaginary creation. Commodities alone are money, he said. But now the opposite cry resounds over the markets of the world, only money is a commodity. As the hart pants after fresh water, so pants his soul after money, the only wealth. In a crisis, the antithesis between commodities and their value form, money, is raised to the level of an absolute contradiction. 236. What better description could we have of the crisis that suddenly erupted in 2008? At the heart of the credit system there exists a range of technical and legal aspects, many of which can fail or badly distort simply by virtue of their rules of operation, coupled with subjective expectations and anticipations. And to the degree that capitalism continues to expand, so the role of the credit system as a kind of central nervous system for directing and controlling the global dynamics of capital accumulation becomes more prominent. The implication is that the control over the means of credit becomes critical for the functioning of capitalism, a positionality that Marx and Engels had recognized in the Communist Manifesto by making the centralization of the means of credit in the hands of the state one of their key demands, presuming, of course, control over the state by the working class. When this is added to the key role of the state with respect to the quality of the coinage and, even more important, symbolic monies, a role which is acknowledged in Chapter 3, then some sort of fusion of state and financial powers appears inevitable. This contradictory fusion was established by the formation of state-controlled central banks with unlimited reserve powers over the disbursement of the means of credit to private appropriators. In the same way that capital can operate on both sides of the demand and supply of labor power, see Chapter 10, so it can operate through the credit system on both sides of the production-realization relation. In recent years in the United States, for example, the increasingly liberal supply of credit to prospective homeowners coupled with an equally liberal supply of credit to property developers to fuel a massive boom in housing and urban development. In this way, it was imagined that the realization problem was done away with. The only difficulty arose because real wages did not rise in parallel, as the volume I analysis would predict, given the dominance of neoliberal policies after 1980, which meant that gains from rising productivity were not shared, but concentrated entirely in the upper classes, so that the ability of ordinary homeowners to pay off their rising debt, which tripled for U.S. households from 1980 to 2008, was steadily diminishing. The resultant property market crash was utterly predictable. But an analysis of the current crash suggests yet another key role of the credit system. In the same way that Marx noted the role of credit, and usury, in extracting wealth from the feudal lords through primitive accumulation, so the credit system is well positioned to target and extract wealth from the assets held by vulnerable populations. Predatory lending practices, a form of accumulation by dispossession, eventually resulted in foreclosures, which allowed assets to be acquired at low cost and transferred wholesale to boost the long-run wealth of capitalist class interests. The foreclosure wave that began in 2006 inflicted a huge loss of asset values on, among others, vulnerable African American populations. This second moment of accumulation by dispossession via the credit system is of great consequence to the dynamics of capitalism. It facilitated an immense transfer of wealth from East and Southeast Asia to Wall Street in the crisis of 1997-8, for example, as a liquidity freeze forced all manner of viable firms into bankruptcy so that they could be bought up cheaply by foreign investors and then sold back at an immense profit when the recovery came. The credit-led attack on family farming that has occurred in waves since the 1930s in the United States has in similar fashion effectively centralized agricultural wealth in the hands of massive agribusinesses at the expense of small owners, who have been forced to give up their assets cheaply, through foreclosures. Class struggle and the accumulation of capitalist class power work their way through every possible channel within the maze of credit instruments that now exist. Marx did not investigate the credit system in a sufficiently thorough way to confront the realization problem in all its complexity. This is one of the items of unfinished business in Marx that requires a good deal of work to complete, particularly given the complexity of financial and credit markets, which makes so much of what goes on within them opaque even to their managers and users. But what is interesting about the argument of volume I is that Marx, in making the transition from the circulation of commodities to that of capital, finds himself forced to invoke relations between creditors and debtors and the use of state-regulated money as a means of payment. He also invokes the time structure of production processes and payments as a key problem of monetary circulation that requires credit if it is to achieve the necessary continuity of capital circulation and accumulation. Credit money, he pointed out, takes root spontaneously in the function of money as a means of payment. 6. This is what I mean when I say that a careful study of the volume I argument tells us a lot about what is to come in the rest of Marx's analysis. It also helps reveal what might be missing and what therefore needs to be more fully investigated. The circulation of capital as a whole. When capital circulation is looked at as a whole, it becomes apparent that the numerous potential barriers to the free and continuing flow of capital through all its moments are neither independent of one another nor systemically integrated. They are best construed as an ensemble of distinctive moments within the totality of the circulation process of capital. There has been a tendency within the history of Marxian theorizing about crises, however, to look for one dominant and exclusive explanation of the origins of the obviously crisis-prone character of a capitalist mode of production. The three big traditional camps of thought are the profit squeeze, the falling rate of profit, and the underconsumptionist traditions, and the separations are often so strongly marked as to put the theories at one another's throats. The very term underconsumptionist in some circles amounts to a dirty word. It seems to mean you are a Keynesian and not a true Marxist, while fans of Rosa Luxemburg get outraged at the mean-spirited dismissal of her ideas on the part of those who place the falling rate of profit argument at the center of their theorizing. In recent years, for obvious reasons, far more attention has been paid to the environmental and the financial aspects of crisis formation, and in what are called the noughties these aspects of crisis formation have top billing. I find it more compelling, in the spirit of the analysis laid out in Volume I alongside the extremely interesting discussion of the relations between limits and barriers in the Grundriss, every limit appears as a barrier to be overcome. 7. To think of all the limits and barriers discussed above as potential points of blockage, each of which can slow down or disrupt the continuity of capital flow and thereby create a crisis of devaluation. I think it also important to understand the potentiality of displacement of one barrier by another. Moves made to alleviate a crisis of labor supply by generating widespread unemployment can obviously create problems of an insufficiency of effective demand, for example. Consequent moves to resolve the effective demand problem by extensions of the credit system among the working classes can ultimately create crises of confidence in the quality of money, as registered by inflationary crises, sudden constrictions of credit supply and financial crashes. I also think it is more in keeping with Marx's frequent invocation of the fluid and flexible character of capitalist development to recognize the rapid repositioning of one barrier at the expense of another and so recognize the multiple ways in which crises can be registered in different historical and geographical situations. Summarizing, the potential barriers are as follows: 1. Inability to mass together enough original capital to get production underway, barriers to entry problems. 2. Scarcities of labor or recalcitrant forms of labor organization that can produce profit squeezes. 3. Disproportionalities and uneven development between sectors within the division of labor. 4. Environmental crises arising out of resource depletion and land and environmental degradation. 5. Imbalances and premature obsolescence due to uneven or excessively rapid technological changes driven by the coercive laws of competition and resisted by labor. 6. Worker recalcitrance or resistance within a labor process that operates under the command and control of capital. 7. Underconsumption and insufficient effective demand. 8. Monetary and financial crises, liquidity traps. Inflation or deflation, that arise within a credit system that depends on sophisticated credit instruments and organized state powers alongside a climate of faith and trust. At each one of these points internal to the circulation process of capital, there exists an antinomy, a potential antagonism that can erupt as an open contradiction, to use the language that Marx frequently deploys in Capital. This is not the end of the analysis of crisis formation and resolution under capitalism, however. To begin with, the dynamics of uneven geographical development together with the whole problem of spatio-temporal unfolding of capitalist development on the world stage are stressful in the extreme, as capital seeks to create a geographical landscape of physical and social infrastructures, appropriate to its dynamic at one time only to have to destroy it and recreate yet another geographical landscape at a later point. The changing dynamics of urbanization on the world stage dramatically illustrate this process. Geopolitical conflicts, including catastrophic wars, abound and, arising as they do out of the peculiar qualities of territorialized power, requiring an adequate theorization of the state, a set of institutions and practices that is frequently invoked in volume I but, like the credit system, left under-theorized, have a logic that does not neatly fit into the requirements of continuous capital circulation and accumulation. The recent history of global shifts in production and deindustrialization have entailed an immense amount of creative destruction, largely worked out through sometimes local but in other instances continent-wide crises, such as that which hit East and Southeast Asia in 1997-8. Furthermore, the possibility of external shocks, including hurricanes and earthquakes, triggering crises cannot be excluded. When almost all activity stopped in the United States in general and New York in particular in the wake of 9/11, the stoppage of circulation was so threatening that within a week the powers that be were everywhere urging the population to get out their credit cards and go shopping. The spirit of Marxian inquiry into the actual history of crises should, I believe, be open to all these possibilities. Keynes was, I suspect, basically correct to interpret the crisis of the 1930s as mainly an insufficiency of effective demand, though probably for class reasons. He did not point out the relation to income inequality not historically replicated until recently that exploded in the 1920s owing to wage repression. This was exacerbated by the fact that people got nervous about the capacity for sustained accumulation and so started to hold on to money. And the more people held on to money, the more the system gummed up. This is what Keynes called the liquidity trap. Ways had to be found to entice money out of hiding, and one answer was debt-financed government expenditures to reinvigorate capital circulation, the other answer was to go to war. On the other hand, I think Duguin and others were basically correct to see a strong element of profit squeeze in the difficulties of the late 1960s in the advanced capitalist countries, where labor scarcities and strong labor organization were clearly putting a brake on accumulation. Excessive monopolization simultaneously helped slow productivity, and this, along with the fiscal crisis of the state, associated with the U.S. war in Vietnam, initiated a long phase of stagflation that could only be resolved by disciplining labor and liberating the coercive laws of competition. In this case, the crisis cascaded from one barrier point to another and back again. The relation to nature also affects profitability, particularly if the rent, a category which, like interest, is not handled in volume I, on natural resources rises dramatically. My point here is not to attempt some potted history of crises but to suggest that the insights that come from a study of Marx's works need to be used flexibly and contingently rather than formalistically. My own view of the internal dynamics of crisis theory, as opposed to independently occurring but not unrelated geopolitical struggles, rests on an analysis of the various limits and barriers encountered within the circulation process, a study of the various strategies for overcoming or circumventing these limits and barriers politically and economically, and a careful monitoring of the ways in which barriers overcome or circumvented at one point result in new barriers appearing at other points. The continuous unfolding and partial resolution of the crisis tendencies of capitalism becomes the subject of inquiry. Behind this lies a deeper problem. Accumulation for accumulation's sake and production for production's sake and the perpetual need to achieve a compound rate of growth were all very well when the core of industrial capitalism was constituted, as it was around 1780, by activities in the 40 square miles around Manchester and a few other hotspots of capitalist dynamism. But what we are now confronting is the possibility of a compound rate of growth of, say, 3% per year, on the basis of everything happening in China and the rest of East and Southeast Asia, an expanding core of activity in India, Russia, and Eastern Europe, surging economies in the Middle East and Latin America and intense pockets of capitalist development in Africa, as well as in the traditional heartlands of capitalism in North America, Europe, and Oceania. The mass of accumulation and of physical movement required in future years to keep this compound rate of growth going will be nothing short of staggering. I view crises as surface eruptions of deep tectonic shifts in the spatio-temporal logic of capitalism. The tectonic plates are now accelerating their motion, and the likelihood of more frequent and more violent crises increases. The manner, form, spatiality, and time of the consequent eruptions are almost impossible to predict, but that they will occur with greater frequency and power is almost certain, making the events of 2008 appear normal if not trivial in comparison. Since these stresses are internal to the capitalist dynamic, which does not preclude some seemingly external disruptive event like a catastrophic pandemic, then what better argument could there be, as Marx once put it, for capitalism to be gone and to give room to a higher state of social production? 8. But this is easier said than done. It entails, of course, the shaping of a political project. For this we can't wait until we know everything we need to know, or even understand everything Marx has to say. Marx holds up a mirror to our reality in Volume I in such a way as to create an imperative to act, and he makes it clear that class politics, class struggle, has to center what we do. In itself, this doesn't sound particularly revolutionary. But over the past quarter century, many of us have lived in a world where we have been told again and again that class is irrelevant, that the very idea of class struggle is so old-fashioned as to be mere fodder for academic dinosaurs. But any serious reading of Capital shows irrefutably that we will get nowhere unless we write class struggle on our political banners and march to its drumbeat. We need, however, to better define exactly what this might mean for our place and times. Marx in his own day was often uncertain as to exactly what to do, what kinds of political alliances would make sense, what kinds of objectives and claims should be articulated. But what Marx also shows is that even in the midst of such uncertainties, we cannot fail to act. Cynics and critics typically object that one is trying to reduce questions of, say, nature, gender, sexuality, race, religion or whatever to class terms, and that this is unacceptable. My answer to this is, not at all. These other struggles are clearly important and have to be waged in their own right. But, I would note, it is rare for any of them not to internalize a significant class dimension, the solution to which is a necessary though never sufficient condition for, say, an adequate anti-racist or pro-environmentalist politics. Just look, for example, at the impact of the so-called subprime mortgage crisis on conditions in the city of Baltimore. A disproportionate number of black households and households headed by single parents, mainly women, have been dispossessed of their living rights and in some cases their assets in the course of a vicious class war of accumulation by dispossession. In such a situation, we cannot walk away from the category of class and deny its relevance. We have to stop being nervous and fearful of talking class talk and of mobilizing political strategies around notions of class war. But there is, of course, a reason for the wishful silences. Class is the one category that the powers that be do not want anyone to take seriously. The Wall Street Journal scathingly mocks anything smacking of class war as being gratuitously divisive when the nation should be pulling together to confront its difficulties. The ruling elite does not ever want to openly admit, let alone discuss, the one central thing it is engaged on, its class strategy to augment its wealth and power. The one thing that Marx again and again insists on is that the concept of class, in all its ambiguous glory, is indispensable to both theory and action. But there is much to do to make the category work. For example, one of the questions that comes out of reading Capital is what to say about the relations between struggles waged around primitive accumulation and accumulation by dispossession on the one hand, and the class struggles typically waged around the workplace and in the labor market on the other. It is not always easy to put these two forms of struggle together. But I find it hard to ignore the vast array of struggles going on in the world against dispossession, even though some of them are merely a hardened form of retrograde not in my backyard politics. the division between these two grand forms of class struggle hurts politically. But what Marx's chapter on the working day teaches is that alliances are important and that it is hard to get anywhere without them, because the capitalist class accumulates capital by whatever means are at hand, and that means at the expense of the rest of us. Capitalists get filthy rich while everyone else stagnates or suffers. This class privilege and power, Marx says, must be battled against and destroyed to make way for another mode of production. But what Volume I also teaches is that the displacement of one mode of production by another is a drawn-out and complicated process. Capitalism did not supplant feudalism with some neat revolutionary transformation. It had to grow within the interstices of the old society and bit by bit supplant it, sometimes through force, violence, predation, and seizures of assets, but at other times with guile and cunning. And it often lost battles against the old order even as it eventually won the war. As it achieved a modicum of power, however, it had to build its alternative at first on the basis of the technologies, social relations, mental conceptions, production systems, relations to nature and patterns of daily life as these had long been constituted under the preceding order. It took a coevolution and uneven development of these different moments within the social totality, see Chapter 6, before it found not only its own unique technological base but also its belief systems and mental conceptions, its unstable but clearly class-ridden configuration of social relations, its curious spatio-temporal rhythms and its equally strange ways of daily life, to say nothing of its production processes, before it was truly possible to say that this was capitalism, albeit constantly changing in response to its own inevitable contradictions. I began this book by urging you to try to read Marx on Marx's own terms. Obviously, my own view as to what those terms are has played a crucial role in the mental map I have tried to construct to guide you. My purpose in this was not to persuade you that I have the correct line, the correct reading, but first to open a way for you to construct your own meanings and interpretations. Many people will, I know, dispute my reading, as you should, too, in whole or in part. For me, the second crucial task is to open up a space of dialogue and discussion in such a way as to bring the Marxian vision of the world back onto center stage, both intellectually and politically. Marx's works have far too much to tell us regarding the perils of our times to consign them to the dustbin of history. It should by now, given the events of the last year or so, be evident that we need to think outside the box of received wisdoms. Events, wrote Henry Lefebvre in his little book The Explosion, covering the events of 1968, belie forecasts, to the extent that events are historic, they upset calculations. They may even overturn strategies that provided for their possible occurrence. Events pull thinkers out of their comfortable seats and plunge them headlong into a wave of contradictions. 9. What better moment to study carefully the inner contradictions of capitalism and the works of that superb dialectician who did so much to make them so luminously transparent. While mental conceptions cannot on their own change the world, ideas are, as Marx himself observed, a material force in history. Marx wrote Capital to better equip us to fight that struggle. But here, too, there is no easy path, any more than there is some royal road to science. As Bertolt Brecht once wrote, it takes a lot of things to change the world. Anger and tenacity. Science and indignation. The quick initiative, the long reflection. The cold patience and the infinite perseverance. The understanding of the particular case and the understanding of the ensemble. Only the lessons of reality can teach us to transform reality. Volume 2. A note on the texts used. The texts used are as follows. K. Marx, Capital, Volume 2, London, Penguin Books in association with New Left Review, translated by David Fernbach, 1978, page numbers cited directly. K. Marx, Capital, Volume I, London, Penguin Books in association with New Left Review, translated by Ben Fowkes, 1976, citations referenced as C1 followed by the page number. K. Marx, Capital, Volume 3, London, Penguin Books in association with New Left Review, translated by David Fernbach, 1981, citations referenced as C3 followed by the page number. K. Marx, Grundriss, London, New Left Review and Penguin Books, translated by Martin Nicholas, 1973, citations referenced as Grundrisse, followed by page number. Whereas I worked from a transcript of the lectures in compiling the written version of the volume I companion, I did not follow the same procedure in this case. While I have often mined volume 2 for particular insights, I did not have the appreciation that comes from teaching it on a regular basis. So I had to learn quite a bit more about the volume as a whole. Before giving the lectures, I therefore compiled lengthy notes on the materials from Volume 2 and the relevant chapters of Volume 3 and subsequently went back over these to correct them after the lectures were given. This formed the basis for the first version of the text. I then reread the original texts one more time and came up with further corrections and comments. As so often happens when reading Marx, consecutive readings revealed new insights and layers of meaning. Thus there are some differences and divergences not only in the manner of presentation but also, occasionally, in substantive interpretation between the lectures and this written version. Interpreting Marx is always an ongoing and incomplete project, and this is what often makes it so interesting to read and then reread him. I want to thank the students who participated in the preliminary seminar on Volume 2 and those who patiently listened to the lectures at the Union Theological Seminary. Their pertinent questions were always helpful, while Crystal Hall, Priya Chandrasekaran, Go C. Anderson, and Chris Caruso graciously and helpfully agreed to interview me about the text for the video version. I am also deeply indebted to Chris Caruso, who both led the film crew and manages my website, and Chris Niza who edited the video so expertly. Finally, Maliha Safari, kindly read the first draft of the text and suggested some clarifications and reformulations. She is in no way responsible for my interpretations. Introduction. My aim, as with the companion to Volume I of Capital, is to get you to read this book. I wish I could add in Marx's own terms but, as I shall shortly show, it is particularly difficult in this case to understand what those terms might be. But, first, I need to persuade you of the importance of undertaking a careful study of Volume 2 and treating it on a par with Volume I. The case for so doing is, in my view, unassailable. In the Grundriss, e.g. 407, Marx unequivocally asserts that capital can be understood only as a unity of production and realization of value and surplus value. By this, he means that if you cannot sell in the market what has been produced in the labor process, then the labor embodied through production has no value. Volume I of Capital concentrates its attention on the processes and dynamics of the production of value and surplus value, laying to one side any difficulties that might arise out of the conditions of their realization. Marx assumes, in effect, that a market always exists and all commodities produced can be sold at their value. Volume 2 takes exactly the opposite tack, what turn out to be the fraught and often unstable processes of realization of surplus value are put under the microscope while assuming there are no difficulties in the realm of surplus value production. If, as is unfortunately generally the case, the much-studied Volume I is overemphasized while Volume 2 is neglected and treated as secondary, then, at best, we can get only half of the story of Marx's understanding of capital's political economy. In fact, the implications of the failure to take Volume 2 seriously are far worse. We fail to understand fully what is said in the first volume because its findings need to be placed in a dialectical relation to those of Volume 2 if they are to be properly understood. The unity of production and realization, like that of the commodity, is a contradictory unity. It internalizes an opposition between two radically different tendencies. To ignore its contradictory character would be like trying to theorize capital without mentioning labor, or gender by talking about men and forgetting about women. It is out of the contradictory relations between production and realization that crises frequently arise. Ricardo and his school, Marx notes, never understood the really modern crises, in which this contradiction of capital discharges itself in great thunderstorms which increasingly threaten the accumulation of capital as the foundation of society and of production itself. Grundriss, 411. Marx clearly warned us of all this in the first chapter of Volume I. In the analysis of commodity production, he initially lays aside questions of use-value as if they do not matter, as if the discovery of the manifold uses of things is the work of history and therefore outside of the purview of political economy. But he then goes on to conclude that nothing can be a value without being an object of utility. If the thing is useless, so is the labor contained in it, the labor does not count as labor, and therefore creates no value. C. 131. No realization, then no value and certainly no surplus value. Volume 2 studies those conditions that might lead to the value and surplus value created potentially in production not being realized in monetary form through exchange in the market. The idea of a deep contradiction between the conditions for the production and realization of surplus value is so important that I think it wise to provide an initial indication of how it might work in practice. In Volume I, Marx focuses on the implications for the laborer of the ruthless pursuit of surplus value by capital. The culmination of this inquiry in Chapter 25 on the general law of capitalist accumulation concludes that the lot of the laborer is bound to grow worse, that the accumulation of wealth at one pole is at the same time accumulation of misery, the torment of labor, slavery, ignorance, brutalization, and moral degradation at the other pole, i.e. on the side of the class that produces its own product as capital. C. 799. This idea of the increasing impoverishment and immiseration of the working classes has entered with a vengeance into the folklore of the Marxist interpretation of capital. But it is a contingent proposition. It presumes that there are absolutely no problems arising in the realization of value and surplus value in the market, and that the manner in which surplus value is distributed between rents, interest, profit on merchants' capital, taxes, and profits on direct production have no relevance. In Volume 2, however, we find the following statement, which is radically at odds with the Volume I formulation. Contradiction in the capitalist mode of production. The workers are important for the market as buyers of commodities. But as sellers of their commodity labor power, capitalist society has the tendency to restrict them to their minimum price. Further contradiction, the periods in which capitalist production exerts all its forces regularly show themselves in periods of overproduction, because the limit to the application of the productive powers is not simply the production of value, but also its realization. However, the sale of commodities, the realization of commodity capital, and thus of surplus value as well, is restricted not by the consumer needs of society in general, but by the consumer needs of a society in which the great majority are always poor and must always remain poor. 391. Lack of aggregate effective demand in the market, in short, can act as a serious barrier to the continuity of capital accumulation, and working class consumption is a significant component of that effective demand. By the end of Volume 2, therefore, Marx is talking, albeit somewhat reluctantly, about how working class demand, along with the manipulation of working class wants, needs, and desires, becomes critical for the achievement of that form of rational consumption that will support continuous capital accumulation. Capitalism as a social formation is perpetually caught in this contradiction. It can either maximize the conditions for the production of surplus value, and thereby threaten the capacity to realize surplus value in the market, or keep effective demand strong in the market by empowering workers, and thereby threaten the ability to create surplus value in production. In other words, if the economy does well according to the Volume I prescriptions, it is likely to be in trouble from the standpoint of Volume 2, and vice versa. For example, capital in the advanced capitalist countries tended toward a demand management stance consistent with the Volume 2 propositions, emphasizing the conditions for realization of value, between 1945 and the mid-1970s, but, in the process, increasingly ran into problems, particularly those of a well-organized and politically powerful working class movement, in the production of surplus value. After the mid-1970s, it therefore shifted, after a fierce battle with labor, toward a supply-side stance more consistent with volume I. This emphasized cultivating the conditions for surplus value production, through reducing real wages, crushing working-class organization and generally disempowering workers. The neoliberal counter-revolution, as we now call it, from the mid-1970s onwards resolved the preeminent problems of surplus value production, but it did so at the expense of creating problems of realization, particularly from the early 1990s onwards. How these problems in aggregate effective demand were papered over by the extension of credit is a complicated history that culminated in the crash of 2008. This general story is, of course, a gross oversimplification, but it provides a neat illustration of how the contradictory unity of production and realization has been manifest historically. It has also been manifest in shifts in bourgeois economic theory. For example, Keynesian demand management dominated economic thinking in the 1960s, whereas monetarist supply-side theories came to dominate after 1980 or so. It is important to situate these histories in terms of the underlying contradictory unity of production and realization as represented by the first two volumes of Capital. There is, however, one way that the contradiction between production and realization might be attenuated or even effectively managed, and that is by resort to credit. This is so because there is nothing in principle that prevents credit being supplied to sustain in equal measure both production and realization of values and surplus values. The clearest example of this is when financiers lend to developers to build speculative tract housing while lending mortgage finance to consumers to purchase that housing. The problem, of course, is that this practice can all too easily produce speculative bubbles of the sort that led into the spectacular crash of 2007-08, primarily in the housing markets of the United States but also in Spain and Ireland. The long history of booms, bubbles, and crashes in construction testifies to the importance of phenomena of this sort in capital's history. But the interventions of the credit system have plainly also been constructive in certain ways and played a positive role in sustaining capital accumulation through difficult times. Partly for this reason, I decided to incorporate those parts of Volume 3 that deal with merchant and finance capital along with the credit system into this Volume 2 reading. Theoretically, this maneuver makes sense because Volume 2 opens with a study of three integrated circuits of capital, those of money, production, and the commodity. But Marx treats of these circuits and their interrelations in purely technical terms, without considering the class agents that arise specifically charged with managing the disposal of capital in the different forms of money, production, and commodity. The producers are very prominent in Volume I, of course, but the distinctive roles of the merchants and the financiers are only taken up in Volume 3. What we find there is a history of how credit is the fount of all manner of insanity and speculative craziness, which then raises the obvious question as to why capital tolerates such excrescences, particularly since they underpin massive destructions of value of the sort we have recently witnessed. The answer to this conundrum actually lies in Volume 2, though Marx does not specifically mention it. In fact, Marx systematically excludes credit from his analysis throughout the whole of Volume 2, an exclusion that many readers, including me, find annoying and frustrating. But what we see from Volume 2 is that, without a credit system, capitalists would be forced into hoarding more and more capital to cover problems of fixed capital circulation, differential turnover, working and circulation times, and the like. When capital is hoarded, it becomes inactive and dead. If more and more capital ends up in that state, then this will act as a serious drag upon the dynamics of accumulation, to the point where the circulation of capital will likely gum up and ultimately grind to a halt. The credit system is, therefore, vital to release all this hoarded and inactive money capital. It helps return it into active use. But it does so at a cost. The Pandora's box of speculative credit activity has to be opened, and all sorts of unsavory things pop out. Marx does not explicitly point all of this out, but it is a clear implication that flows from the analysis of a creditless economy laid out in Volume 2. The final reason I have for incorporating some of Volume 3 into the context of Volume 2 is that it helps highlight the holistic nature of Marx's political economic inquiry. By situating the Volume 2 reading in relation to the other two volumes of Capital, we better appreciate the contents and meaning of this volume in relation to Marx's overall project. But we also establish a clearer basis for understanding the nature of Marx's general project. It has long been my view, for example, that we should not cite passages from this or that volume as if they are pure and untrammeled truths, but always treat even firmly stated propositions, such as the increasing impoverishment of the workers in Volume I, as contingent statements that exist in relation to the total vision that Marx was seeking to represent. The truths that Volume 2 has to tell are vital to our overall understanding in themselves, of course. But they are always situated truths in relation to the evolving framework of Marx's ongoing project. With respect to the actual text of Volume 2, I approach the challenge of devising an adequate reading of it with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Excitement because, for me, and I know I am not alone in this, some of Marx's most interesting and innovative ideas and insights are to be derived from a close reading of it. Constructed from the standpoint of circulation of capital in its different forms, the circulations of money, commodities, and productive activities, rather than from the standpoint of production, it proposes a radically different model of how capital works to that set out in Volume I. It is, to use my favorite metaphor, capital seen through a different window on the world. From the two windows of the two volumes we see quite different patterns of relations and activities. Yet the view from each window is objectively described and truthfully portrayed. A general theory of what Marx calls the laws of motion of capital, I have always thought, would have to come from triangulating between the two perspectives, a task that has never been satisfactorily accomplished, in part because Volume 2 is incomplete and its vision blurred. Volume 2 is also, for a variety of reasons, the least read and least considered of the three volumes of Capital. I am personally indebted to Volume 2 in many ways. This is because it deals with how capital circulation constructs its own world of space and time. It helps explain why the history of capitalism has been characterized by speed up and the reduction of cost and time barriers to spatial movement. It sets these trends against the background of the ongoing reproduction and expansion of the class relations that lie at the very heart of what capital is about. It has provided a more secure theoretical foundation for me to understand the political economy of urbanization and the dynamics of uneven geographical development. I have therefore drawn much inspiration from it in my own work. In the condition of postmodernity, for example, I coined and to some extent popularized the phrase time-space compression to capture the successive ways in which capital has knitted together a world of circulation of money, commodities, people, information, and ideas in ever tighter, more complex and concentrated ways. This idea came from my reading of Volume 2. My trepidation arises because this volume is a rather boring book, and that may be an understatement. It lacks the literary style, the sparkle, and the humor, the irony and devastating put-downs that help make Volume I such a readable tome. There are no blood-sucking vampires and table-turnings in Volume 2, hardly any references at all to the immense cast of literary characters Shakespeare, Cervantes, Goethe, Balzac, to say nothing of learned references to the Greeks and Enlightenment philosophers that strut the stage in Volume I. The translator, David Fernbach, doubtless fearing he might be blamed for the uninspired qualities of the writing, points out the enormous stylistic differences between the first and the later volumes of Capital. Volume I is palpably presented to the public as a work of science that is also a work of world literature, whereas the content of Volume 2 follows much more in the wake of the less purple passages of Volume I. Those of you familiar with the first volume will know what he means. For most of Volume 2, Marx seems content to assume the persona of the dry and dusty accountant of so many days or hours producing a commodity, and so many more days and hours getting it to market for sale. The subject matter, writes Fernbach, is to a far greater extent technical, even dry. The book is above all renowned for the arid deserts between its oases, and this has caused many a non-specialist reader to turn back in defeat. 80. The amazingly important insights of the book are, to put it bluntly, buried in turgid prose and tedious arithmetic calculations. The problem is not only one of written style. Volume 2 also lacks the compelling and clear narrative, some would call it dialectical, structure that is so persuasive in Volume I. This is, to some degree, explained by the incomplete and often inconclusive nature of the work. The threads that bind the volume into a whole are there, but it takes a lot of work to excavate them, and in some instances they are plainly frayed, if not broken. The only way the reader can make sense of the whole is to pick up the most prominent threads and try to weave them into some configuration that makes sense. It takes imagination and patience to do that, and even then it is hard to be sure that what one comes up with is what Marx really had in mind. It is therefore sometimes said of commentaries on Volume 2 that they reveal more about the commentators than about Marx. This is surely to some degree true in my case. The problem is that there is no other way to read this volume productively. Beneath this general difficulty lies also the question of how Engels created the texts of both volumes 2 and 3 that have come down to us. Recent scholarship on Marx's original notebooks and drafts seems to indicate that Engels's interventions were substantial, and sometimes more than a little questionable. Some even go so far as to suggest that we should attribute the authorship of these volumes to Engels rather than to Marx. The raw and unedited notebooks and drafts have already been published in German and, as Marx scholars probe more deeply into them, there may be some very substantial reinterpretations in the offing. I cannot anticipate what these might be, but I think it only right to inform readers of such a possibility. Meanwhile, I can only proceed with the text as we currently have it. Volume 2 is written at a high level of abstraction, and thus lacks the grounded qualities of Volume I. When Marx takes up the theory of absolute surplus value in Volume I, for example, he illustrates it with a long history of struggle over the length of the working day. The relevance of the concept to daily life and politics is clear. Remember Mary Ann Walkley, who died of overwork. He does not usually bother with such examples in Volume 2, and when he does, when he consults the railway manuals for ideas on how to handle maintenance, repair, and replacement of fixed capital items such as rail ties and rolling stock, it is only to find more appropriate abstractions on the basis of accountancy information. We are therefore left to imagine what a long illustrative chapter on, say, changing turnover times, equivalent to that on the working day in Volume I, might look like. It is not that Marx lacked for illustrative materials. Circulation times, the time from production to market, were changing dramatically with the coming of the railroads and the telegraph. We can easily insert our own examples of such time-space reconfigurations today, such as the impact of the internet and cell phones. But, with chapter after chapter lacking any attempt to illustrate abstract and technical findings with materials drawn from daily life, let alone from the historical geographical evolution of capitalism, it is very easy to become turned off. Even worse is the lack of politics. Engels, as Ernest Mondale points out in his introduction to the Penguin edition, feared that the second volume will provoke great disappointment, because it is purely scientific and does not contain much material for agitation. 11. This is, again, something of an understatement. The moral outrage that courses through Volume I and animates it at every turn is missing. Class struggle disappears, as do active class relations. The devastating ironic passages of Volume I are not to be found. There is no call for revolution. Marx seems interested only in the nuts and bolts of how capital circulates. He sheathes his acerbic critical sword, except when it comes to Ricardo's and Adam Smith's errors, and for the most part gives us passive descriptions. While the potentiality for disruptions and crises is perpetually being probed, the catalysts that turn such potentialities into realities are largely absent. It sometimes seems as if a self-perpetuating capitalist system can accumulate forever, with just a few hiccups and minor disruptions here and there. Rosa Luxemburg bitterly complained that the abstracted reproduction schemas developed at the end of Volume 2 showed on paper that accumulation, production, realization, and exchange run smoothly with clockwork precision, adding ironically, given the way that Marx calculated, not always correctly, tedious arithmetic examples of expanding accumulation from one year to the next, that no doubt this particular kind of accumulation can continue ad infinitum, just as long, that is to say, as ink and paper do not run out. I do not mention all this to put readers off before they start, but to forewarn everyone of some of the difficulties and challenges that lie ahead. There are good reasons why this is by far the least read of the 3 volumes of Capital. The warning that Marx posted in one of his introductions to Volume I needs reiteration, but with redoubled force: there is no royal road to science, and only those who do not dread the fatiguing climb of its steep paths have a chance of gaining its luminous summits. C. 104. Sticking with Volume 2, I can assure you, is not only essential but well worth it in the long run. The view from some of the luminous summits is as unexpected as it is problematic and enlightening. Because of the evident difficulties, I have taken certain liberties in presenting this text to first-time readers. I have added intangible examples, contemporary if possible, to illustrate the principles that Marx is uncovering. I have added some comments on political implications and possibilities. I have also imported materials from elsewhere, particularly from the Grundrisse, to support and elaborate on some of the key ideas that are here incompletely presented. Even more dramatically, I elected, as already noted, to bring all of the materials from Volume 3 concerning merchants' capital and money, finance, and banking capital into contact with the purely technical presentation on the circulation of money and commodity capitals laid out in Volume 2. These far more lively, if incomplete and often frustrating, materials from Volume 3 deal with the roles of merchants and financiers as agents in the rise of a capitalist mode of production. They also help explain why it is so important to disaggregate the circulation of capital, as is done in Volume 2, into its components of money, commodity and productive activity. By combining the activities and behaviors of the social agents, the merchants, the financiers, and the bankers with the technical aspects of capital accumulation, we gain a far richer understanding of how capital works. It is also in Volume 3 that Marx comes the closest to analyzing actual crises, those of 1848 and 1857. Looking at how Marx did this is helpful in wrestling with what happened in the crisis that unfolded in global capitalism after 2007, and makes this reading far more relevant to contemporary circumstances. I do not claim that Marx provides answers to the conundrum of how to explain our recent difficulties. But there are some instructive parallels between Marx's time and ours. For example, his commentary on how the Mistaken Bank Act of 1844 in Britain intensified and prolonged the commercial and financial crises of 1848 and 1857 bears an eerie resemblance to the unfortunate role of the European Central Bank in deepening and prolonging the crisis in Europe after 2008. The necessity to go beyond the text of Volume 2 in order to understand it is mandated by its incomplete form. It is simply impossible to get much out of the book without speculating on its possibilities. I do not claim that my speculations and interpretations are right, or that I have privileged insights that others lack. But I do hope to demonstrate that the book becomes so much more interesting and exciting when approached in this way. If you remain constrained by the dry and technical manner of its presentation, you will emerge pretty desiccated by the experience. A more expansive and speculative reading allows you to import your own political fire into a text that on the surface seems to provide very little material for political activism. Volume 2 is about the motion of capital, the metamorphoses that it undergoes as it moves through the different states of money, production, and commodities in a continuous stream. Whereas the labor process and the production of surplus value dominate the argument in Volume I, these are viewed in Volume 2 as mere moments en route not only to the realization of surplus value as capital in the marketplace but also to the perpetual renewal through capital circulation of the powers of domination of capital over social labor. The temporality, and to a lesser degree spatiality, of circulation is brought sharply into focus. The continuity of capital circulation, presupposed in Volume I, becomes a major preoccupation. We deal with questions of turnover time and of speed up, with the complexities that arise because more and more capital circulates as fixed capital, not only the machines and the factories, but the whole complex of transport networks, built environments, and physical infrastructures. The circulation process of capital is here presented as the lifeblood that courses through the body politic of capitalism in the desperate quest to reproduce the capital-labor class relation. The potential barriers, blockages, and imbalances within these processes of circulation form a field of contradictions which cry out for analysis. They also provide potential foci for political agitation. Anti-capitalist politics have to grapple with the findings, tentative though they may be, of Volume 2 if they are to succeed. Though there is plenty of potential red meat for the political agitator buried in these pages, many of the findings do not sit easily with some of the political presuppositions that the Marxist left, heavily influenced by Volume I, has traditionally embraced. Problems are posed such as the future of money and credit that are not easy to resolve through classic forms of class struggle that focus on the workplace. Volume 2 defines what has to be reconstituted or replaced in the sphere of circulation if we are not all to starve when the revolution comes. Marx opens Volume 2 by stating that the subject of his inquiry is rooted in the chapter on money in Volume I. This is discouraging, since the money chapter, being long, tedious and challenging, is where many people give up on that volume. I therefore advised first-time readers when reading Volume I to push on through this chapter as best they could to get to the more interesting materials on the other side. But here, in Volume 2, we are invited to linger and expand upon this chapter at length. It is easier to do so once you recall the definition of capital, given in Chapter 4 of Volume I, as a process and not a thing. The basic process is a continuous flow of value transiting through different states, entailing changes of form, or metamorphoses as Marx calls them. If you are curious to know what kind of process this really is, then Volume 2 provides insights such as the drive towards speed up and the deepening tension between fixed and circulating capital that are both revealing and surprising. In pursuing his inquiries, Marx is never shy of making dramatic simplifying assumptions. These allow him, he frequently argues, to explore the dynamics of capital circulation and accumulation in their pure state. Thus, on the very first page of Volume 2, we read: "In order to grasp these forms in their pure state, we must first of all abstract from all aspects that have nothing to do with the change and constitution of the forms as such. We shall therefore assume here, both that commodities are sold at their values, and that the circumstances in which this takes place do not change. We shall also ignore any changes of value that may occur in the course of the cyclical process. The assumption that commodities exchange at their values, we abstract from the daily volatility of market prices, is familiar from Volume I, and we can, I think, presume that the circumstances to which Marx refers are those of perfectly functioning, legally defined, and competitive market exchange set out in Chapter 2 of Volume I. The pure state also assumes a closed system. There is no trade with some outside unless otherwise specified, while capital is completely dominant within a closed system. The real kicker comes in the last sentence. Changes of value arise out of the changing productivity of labor. This is achieved through the technological and organizational changes outlined in the theory of relative surplus value that dominates much of the text of Volume I. In Volume 2, Marx excludes the theory of relative surplus value from his purview and builds a model of an economy in a static technological and organizational state. At the outset of Chapter 20, for example, he forcefully reiterates the assumption, as far as revolutions in value are concerned, they change nothing, 469. So the theory we are about to explore is one in which the technological and organizational dynamism that so dominates the argument in Volume I, and which constitutes such a revolutionary force in the Communist Manifesto, is held to one side in order to explore some other crucial aspects of the laws of motion of capital. So what is it, then, that Marx is after in Volume 2? Once surplus value is produced, a process we understand very well from Volume I, then how does it get realized and then continue to circulate as accumulating capital? And, as it circulates, what particular forms of capital does it necessarily engender? Marx was obviously aware that the class configurations of merchants, bankers, and financiers, and landlords existed in some relation to the industrial capitalist who, in volume I, is depicted as the direct and sole appropriator of the surplus value produced by wage labor. He also knew that these other forms of capital pre-existed the rise of capitalist production and the factory system, and that they therefore played critical historical roles in the construction of a capitalist mode of production. Marx refuses, however, to conceptualize them as mere residuals of the transition from feudalism to capitalism. What he wants to know is how and why these other forms of capital are socially necessary to the survival of a capitalist mode of production in a pure state, and in what ways they might become the locus of contradictions and crises. The idea of capital in a pure state is important for Marx. It is always possible, when faced with a crisis, to say that the crisis is due to some impurity or malfunction of a pure and therefore perfect capitalist mode of production. We have heard that a lot from neoliberals in the last few years. The problem is not, they say, any deep contradiction within the neoliberal model of market capitalism itself, but a failure to follow neoliberal dictates properly. Their solution is to drive capital back even further toward its pure state through a politics of austerity and an increasing emasculation of state powers. What Marx seeks to show is that crises are inherent in, necessary and endemic to the survival of a capitalist mode of production in all its purity. Not only can no amount of regulatory tinkering set that matter aright, but the closer the economy converges on its pure state, the deeper the crisis will likely become, which is where Europe with its austerity politics seemed so clearly to be headed in 2012. What Volume 2 also shows, however, is that independent and autonomously forming crisis tendencies always exist within the circulatory system. For conventional Marxists, this is not always welcome news. It poses the problem of how to wage class struggle against, say, the merchants, the bankers, currency traders and the like, and to understand the many activities in which they engage: insurance, hedging, betting on derivatives, collateralized debt obligations, credit default swaps, and so on. We need to establish what the contradictions are and figure out what the impacts of independent and autonomously forming commercial and financial crises might be. We also need a better understanding of the role of financial giants, like the infamous vampire squid known as Goldman Sachs, along with Citibank, RBS, HSBC, Deutsche Bank, and so on, and likewise to unpack the role of merchant capitalists such as Walmart, IKEA, and Carrefour in the political economy of our own times. Marx imposes draconian restrictions and exclusions on what is or is not admissible in the theoretical world he is constructing throughout all of Capital. This is particularly evident in Volume 2.1. Where do these restrictions come from, and how can they be justified? The credit system and the circulation of interest-bearing capital are frequently mentioned, for example, only to be shunted aside, usually with the comment that a consideration of such a form of circulation does not belong here. But why not? An examination of fixed capital circulation or of differential turnover times in the absence of a credit system does not seem on the surface to make much sense. So why does Marx systematically exclude credit from consideration throughout Volume 2, all the while admitting that everything changes when the credit system intervenes? It is hard to answer this question without probing into the deeply fraught relationship between Marx's scientific political economic writings, Capital, the Grundrisse, and theories of surplus value, on the one hand, and his historical writings, such as the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte and the Civil War in France, on the other. Marx points to this tension on the very first page of Capital. Having defined the commodity as a unity of use and exchange values, he shunts the question of use value aside, only, as we have seen, to resurrect it shortly thereafter, saying that to study the uses of things is the work of history. From this and many other statements, we can reasonably conclude that Marx clearly understood political economy and history as two distinctive fields of inquiry. This raises the general question of how to understand the significance of the political economy. This is a particularly pertinent question to be asked of Volume 2. Answering it, I believe, helps us to understand the exclusions that characterize Volume 2. The political economic writings are, of course, by no means devoid of historical content. The capitalist mode of production, which is their theoretical object of inquiry, is presented as an historical construct that arose out of feudalism, and which has the potential if not the necessity to evolve into some other social order, called socialism or communism. The historical writings and the journalistic commentaries, on the other hand, make scant reference to political economic theory and the laws of motion of capital, though they do, of course, document the turbulence of actual class struggles. The one exception is the Communist Manifesto, written in 1848, in which many of the themes later explored in Capital are easily discerned. We are, however, left to impute the political economic content in the early historical works such as the 18th Brumaire, which analyzes the aftermath of the economic crisis and revolutionary movements of 1847–48 in France. It takes considerable effort to exhume the economic content of the Civil War in France, which centers on the Paris Commune of 1871. The focus is almost exclusively on fluid and often seemingly accidental political dynamics. Key concepts in Marx's political economy: the production of an industrial reserve army, the falling rate of profit, the theory of relative surplus value, and the like rate no mention even in historical texts written after the first volume of Capital was already published. The difference between these two literatures would not be so troubling were it not for a seemingly unbridgeable divide between the fluid, accidental, and voluntaristic tone of the historical and political writings, on the one hand, and the rigorously scientific and law-like political economy on the other. There seem to be two Marxisms, the deterministic and the voluntaristic, that are never destined to meet, except through a rather arid debate, fueled largely by Engels and turned into dogma by Stalin, on whether the transition to communism was a scientific question and whether dialectical materialism constitutes a theory of history. In the introduction to the English version of the Grundrisse, Marx outlines the principles that guide his political economic inquiries. These help explain the rules of engagement that Marx observed in constructing his theoretical edifice, while shedding light on where the gap between history and theory comes from. I have concluded that he rigorously, and if one wanted to be critical, as to some degree I am, one would say rigidly, stuck by these principles in writing all of Capital, and there is no better place to examine this practice than in Volume 2. This framework permitted him to transcend the particularities of his own times, such as the details of the crisis of 1857–58 that inspired his preparatory writings in the Grundrisse, and to produce a tentative though incomplete alternative theory of the laws of motion of capital. These laws animate, he held, the dynamics of all historical and geographical situations in which the capitalist mode of production predominates. But the achievement of this general theory came at a cost. The general framework Marx sets out constitutes a straitjacket that limits the applicability of these laws and leaves us a lot of work to do to understand particular historical movements and conjunctures. Point 3. Marx sought a political economy that would be truly scientific. This science would, he hoped, have a power analogous to that of the knowledge structures of physics and chemistry. The law of value and surplus value operates, Marx held, like a law of nature, albeit of capitalism's historical nature. Several times he compares value to the force of gravity. A better analogy would be the laws of fluid dynamics, which underpin all theorizing about the dynamics of atmospheres and oceans, and innumerable other phenomena where fluids of any sort are in motion. These laws cannot be mechanically applied to fields such as weather forecasting or climate change without all manner of modifications, and even then there are plenty of excesses that remain inexplicable. Marx's laws of motion of capital are very much of this sort. They do not and cannot explain all aspects of the prevailing economic climate, let alone predict tomorrow's economic weather. This does not mean that Marx's political economy is irrelevant. No one in the physical sciences would dismiss the laws of fluid dynamics just because they do not provide exact predictions of tomorrow's weather. Marx's general method goes something like this. He assumes that the legions of political economists and commentators who have written on the topic since the 17th century have made honest and good faith attempts to understand the complicated economic world that was emerging around them. There were, of course, vulgar economists, who sought to justify the class privileges into which they were often born, but this was not true of William Petty, James Stoyart, Adam Smith, David Ricardo, and so on. But even the vulgar economists, by the crassness of their arguments, revealed something very important about the inner nature of capital, as Marx shows in his amusing dissection of Senior's last hour in Volume I of Capital. By exploring critically, with the aid of dialectics, their formulations and the inner contradictions in their arguments, Marx aimed, as he declared in his preface to Capital, to construct an alternative account of the laws of motion of capital. Marx established his new political economic science through a critique of classical political economy rather than through direct historical, anthropological, and statistical inquiry and induction. This critique, most explicitly attempted in theories of surplus value but also permanently present in Capital and the Grundrisse, accords a good deal of authority, some would argue far too much, and there are quite a few instances where I agree with that criticism, to the collective understandings of bourgeois political economy and bourgeois representations, as with, for example, the reports of the factory inspectors in England, the country where industrial capitalism was, according to Marx, most advanced. So how does he construe the general approach of the bourgeois political economists? And how did classical political economy frame its subject? 4. Production, he says in the Grundrisse, appears as the point of departure, consumption as the conclusion, distribution and exchange as the middle. Thus production, distribution, exchange and consumption form a regular syllogism. Production is the generality, distribution and exchange the particularity, and consumption the singularity in which the whole is joined together. Production is determined by the general natural laws, distribution by social accident. Exchange stands between the two as formal social movement, and the concluding act, consumption, which is conceived not only as a terminal point but also as an end in itself, actually belongs outside of economics except insofar as it reacts in turn upon the point of departure and initiates the whole process anew. Grundrisse, 108-9. This statement is foundational for understanding Marx's approach in Capital. Notice, then, the distinctions here invoked between generalities, production, which are deterministic and law-like, particularities, exchange and distribution, which are accidental and conjunctural, for example, outcomes of social struggles that depend on the balance of forces deployed, and singularities, consumption, which I take to be unpredictable and potentially chaotic. Note also that the singularities of consumption belong largely outside of economics, and, presumably, within the realm of history as suggested on the first page of Capital. The general framework suggested here is laid out in Figure 1. Figure 1, the weak syllogistic framework for analysis that Marx adopts in Capital. While this syllogism is admittedly a coherence, it is, says Marx, a shallow one. So he rejects it in favor of a dialectical conception of how production, distribution, exchange, and consumption might be brought together within the totality of relations comprising a capitalist mode of production. After many pages discussing the inner and dialectical relations between, for example, production and consumption, and then production and distribution, and finally production and exchange, he reaches his conclusion. Production, distribution, exchange, and consumption form the members of a totality, distinctions within a unity. Mutual interaction takes place between the different moments. This is the case with every organic whole, Grundrisse, 99-100. The organic whole, totality, of a capitalist mode of production that Marx has in mind is not purely Hegelian, though it may well derive from revolutionizing Hegel's conceptions rather than simply turning them right side up. Its structure is ecosystemic, comprising relations within what Gramsci and Lefebvre call an ensemble or delos, an assemblage of moments. Nothing simpler for a Hegelian than to posit production and consumption as identical, complains Marx. And this has been done not only by socialist belletrists but by prosaic economists themselves, e.g. say, Grundrisse, 93-4. One would expect that Marx would choose this dialectical and organic formulation to construct his alternative theory. But, from his practice in Capital, it becomes clear that he sticks to the shallow syllogistic framework given by classical political economy, even as he uses organic thinking and dialectical relational analysis to build his critique and explore alternatives. He sticks throughout as closely as he can to the bourgeois conception of a law-like level of generality of production and excludes the accidental and social particularities of distribution and exchange, until he gets to discuss them in the latter part of Volume 3, and even more so the chaotic singularities of consumption, from his political economic inquiries. Thus both volumes I and II presume that it does not matter how the surplus value might be divided between interest, rent, profit on merchants' capital, profit of production and taxes. He also assumes that all commodities, with the exception of labor, are traded at their value. Consumer desires are always manifest in ways that allow value to be realized in a trouble-free manner. There is, therefore, no theory of consumerism in Marx's Capital, an unfortunate gap given that consumption now accounts for some 70% of economic activity in the United States compared to some 30% in China, which was probably closer to the general level in Marx's time. Even more interestingly, Volume I is extremely weak in its discussion of the particularity of the distributive share that accrues to labor as wages. The question of what determines the value of labor power is dealt with in 2 pages. It comprises a long list of all sorts of factors, everything from climate to the state of class struggle and the degree of civilization in a country, before declaring that labor power is not a commodity like any other because it incorporates a moral element, but that in a given society at a given time its value is known. The analysis then proceeds on the presumption that the value of labor power is fixed, which we know it never is. The later chapters on wages are pathetically thin. There is no attempt to come up with a theory of wage determination. All Marx does is to repeat the theory of surplus value for the umpteenth time and add the insight that the practices of paying wages by the hour or by the piece mask even further what surplus value might be about. He also records that there is a problem of trade between nations when the cost of reproduction, and therefore the value of labor power, differs. In Volume 2, Marx likewise analyzes the commodity and money circuits of capital without any mention of distribution interest on money capital and profit on commercial capital and excludes any analysis of the credit system, even though he freely concedes innumerable times that credit is a necessity and that everything looks different when it is taken into account. Again and again, we find exclusions of this sort from the analysis. The exclusions are almost always justified on the grounds that they do not lie within the field of generality with which Marx is exclusively concerned. This practice is found right throughout Capital. It is outside the scope of our plan, Marx writes in his opening to what would seem a crucial chapter on credit and fictitious capital in Volume 3, to give a detailed analysis of the credit system and the instruments it creates, credit money, etc. Only a few points will be emphasized here, which are necessary to characterize the capitalist mode of production in general, emphasis added. I should add a caveat here. The exclusions are occasionally transcended, as in the case of the value of labor power about which Marx has to say something. Marx typically handles such situations by a brief description of the problem, for example, the relation to nature or the consumer desires of workers, and adds a few assertions as to its significance before returning to the generality of production. He rarely devotes more than a few paragraphs, and sometimes only a sentence or two, to such issues. So why does he stick with the bourgeois structure of knowledge so rigidly when he has already laid out an alternative dialectical, relational, and organic way to understand how capital works? I really do not have a good answer to this question. All I know for sure is that this is clearly what he does. The textual evidence is overwhelming. My best hypothesis is that, if Marx's fundamental aim was to subject classical political economy to critique on its own terms, then he had to accept the general nature of those terms in order to identify their inner contradictions and deconstruct their absences. So, if bourgeois theorists presupposed a non-coercive free market, then he had to as well, as he does in the second chapter of Volume I. If the distinctions between generalities, particularities, and singularities were foundational to the bourgeois mode of thought, then he had to work on that foundation too. This is the only answer I can give, but it is not fully satisfactory, because he abandons some bourgeois terms but not others. He will have no truck in Volume I with questions of supply and demand or of utility, for example, and we will shortly see why. He never bothers to explain the rationale for his choices. But it is overwhelmingly obvious that these are the choices he makes throughout. The three levels of generality, particularity, and singularity are not the whole story. There is a fourth level, that of universality, which concerns the metabolic relation to nature. Marx objected strongly to the habit of the classical political economists of presenting production as encased in eternal natural laws independent of history. Marx rejects this naturalization of the political economy of capitalism. He takes every opportunity he can to attack this naturalistic view of things, including the Ricardian/Malthusian view that the profit rate was bound to fall because of natural scarcities and rising rents. The generalities of the capitalist mode of production cannot, he insists, be explained by appeal to the universalities of natural law. While Marx accepts that capitalist production is the law-like generality that he wants to understand, he refuses the idea that it is natural in the sense that the natural sciences would understand that term. Capitalism is law-like, but the laws, including those of private property relations, are a product of human action. These laws should be distinguished from those that derive from our embeddedness in a world governed by natural laws, such as those of physics, chemistry, and Darwinian evolution. These latter laws are considered immutable, we cannot live outside of them. In Volume I of Capital, Marx writes, labor, as the creator of use values, as useful labor, is a condition of human existence which is independent of all forms of society. It is an eternal and natural necessity which mediates the metabolism between man and nature and therefore human life itself, c. 133. The labor process is the universal condition for the metabolic interaction between man and nature, the everlasting nature-imposed condition of human existence, and therefore it is independent of every form of that existence, or rather it is common to all forms of society in which human beings live, c. 290. We can only do as nature does. The focus of Marx's scientific inquiry is to uncover how the general laws of capitalist political economy came to be, how they actually function, and why and how they might be changed. And he wants to do this without invoking the universality that describes our ever-evolving metabolic relation to nature. Marx takes these distinctions between universality, generality, particularity, and singularity from bourgeois political economy, even as he injects into them relational and dialectical meanings and critical strategies drawn from Spinoza and Hegel. He threatens, in the Grundriss, to make them his own by embedding them in the concept of an organic totality. The problem would then be to understand how these different moments, the universal metabolic relation to nature, the general production of surplus value, the particularities of its distribution and exchange relations, and the singularities of consumption interrelate. He then has to show how to isolate the law-like character of production from everything else, and why it is so important to do so. Marx's political economy operates primarily at the level of the law-like generality of production. But why prioritize production? Marx holds that production predominates not only over itself, in the antithetical definition of production, but over the other moments as well. The process always returns to production to begin anew, Grundriss, 99. What does this strange wording mean? It would be wrong to interpret the production that predominates over itself as the material production of goods and services, as the concrete labor process, or even as the production of commodities. This is, unfortunately, a very common misreading. It leads to that erroneous interpretation of Marx as saying that social relations, ideas, human desires, and so on, are all determined by physical material practices. This is an erroneous productivist and physicalist reading of Marx, and it is not what Marx's historical materialism is about. The production that predominates within a capitalist mode of production is the production of surplus value, and surplus value is a social and not a physical, material relation. It is, after all, the production of surplus value that is the fundamental focus of volume I of capital. The mobilization by capital of material labor processes is geared to the production of surplus value. What Marx means when he says that production predominates over itself in the antithetical definition of production is that concrete material labor processes that are surplus value producing are all that matter. Material production processes that do not produce surplus value are valueless. In Marx's grander scheme of things, of course, this means that the emancipatory possibilities available to human beings through the sensual physicality of the labor process are perverted and dominated by the social necessity to produce surplus value for others. The result is universal alienation of human beings from their own potential capacities and creative powers. Some of the most powerful passages in the Grundrisse and Capital hammer home this point. The production of surplus value through the circulation of capital is, in short, the pivot upon which the law-like character of a capitalist mode of production turns: no surplus value, no capital. This was the fundamental break that Marx made with classical political economy. Marx continues, that exchange and consumption cannot be predominant is self-evident. Likewise, distribution as distribution of products, while as distribution of the agents of production it is a moment of production. A definite production thus determines a definite consumption, distribution, and exchange as well as definite relations between these different moments. Admittedly, however, in its one-sided form, production is itself determined by the other moments. Grundrisse, 99. One-sided refers to the material labor process rather than to the social production of surplus value. So what does determine mean here? The law of a capitalist mode of production actually takes the following form: all manner of contingent and accidental structures of distribution and exchange and a grand diversity of consumption regimes are possible in principle, provided that they do not unduly restrict or destroy the capacity to produce surplus value on an ever-expanding scale. A relatively egalitarian social democratic structure of distribution in, say, Scandinavia can coexist with a brutal, unequal, and authoritarian neoliberal regime of distribution in, say, Chile in the 1980s, provided that surplus value is produced in both places. There is no unique pattern of distribution, system of exchange or specific cultural regime of consumption that can be derived from the general laws for the production of surplus value. And this is a big but, the possibilities are not infinite. If any one of the moments, including the relation to nature, assumes a configuration that unduly restricts or undermines the capacity to produce surplus value, then either capital ceases to exist or all-round adaptations within the totality of relations must occur. This is what determines means. Such adaptations can occur incrementally, most often either through competition, state interventions, or uneven geographical developments, in which configurations achieved in one space of the global economy outcompete others in producing surplus value, much as the Chinese are now doing and the Japanese and Germans did in the 1980s. Changes can also occur through violent shakeouts, hence the significance of both localized and global crises and even wars. Please note, I am not saying all wars and armed struggles occur solely for this reason. Distribution, exchange, and consumption reciprocally affect each other. But they also affect the production of surplus value. This is so, Marx concedes, for a very simple reason: ground rent, wages, interest, and profit figure under distribution while land, labor and capital figure under production as agents of production. Capital itself, Marx points out, is posited doubly: 1. As agent of production, 2. As source of income, as a determinant of specific forms of distribution. The category of wages, similarly, is the same as that which is examined under a different heading as wage labor. The characteristic which labor here possesses as an agent of production appears as a characteristic of distribution. So, while Marx sidelines the distributive aspects, the particularities of actual wage and profit rates, as well as interest rates, rents, taxes, profits on merchant capital, as contingent and accidental, and as therefore not law-like, though this does not exclude empirical or historical generalizations, he foregrounds the crucial roles of land, wage labor, capital, money, and exchange in the law-like production of surplus value. As a result, the factors of production loom large while the agents and rewards that attach to them are excluded from the picture, as is the case most obviously in Volume 2. This leads many students to ask, where is the agency in all of this political economic theory? The answer is that Marx is merely following classical political economy. In his historical writings he does not have to do so. So, let us look a little more closely at how he handles the particularities and the singularities that are so rigidly, excluded from his general theory. The particularities of exchange. In the second chapter of the first volume of Capital, Marx assumes that men are henceforth related to each other in their social process of production in a purely atomistic way. Their own relations of production therefore assume a material shape which is independent of their control and their conscious individual action. Marx here accepts the Smithian vision of a hidden hand of a perfectly functioning competitive market. The laws of motion of capital that Marx constructs also rest upon this fiction. The result, as we know, is Marx's compelling theoretical critique of free market utopianism. The inevitable outcome, says Marx, is wealthier capitalists at one pole and ever more impoverished workers at the other. Such a system could not possibly produce, therefore, a result that would redound to the benefit of all, as Smith presumed. This utopian vision of a perfectly functioning market never was and never could be realized. But what happens when exchange does not conform to this utopian vision? There are two areas in particular that call for attention. Supply and demand. When first reading Marx, many students ask, what happened to supply and demand? The answer Marx gives is, if demand and supply balance, the oscillation of prices ceases, all other circumstances remaining the same. But then demand and supply also cease to explain anything. The price of labor, for example, at the moment when demand and supply are in equilibrium, is its natural price, determined independently of the relation of demand and supply. Marx deals, for the most part, exclusively in the so-called natural or equilibrium prices presumed in classical political economy. The reason that shoes cost more on average than shirts has nothing to do with differentials in demand for shoes relative to shirts. It is determined by labor content, both past and present. Supply and demand and price fluctuations are vital for bringing the economy into equilibrium, but they have nothing to say about where that equilibrium might lie. But we know, both theoretically and in practice, that supply and demand do not always come into equilibrium. There are many systemic reasons, such as asymmetries of information and of power, and politically managed currency exchange rates, such as that practiced by the Chinese, that distort prices and dictate a path of development that is very different from that which Marx, drawing on Smith, theoretically allowed. Marx, for the most part, rules these distortions out by assumption. But there are instances when he has to allow them into the picture because of their systemic relevance. In the case of the price of labor, for example, capital acts on both sides at once. If its accumulation on the one hand increases the demand for labor, it increases on the other the supply of workers by setting them free through technologically induced unemployment, while at the same time the pressure of the unemployed compels those who are employed to furnish more labor, and therefore makes the supply of labor to a certain extent independent of the supply of workers. The movement of the law of supply and demand of labor on this basis completes the despotism of capital. But as soon as workers figure this out, and form institutions and organize through trade unions to protect their interests, then capital and its sycophant, political economy, cry out at the infringement of the eternal and so to speak sacred law of supply and demand, c. 793-4. But, in both Volume 2 and Volume 3, we encounter an even more damning reason why this equilibrium assumption cannot hold. It is both inevitable and necessary that the relation between supply and demand not be in equilibrium if capital is to survive. This is so because the total demand set in motion by capital is C plus V. This is what capital lays out on wages and purchase of means of production, and the total supply is C plus V plus S. This is the total value produced. Capital's interest is to maximize the surplus value, which increases the gap between demand and supply. So where does the extra, effective, demand come from to buy the surplus value? Marx's very interesting answer is given in Chapter 9, below. The coercive laws of competition. The coercive laws of competition play a vital role throughout capital. Competition, Marx argues in the Grundrisse, 730, 752, is the mode generally in which capital secures the victory of its mode of production. It executes the inner laws of capital, makes them into compulsory laws towards the individual capital, but it does not invent them. It realizes them, emphasis added. Like supply and demand, competition is treated as a mere executor and enforcer of inner laws of motion of capital that are established by other forces. With respect to absolute surplus value and the extension of the working day, for example, the spread of the appalling practices he describes does not depend in any way on the good or ill will of the individual capitalist. Under free competition, the immanent laws of capitalist production confront the individual capitalist as a coercive force external to him, C1, 381. With respect to relative surplus value, innovations in productivity are similarly impelled forward by competition for market advantage. While it is not our intention here, he says, to consider the way in which the immanent laws of capitalist production manifest themselves in the external movement of the individual capitals, assert themselves as the coercive laws of competition, and therefore enter into the consciousness of the individual capitalist as the motives which drive him forward, this much is clear. A scientific analysis of competition is possible only if we can grasp the inner nature of capital, just as the apparent motions of the heavenly bodies are intelligible only to someone who is acquainted with their real motions, which are not perceptible to the senses. Nevertheless, for the understanding of the production of relative surplus value, there is a motive for each individual capitalist to cheapen his commodities by increasing the productivity of labor. C1, 433. In considering the impulsions that force individual capitalists to reinvest a part of their surplus value in expansion, he invokes similar processes. The development of capitalist production makes it necessary constantly to increase the amount of capital laid out in a given industrial undertaking. The competition subordinates every capitalist to the immanent laws of capitalist production, as external coercive laws. It compels him to keep extending his capital so as to preserve it, and he can only extend it by means of progressive accumulation. C 1,739. Pressures to equalize the rate of profit, so essential to the argument that leads into the theory of a falling profit rate, similarly presume the operation of the coercive laws of competition. But what happens when the enforcing power of competition is, for some systemic reason, ineffective? There is, Marx concedes, always a tendency for monopoly to be the final outcome of competition. But monopoly, oligopoly, and the centralization of capital can also arise for other reasons. When barriers to entry into a particular line of production are high because of the massive amounts of capital initially required, as in building railroads, then the laws of centralization of capital, with the help of the credit system, must take over. In fact, in any line of production where there are pronounced economies of scale, then something like an oligopolistic situation may result. To all this I add my own particular caveat, that, in a world of high transport costs, local industries, even those of small scale, are protected from competition. Falling transport costs from the mid-1960s onwards, with containerization being one of the unsung heroes of the process, changed the geography of competition remarkably. Two important points then follow. When monopolistic and oligopolistic organization dominates, the laws of motion of capital, and even value itself, look very different. This was reflected in the theories of state, monopoly capitalism that were articulated during the 1960s by Baron and Sweezy and the French Communist Party. The dynamics outlined by Lenin when he associated imperialism and monopoly capitalism into a specific configuration likewise depart significantly from the laws which Marx lays out in Capital. 5. This is an instance where the laws of motion are themselves clearly in motion. Phases of monopolization are, however, often followed by phases where the restoration of the power of the coercive laws of competition surges to the forefront of political concern. This happened towards the end of the 1970s throughout much of the capitalist world. It was, after all, central to the neoliberal agenda. Competition can be, as capitalists frequently complain, ruinous, but monopoly can all too easily produce, as Baron and Sweezy argued, stagflation. Capitalist state policies frequently attempt to regulate the balance between monopoly and competition either one way, through nationalization of the commanding heights of the economy, or another, by anti-merger and monopoly legislation or by surrendering, willingly or unwillingly, to privatization and global competition. In the cases of both supply and demand and competition, then, questions arise as to the power of the enforcers to do their work. Laws mean nothing, after all, without effective enforcement. Whenever this issue comes up in capital, as when the laws of centralization of capital are broached in Volume I, Marx characteristically turns away and says, these laws cannot be developed here, even as he argues that centralization constitutes, with the aid of the credit system and joint stock companies, new and powerful levers of social accumulation, c. 780. This does not diminish the relevance of Marx's focus on the laws as dictated by decentralized competition. But it does play an important role when it comes to figuring out how well those laws are being enforced in actual situations and why those laws may be changing. The ever unresolved tension between decentralized competition and centralized monopoly power can even, under certain circumstances, become a trigger for crisis formation. The particularities of distribution. Matters get even more interesting when it comes to the relations between the particularities of distribution and the general laws of motion of capital. While Marx concedes that distributions must be integrated into those laws whenever they affect production directly, this occurs only under special circumstances, most particularly, of course, with respect to the relative shares of wages and profits in Volume I. He excludes any consideration of how the surplus value might be distributed between rent, interest, profit on commercial capital and taxes in Volume I. In Volume II, he avoids credit and interest even though he refers to their importance innumerable times. Rent and profit on merchants' capital are likewise excluded. The circulation of commodity capital is also highlighted, but there is barely a mention of profit on commercial capital. This is why I find it so interesting, in teaching Volume II, to import all of the materials about merchants' capital, understood by Marx as both commercial and money-dealing capital, from Volume III into the purely technical presentations of Volume II on the circulation of money and commodity capitals, the circuit of production capital having been covered in Volume I. Not only does it attach a notion of class agency to the technical relations, but it opens up the revolutionary perspective that Engels feared was so lacking. Volume II demonstrates, for example, the existence of a potential gap between where surplus value is produced, in the labor process, and where it might be realized in circulation. If commercial, commodity, capital is powerful enough as in the case of, say, Walmart, then much of the surplus value produced may be realized by the merchants. The money capitalists can also take a huge cut, as can the landlords and the taxman, leaving the direct producers with the slenderest of profit margins. This is one of the reasons that any attempt to measure falling profit rates by looking only at money profits in the production sector alone is so hazardous. Organized labor can seem to procure a larger share of the value produced through struggles at the point of production, only to have that share recuperated by the capitalist class as a whole by the money-gouging retailers, the debt-peddling bankers and financiers, the landlords and, of course, the taxman, who often seems to specialize in taxing the poor to return surplus value to the corporations and to the capitalists in the form of lucrative tax breaks and subsidies. Throughout Capital, Marx states that both merchants' capital and interest-bearing capital are antediluvian forms of capital that preceded the rise of a capitalist mode of production. He takes pretty much the same position with respect to landed property. The problem is then to understand how these prior means of extracting surpluses are rendered subservient to the rules of the capitalist mode of production. Usury, which played such an important role in undermining feudalism, had to be revolutionized so that it became interest-bearing capital operating within freely functioning money markets. Merchants, who once made their money buying cheap, or by robbery and stealing, and selling dear, can appropriate only that share of the surplus value that accrues to them by virtue of the services they render to surplus value production and realization. Rents on land and resources are fixed in relation to superior surplus value production conditions, and rent levels can guide resource and land uses in ways that might optimize surplus value production. This is broadly how Marx approaches these aspects of distribution. The rules of a capitalist mode of production supposedly discipline the distributional arrangements and the distributional shares, or, as Marx puts it in the Grundriss, production of surplus value predominates over distribution. Financiers, merchants, and landlords may or may not be more powerful than industrial capitalists in particular places and times. However, Marx treats their remunerations in a pure capitalist mode of production as being exclusively made up of deductions out of the surplus value that comes from the exploitation of living labor in production. Their rate of return is sensitive to how much surplus value is produced, which depends in part on their own indirect contribution, or lack of it, to surplus value production. Distributional arrangements thus impinge upon the generalities of production in ways that Marx is reluctant to allow. The singularity of consumption. The production of surplus value depends on its realization through consumption. Consumption cannot, therefore, be kept entirely outside of political economy as a general category because it reacts upon the point of departure of capital accumulation and initiates the whole process anew. In the Grundriss, Marx spends several pages going over the ways in which consumption and production of surplus value relate. It is important to distinguish, Marx says, between a. productive consumption on the part of the capitalist who needs raw materials, intermediate inputs, machinery, energy, and the like in order to set a labor process in motion, and b. individual final consumption on the part of workers, capitalists, and the various unproductive classes, military, state officials, and so on, that make up any social order. Consumption is necessary to complete the realization of the surplus value produced in commodity form. But the demand has to be backed by an ability to pay. The capitalist, in short, recognizes only one kind of demand, effective demand. So what is it, then, that lies outside of economics and political economy? To term consumption a singularity is to characterize it as something that is outside of the range of rational calculation, that is potentially uncontrollable, chaotic, and unpredictable. The actual state of wants, needs, and desires, and thus the qualities and politics of daily life, are therefore sidelined in the general theory. Capital is treated as agnostic as to what use values to produce to satisfy final consumption, and seems indifferent as to whether people want horses and buggies or BMWs. The capitalist seems to say to the consumer, whatever you fancy, want, need, or desire, we will produce, provided you have enough money to pay for it. The issue of the historical and geographical development of actual consumption patterns and cultural lifestyles is thereby evaded. In Volume I of Capital, Marx assumes that an effective demand always exists, that commodities, with the exception of labor power, are traded at their value. This permits Marx to produce a general theory of capital accumulation that has the same relevance over entirely different final consumption regimes. This is the advantage that comes from abstracting from any distinctive regime of use values. Had he locked himself into the consumption habits of mid-19th century Britain, we would no longer read him in the way we do. but there are some general forces at work that call for elaboration. If a commodity is no longer wanted, needed, fancied, or desired as a use value, then it has no value. Both old and new uses and needs must therefore be stimulated to keep accumulation going. The problem is that, while commodities are in love with money, the course of true love never did run smooth. Today the product satisfies a social need. Tomorrow it may perhaps be expelled partly or completely from its place by a similar product, C1, 200, and 2-3. A vast industry has grown up since Marx's time to stimulate demand through fashion, advertising, emphasis upon lifestyle choices, and the like. But human curiosity and desire is not a blank slate upon which anything can be written. One need only look at the alacrity with which young children deploy their desires to play when given an iPad to recognize that Steve Jobs' brilliance lay as much in his understanding of human wants, needs, desires and powers as in his technical sophistication. The manipulation and mobilization of human desires has been central to the history of capitalism, but Marx excludes it from the political economy precisely because it is the work of history to deal with it. But it is not entirely outside of theoretical elaboration. Laborers, for example, exercise choices in how and on what they spend their money, so the state of their wants, needs, and desires can become important. Maintenance of the necessary balances between the different sectors of the economy may require, Marx suggests, bourgeois manipulation of mass consumption to make the workers' consumption rational in relation to accumulation. Bourgeois philanthropy is therefore often about channeling laborers' consumption habits in ways favorable to accumulation. This was later most clearly exemplified in Henry Ford's use of social workers to monitor and direct workers' consumer habits when he introduced the $5 8-hour day into his factories. The distinction between luxury goods and wage goods also becomes important because the dynamics of bourgeois consumption and of workers' consumption are qualitatively different. Throughout Capital, the manifold ways that consumption can affect production are largely depicted in formal and technical terms, rather than as social relations and ways of daily life that have dynamics of their own. Marx avoids any specific characterization of the nature and form of final consumption habits, and he certainly avoids any mention of cultural preferences, fashion and aesthetic values or the compulsions of human desires, the role of sexuality in shaping consumerism, for example. But we can clearly see in Marx's presentation certain imperatives that explain why China is now the biggest market for BMWs when, a few years ago, the streets were full of bicycles. Part of the work that Marx left us to do, therefore, is to pull together a far better understanding of contemporary consumerism than we typically possess. Traditional methodologies of political economic inquiry do not work very well in this sphere, which is probably why Marx resisted bringing too many of the facts of consumption within the field of political economy. This applies as much to productive consumption, the application of labor in the labor process, to consume materials in commodity production. The difficulty of controlling the singular character of laborers at work has come to be recognized, particularly through the work of Mario Tronti and Antonio Negri, as having great revolutionary potential precisely because of its singular character. 6. In recent times, studies galore of consumption and consumerism have been produced, mainly in the field of cultural studies, but unfortunately all too many of them fail to situate their topic in relation to the totality of relations that Marx envisaged. Indeed, many such studies are conceived as antagonistic to the law-like character of capital accumulation. There is, obviously, a sense in which this antagonism is correct, which is precisely why Marx held consumption to be about singularities, not generalities. But insofar as the ultimate aim of historical work, as opposed to law-like political economy, is to understand a capitalist mode of production as an organic totality in evolution, so any attempt to understand our current conjuncture requires that we bring the world of consumption, of political subjectivities, and of the aesthetic, cultural, and political preferences of individuals within the frame of inquiry, not as a substitute for the political economy but as a foundational and complementary field of analysis. Of course, the world of human desire is not beyond the marked influence of the laws of motion of capital. The way that capital has changed our material world has implications for how our mental conceptions and our psychological makeup, our wants, needs and desires, our self-understanding have also changed. When the laws of motion of capital produced suburbanization as one answer to the persistent problem of overaccumulation, then tastes, preferences, wants, needs, desires and political subjectivities all shifted in tandem. And once all of these become embedded in a culture, then the rigidity of those cultural preferences came to form a serious barrier to revolutionary change. If, for example, it becomes necessary to revolutionize and reject suburban ways of life in order to open new paths either for capital accumulation, or even more compellingly for the transition to socialism through reurbanization, then the fierce attachments of powerful political constituencies to suburban lifestyles and cultural habits will first have to be confronted, and eventually overcome. It is undeniable that Marx operates throughout most of the 3 volumes of Capital within the shallow syllogistic framework derived from classical political economy, and that he largely confines his theoretical investigations to the level of generality within a purely functioning capitalist mode of production. In the texts that have come down to us, he marginalizes and frequently excludes questions of universality, the relation to nature, particularity, of exchange relations and distributions, and singularity, of consumption and of consumerisms, even as he recognizes in various study plans, such as that in the Grundriss, that he would need further books on, for example, competition. Actually, there is a not very informative chapter on this topic in Volume 3, The State, and the World Market, to complete his project. When he does hit a point in Capital where the framework does not work, as we will see in the chapters on the circulation of interest-bearing capital, then he finally goes beyond it. But Marx does not attempt to re-specify what the laws of motion might look like under those new conditions where the framework is broken. Volume 2 of Capital is written almost entirely in the shadow of the shallow syllogistic framework that Marx tended to impose upon all his political economic inquiries. Rarely does he venture beyond that framework. While far-reaching and enlightening in some directions, the theoretical world he depicts is rigorously limited in others. Confining himself so tightly within the level of generality permitted Marx to construct an understanding of capital that transcended the historical particulars of his own time. This is why we can still read him today, even Volume 2, and make sense of so much of what he has to say. On the other hand, this framework makes for difficulties of any immediate application to actually existing circumstances. This is the work we are left to do. We can better appreciate the nature of that work, however, when we understand the self-imposed limits of Marx's general theory and what, within its limitations, that theory can do for us. It is in the spirit of that question that I propose to take on the contents of Volume 2. And it is to that exciting but daunting task that I now turn. Chapter 1. The Circuits of Capital. Chapters 1-3 of Volume 2. Capitalists typically start the day with a given amount of money. They go into the marketplace and by means of production and labor power, which they put to work using a particular technology and organizational form to produce a new commodity. This commodity is then taken to market and sold for the initial amount of money plus a profit, or, as Marx prefers to call it, a surplus value. This is the basic form of the circulation of capital that Marx works with in Volume I of Capital. Put schematically, capital is defined as value in motion, money commodities, production, commodity money, where M can also be represented as M plus dm, or in these chapters as M, the surplus value. The central thesis Marx works with is that labor has the capacity to create more value, a surplus value, than the value it can command as a commodity on the market. The freshly produced commodity, impregnated with surplus value, is what is sold for a profit on the market. The reproduction of capital then depends on the recycling of all or part of M back into the purchase, once more, of labor power and means of production to engage in a fresh round of commodity production. In Volume I, Marx writes, the first and third stages MC and CM were discussed only insofar as this was necessary for the understanding of the second stage, the capitalist production process. Thus the different forms with which capital clothes itself in its different stages, alternately assuming them and casting them aside, remained uninvestigated. These will now be the immediate object of our inquiry. 109. In the first 3 chapters of Volume 2, Marx disaggregates the circulation process into 3 separate but intertwined circuits of money capital, productive capital, and commodity capital. In the 4th chapter, he examines the circuit of what he calls industrial capital, which is the unity of the 3 different circulation processes taken as a whole. In effect, Marx looks at the circulation process from the 3 different perspectives of money, production, and the commodity. The general framework is laid out in Figure 2. Figure 2. On the surface, this whole approach appears rather simplistic, even banal. He takes the continuous flow of circulation and boxes off 3 different circulation processes within it. It hardly seems worthwhile. But, through this tactic, he reveals and dissects the difficulties and contradictions inherent within the logic of the circulation process. From each window or perspective we get to see a rather different reality, and this allows us to identify points of potential disruption. Throughout these chapters, Marx is preoccupied with 3 things, 2 of which are very explicit, while the third is implicit. The first is the idea of metamorphosis. This language derives from Volume I, Chapter 3, where Marx makes much of the metamorphoses that occur within what he calls the social metabolism of capital. Metamorphoses are about changes in the form that capital assumes from money to productive activity to commodity. Marx is interested both in the character that capital assumes as it enters and for a while dwells in each of these different states, and in how capital moves from one state to another. The central question that he poses is, what different possibilities and capacities attach to these different forms, and what difficulties arise in the move from one form to another? The analogy that might help here is that of the life cycle of the butterfly. It lays its eggs. These become caterpillars that crawl around looking for food, before becoming a chrysalis within a protective cocoon. A beautiful butterfly suddenly emerges from the cocoon, and the butterfly flits around at will before laying its eggs to initiate the cycle anew. In each state the organism exhibits different capacities and powers. As an egg or as a chrysalis, it is immobile but growing. As a caterpillar it crawls around in search of food, and as a butterfly it can flit around at will. And so it is with capital. In its money state, capital can flit around butterfly-like pretty much at will. In its commodity form, capital, like the caterpillar, wanders the earth in search of someone who wants, needs, or desires it, and has the money to pay for it and ultimately consume it. As a labor process, capital is for the most part rooted in the hidden abode of production, as Marx calls it in Volume I, in the place of the material activity of transforming natural elements through the production of commodities. It is usually locked in place at least during the time taken to make the commodity. Transport, as we shall see, is an important exception. For me, these distinctions are immediately meaningful. The differential spatial and geographical mobilities of capital in these different states have enormous implications for understanding the processes we now lump together under the heading of globalization. Each moment in the circulation process, money, productive activity, commodity, is expressive of different possibilities. Money is the most geographically mobile form of capital, the commodity somewhat less so, while production processes are generally much harder, though by no means impossible, to move around. Within this general characterization there is a lot of variability. Some forms of commodity are easier to move around than others, and ease of movement is also relative to transportation capacities. Containerization made shipping bottled water from France or Fiji to the US possible. The differential empowerment of the different factions of capital has huge consequences for how capital operates on the world stage. To empower finance capital relative to other forms of capital, such as production and merchant capital, is to invite the sort of hypermobility and flitting around of capital that has characterized capitalism over the last few decades. Marx does not take up such topics, but there is no reason why we cannot. Marx concentrates on other features of the metamorphoses that occur, and the differences and contradictions that can potentially arise. This leads to the second major question in which Marx is interested. This concerns the potential for disruptions and crises within the circulatory process itself. In Volume I he made clear that the transitions from one moment to another are never free of tensions. It is generally easier to go, for example, from the universal form of value, money, into the particular form of value, the commodity, than it is to go in the other direction. Commodities may be in love with money, but the course of true love never did run smooth, he observes. There is also no immediate necessity that impels anyone who has sold to use the money they receive to buy. Individuals can hold or hoard money. This underpins Marx's scathing attack upon Say's law in Volume I. Say held that purchases and sales are always in equilibrium, and therefore that there can never be any general crisis of overproduction, a proposition that Ricardo also accepted. But the holding of money, hoarding, as Keynes was later also to point out, is a permanent temptation, given that money is a universal form of social power appropriable by private persons. Hoarding is also, Marx shows, socially necessary, and throughout Volume II we will find frequent instances where this is so. But if everyone holds money and no one buys, then the circulation process gums up and eventually collapses. These forms therefore imply, says Marx in Volume I, the possibility of crises, though no more than the possibility. For the development of this possibility into a reality a whole series of conditions are required, which do not yet even exist from the standpoint of the simple circulation of commodities, c. 1, 209. Volume 2 is in part concerned to show how these possibilities might be realized, though it does so in a frustratingly muted and technical way. Marx also pointed out in Volume I that autonomously forming monetary crises are a very real possibility. With the quantity and prices of commodities constantly shifting, ways have to be found to adjust the supply of money to accommodate to the volatility in commodity production. Here a hoard of money becomes absolutely necessary. It provides a reserve of money to be drawn upon at times of hyperactivity. When money becomes money of account, then the need for commodity money, gold and silver, can be evaded. Balances can be settled up at, say, the end of the year, thereby reducing the demand for actual money, specie, coins, notes. But using money of account creates a new relationship, that between debtor and creditor. And this produces, Marx argued in Volume I, a contradiction, an antagonism, that bursts forth in that aspect of an industrial and commercial crisis which is known as a monetary crisis. Such a crisis occurs only where the ongoing chain of payments has been fully developed, along with an artificial system for settling them. Whenever there is a general disturbance of the mechanism, no matter what its cause, money suddenly and immediately changes over from its merely nominal shape, money of account, into hard cash. Profane commodities can no longer replace it. C. 1, 236. In other words, you cannot settle your bills with more ease, you have got to find hard cash, the universal equivalent and representation of value, to pay them off. If hard cash cannot be found, then the use value of commodities becomes valueless, and their value vanishes in the face of their own form of value. The bourgeois, drunk with prosperity and arrogantly certain of himself, has just declared that money is a purely imaginary creation. Commodities alone are money, he said. But now the opposite cry resounds over the markets of the world, only money is a commodity. As the hart pants after fresh water, so pants his soul after money, the only wealth. In a crisis, the antithesis between commodities and their value form, money, is raised to the level of an absolute contradiction. C. 1, 236-7. Does the analysis in Volume 2 shed light on this issue? The answer is both yes and no. In Volume 2, Marx lays the basis for understanding the conditions that might convert the possibilities of circulatory crises into realities. but there is no compelling argument proffered as to why such possibilities must rather than might become realities, and under what conditions. In part, this derives from Marx's reluctance to integrate the particularities of distribution into his arguments. Marx refrains from any analysis of the role of credit in Volume 2, because it is a fact of distribution and a particularity. But it becomes plain as a pikestaff, throughout Volume 2, that credit has major effects within the generality of production, and therefore on the actual laws of motion of capital. In the absence of any consideration of how the particularities of distribution and exchange work, a general theory of crisis formation seems a non-starter. The third and more implicit question that arises in these chapters concerns the definition of the essence of capital itself. I am not sure that the term essence is right here, but I think these chapters do offer the possibility of reflecting on the different forms that capital can assume, and ask if there is any priority to be given to any one of the forms, as opposed to saying that capital is simply value in motion or the total circulation laid out in Figure 2, and that is that. Is one of the circuits of capital more important than the others even though none of them can exist without the others? We need to pay attention to these questions here, because they have deep political implications. But Marx himself makes no attempt to tease out these political meanings. That is something we have to do. Having outlined the general formula for the circulation of capital on the first page of Volume 2, Marx states the assumptions upon which his inquiry will be based. He assumes that commodities are sold at their values and that the circumstances in which this takes place do not change. We shall also ignore any changes of value that may occur in the course of the cyclical process. 109. The absence of any systematic concern for technological and organizational change in Volume 2 is, as already noted, a huge departure from the focus of Volume I, holding the productivity of labor constant, in effect abstracting from the creation of relative surplus value, makes the whole of Volume 2 unrealistic. But Marx plainly felt that this was the only way he could identify key relationships in the world of capital circulation that could be synthesized into a far more realistic working model of capital circulation and accumulation later on. The first link, metamorphosis, in the chain of exchanges that make up capital circulation is the use of money to purchase labor power and means of production. Money capital here appears as the form in which capital is advanced. The word appears suggests, as is often the case, that all is not exactly as it seems. As money capital, money exists in a state in which it can perform monetary functions, in the present case of general means of purchase and payment. Money capital does not possess this capacity because it is capital, but because it is money. Not all money is capital, and not all buying and selling, even of labor power, such as in the case of personal services or home help, is caught up in the circulation and accumulation of capital. What converts money functions into money capital is their specific role in the movement of capital, and this depends on their relationship to the other stages of the capital circuit. Only when embedded in the total circulation process of capital does money function as capital. Then, and only then, does money become a form of appearance of capital. 113. So there is money, and then money functioning as capital. The two are not the same. When money is used to buy labor power MLP, then the money actually drops out of the circulation of capital, even as laborers use their money wages to buy commodities that they, under the control of capitalists, have produced. The laborers give up their commodity, labor power, in order to get the money to buy the commodities they need to live, thus returning money to the circulation of capital. They live in a CMC-type circuit, or, as Marx prefers to notate it, an LMC circuit, as opposed to the MCM circuit of capital. In this LMC movement, Marx argues, the capital character vanishes though its money character remains. 112. He later expands on this theme. The wage laborer lives only from the sale of his labor power. Its maintenance, his own maintenance, requires daily consumption. His payment must therefore be constantly repeated at short intervals. Hence the money capitalist must constantly confront him as money capitalist, and his capital as money capital. On the other hand, however, in order that the mass of direct producers, the wage laborers, may perform the act LMC, where L is the sale of their labor power, they must constantly encounter the necessary means of subsistence in purchasable form, i.e. in the form of commodities. Thus this situation in itself demands a high degree of circulation of products as commodities, i.e. commodity production on a large scale. 119. The movement MLP is often, and in Marx's view erroneously, viewed as the characteristic moment of the transformation of capital into productive capital, and therefore as characteristic of the capitalist mode of production. But money appears very early on as a buyer of so-called services, without its being transformed into money capital, and without any general revolution in the general character of the economy. 114. For capital circulation truly to begin requires that labor power first appear upon the market as a commodity. What is characteristic is not that the commodity labor power can be bought, but the fact that labor power appears as a commodity. Money can be spent as capital only because labor power is found in a state of separation from its means of production, and because the owner of means of production is in a position to take control of the continuous flow of labor power, a flow which by no means has to stop when the amount of labor necessary to reproduce the price of labor power has been performed. The capital relation arises only in the production process because it exists implicitly in the act of circulation, in the basically different economic conditions in which buyer and seller confront one another, in their class relation. It is not the nature of money that gives rise to this relation, it is rather the existence of the relation that can transform the mere function of money into a function of capital. 115. So here, then, is the first major precondition for the circulation of capital to occur. The class relation between capitalist and wage laborer is already present. 115, emphasis added. This was a major theme in Volume I, particularly in the sections on primitive accumulation. Marx here reiterates that the existence of labor power as a commodity implies the occurrence of historic processes through which the original connection between means of production and labor power was dissolved. 116. The transformation of money capital into productive capital occurs when the capitalist effects a connection between the objective and the personal factors of production insofar as these factors consist of commodities. If the laborer is to be put straight to work, the capitalist has to buy the means of production, i.e. buildings, machines, etc. before he buys labor power. 114. But this requires that such commodities, the means of production, are also readily available in the market. For capital to be formed and to take hold of production, trade must have developed to a certain level, hence also commodity circulation and, with that, commodity production. 117. Only in this way can the objective factors, means of production, be brought together with the subjective power of labor in production. The second major precondition for the circulation of capital to occur is this: general commodity production for the market must already exist. Only then will the capitalist find means of production available in the marketplace, and only then will wage laborers find the consumption goods required to reproduce themselves. If these prior conditions do not hold, then money cannot function as capital. Marx is here disabusing us of the idea that capital is primarily to be understood in money terms, and he goes to considerable lengths to explain why. 116. But, once the class of wage laborers exists and is able to reproduce itself, then a transformative dynamic gets set in motion. The same circumstance that produces the basic condition for capitalist production, the existence of a class of wage laborers, encourages the transition of all commodity production to capitalist commodity production. To the extent that the latter develops, it has a destroying and dissolving effect on all earlier forms or production, which, being preeminently aimed at satisfying the direct needs of the producers, only transform their excess products into commodities. It makes the sale of the product the main interest, at first apparently without attacking the mode of production itself. This was, for example, the first effect of capitalist world trade on such peoples as the Chinese, Indians, Arabs, etc. Once it has taken root, however, it destroys all forms of commodity production that are based either on the producer's own labor, or simply on the sale of the excess product as a commodity. It firstly makes commodity production universal, and then gradually transforms all commodity production into capitalist production. 120. After these historical transformations have occurred, then capital can freely begin to circulate in a pure manner. It goes without saying, therefore, that the formula for the circuit of money capital, MC, P, CM, is the self-evident form of the circuit of capital only on the basis of already developed production, because it presupposes the availability of the class of wage laborers in sufficient numbers throughout society. As we have seen, capitalist production produces not only commodities and surplus value, it reproduces, and on an ever-extended scale, the class of wage laborers and transforms the vast majority of the direct producers into wage laborers. 118. I have elsewhere argued, not only in relation to Marx's statements in Volume I but also on my own account, that Marx is predisposed to what I call a dialectical and co-evolutionary theory of social change. This idea is compatible with the way the argument is set up in Volume II. It seems the only way to get out of an endless chicken and egg kind of debate on the origins of capitalism. Both the class relation and generalized commodity production, and by implication the money form, must precede the rise of capital, but the rise of capital generalizes these preconditions. The second stage in the circulation of capital is that of production capital. Marx does not spend too much time elaborating on this because it is, after all, the foundational form for the analysis of Volume I. This stage entails the productive consumption of both the labor power and the means of production in a labor process. The movement presents itself as MC, P, the dots indicating that the circulation of capital is interrupted, but its circuit continues with its passage from the sphere of commodity circulation into that of production. The first stage, the transformation of money capital into productive capital, thus appears as no more than the prelude and the introduction to the second stage, the function of productive capital. The particular way that labor power and means of production are brought together is what distinguishes the various economic epochs of the social structure. In the capitalist case, the separation of the free worker from his means of production is the given starting point. The actual process which the personal and material elements of commodity formation, brought together in this way, enter into with each other, the process of production, therefore itself becomes a function of capital, the capitalist production process, whose nature we have gone into in detail in the first volume of this work. All pursuit of commodity production becomes at the same time pursuit of the exploitation of labor, but only capitalist commodity production is an epoch-making mode of exploitation which in the course of historical development revolutionizes the entire economic structure of society by its organization of the labor process and by its giant extension of technique, and towers incomparably above all earlier epochs. 120. Both means of production and labor power are thereby transformed into forms of the capital value advanced. As such, they are distinguished as constant and variable capital. The means of production are no more capital by nature than is human labor power. 121. Marx then summarizes, for the umpteenth time, the theory of surplus value. In the course of its functioning, productive capital consumes its own components, to convert them into a mass of products of a higher value such that the product is therefore not only a commodity, but a commodity impregnated with surplus value. Productive capital, he insists throughout, is the only function in which capital value breeds value. 131. In the third stage of the process, we need to confront capital in the form of commodity capital. In exactly the same way that capital in money form can only perform money functions and that, as productive capital, it can only do as production does, so capital in commodity form must perform commodity functions. 122. The function of C, the commodity impregnated with surplus value, is now that of every commodity product, to be transformed into money and sold, to pass through the phase of circulation Cm. As long as the now valorized capital persists in the form of commodity capital, is tied up on the market, the production process stands still. The capital operates neither to fashion products nor to form value. According to the varying speed with which the capital sheds its commodity form and assumes its money form, i.e. according to the briskness of the sale, the same capital will serve to a very uneven degree in the formation of products and value, and the scale of the reproduction will expand or contract. We here introduce a very important new dimension into Marx's theoretical framework. The speed of transition from one state to another is a very important variable. It is affected by new forces independent of the magnitude of value, which affect the degree of effectiveness of capital, its expansion and its contraction. 124. Speed up, turnover time, and the like, when driven onwards by the coercive laws of competition, alter the temporal frame not only of the circulation of capital but also of daily life. The nature of these new and independent forces that underpin speed up calls for investigation. This forms one of the fascinating spheres of inquiry in Volume 2. That act of circulation CM takes the surplus value that is simultaneously borne along by the commodity capital and realizes it in money form, thus concluding the third phase of the metamorphoses of capital. But the surplus value, it is important to remember, first came into the world within the production process. It is thus now entering the commodity market for the first time, and moreover in the commodity form. This is its first form of circulation, and hence the act CM is its first act of circulation or its first metamorphosis, which thus still has to be supplemented by the opposite circulation act, the converse metamorphosis MC. The lowercase letters indicate that Marx is here talking only of the motion of the surplus value, not the total capital, C and M respectively. The production of surplus value is in fact the production of capital, and the reinvestment of all or part of the surplus value is foundational to the reproduction of capital. In all of this, two things stand out. Firstly, the ultimate transformation of capital value back into its original money form is a function of commodity capital. Secondly, this function includes the first formal transformation of the surplus value from its original commodity form into the money form. 127. As a result, capital value and surplus value now exist as money, i.e. in the form of the universal equivalent. We here get a hint of something that will become increasingly significant as the text unfolds, the distinctive and vital role of commodity capital in the overall circulation process, as the converter of the surplus value impregnated in the commodity into money form. At the end of the process, the capital value is thus once again in the same form in which it entered it, and can therefore open the process afresh and pass through it as money capital. And indeed, because the initial and concluding form of the process is that of money capital, M, we call this form of the circuit of money capital. It is not the form of the value advanced, but only its magnitude, that is changed at the end. 127. The circuit of money capital thus reflects the way in which the initial and concluding form of the process is that of money capital. 124. Once the surplus value is realized as capital, as value that has bred value, as the purpose and result of the circulation process, then M no longer appears as mere money, but is expressly postulated as money capital, expressed as value that has valorized itself, the goose that lays the golden eggs, as Marx called it in Volume I. As soon as the capitalized surplus value re-enters the circulation process, however, it does so simply as money, in which the distinction between the initial money capital recuperated and the surplus value is obliterated. It returns, once more, to performing purely money functions. So, while we may care conceptually to distinguish between money capital, money that gets used as capital, and money capital, capital that has gone back to the money form, both money capital and commodity capital are modes of existence of capital. The specific functions that distinguish them can thus be nothing other than the distinctions between the money function and the commodity function. Yet, the commodity capital, as the direct product of the capitalist production process, recalls its origin and is therefore more rational in its form, less lacking in conceptual differentiation, then the money capital, in which every trace of this process has been effaced, just as all the particular useful forms of commodities are generally effaced in money. 131. While the difference is effaced, we need to hang on to the conceptual differentiation, for it is this that reveals the secret of capital's laws of motion. The surplus value that is converted into money, M, can then be spent. But on what? A part goes to bourgeois consumption, spent on both necessities and luxuries, as Marx will later explain. But a part will also be spent as money capital, and hence underpin the expansion of accumulation. Throughout this presentation, Marx insists upon a whole series of seemingly picayune distinctions. Why does he do this? The answer to this question becomes more apparent in the final section, where he considers the circuit as a whole. Capital appears, Marx writes, as a value that passes through a sequence of connected and mutually determined transformations, a series of metamorphoses that form so many phases or stages of a total process. Two of these phases belong to the circulation sphere, one to the sphere of production. In each of these phases the capital value is to be found in different form, corresponding to a different and special function. Within this movement the value advanced not only maintains itself, but it grows. Within this total process that forms a circuit, definite functions and categories can be defined. The two forms that the capital value assumes within its circulation stages are those of money capital and commodity capital. The form pertaining to the production stage is that of productive capital. The capital that assumes these forms in the course of its total circuit, discards them again and fulfills in each of them its appropriate function, is industrial capital. Industrial in the sense that it encompasses every branch of production that is pursued on a capitalist basis. 132-3. Industrial capital is an unfortunate term, given current connotations of the word, but what Marx plainly means by it is that circulation of capital which passes through a labor process that creates surplus value, and which is then realized and reproduced by passing through the other moments in the overall process. Money capital, commodity capital and productive capital thus do not denote independent varieties of capital, whose functions constitute the content of branches of business that are independent and separate from one another. They are simply functional forms of capital, which takes on all three forms in turn. By restricting himself to this purely formal analysis, Marx obviates the need to discuss the distinctive agents who do indeed attach to these functions as distinctive businesses. Finance and money capitalists attach themselves to the money function, producer capitalists to the functions of production, and merchant, commercial, capitalists to commodity capital. Historically, the totality of the circuit of industrial capital in aggregate therefore has to engage not only the intertwining of the different circuits but also all the activities of the different active agents, distinctive factions of capital that extract distributive shares from the total surplus value. Nowhere in Volume 2, however, does Marx examine these factional roles. He prefers everything to be kept on a purely logical, formal plane. I think the reason he takes this tack is that, were he to introduce the historical roles of the different agents and the struggles that have occurred between them, the whole account would become so blurred as to hide what Marx regards as foundational functions. Indeed, at various points in Volume 2, he subjects Adam Smith to critique, c. 269-71, for believing that these factions of capital were entirely independent and autonomous forms of capital. Marx sees them as differentiated but inexorably intertwined within the single form of industrial capital. Marx then interjects a very important observation. The circuit of capital proceeds normally only as long as its various phases pass into each other without delay. If capital comes to a standstill in the first phase, MC, money capital forms into a hoard. If this happens in the production phase, the means of production cease to function, and labor power remains unoccupied. If in the last phase, CM, unsaleable stocks of commodities obstruct the flow of circulation. The idea of obstructions and blockages to the circulation process is here broached, but only in a purely formal way. It lies in the nature of the case, however, that the circuit itself determines that capital is tied up for certain intervals in the particular sections of the cycle. In each of its phases, industrial capital is tied to a specific form, as money capital, productive capital, or commodity capital. Only after it has fulfilled the function corresponding to the particular form it is in does it receive the form in which it can enter a new phase of transformation. 133. The implication is that capital cannot flow smoothly and continuously through the circuits, but that it necessarily experiences pauses in its motion. In what follows, these potential obstructions, pauses and blockages will frequently be examined, though without any reference to the interests and agency of the various factions of capital involved. This permits us to see clearly the obstacles that might hinder the continuous circulation of capital. It also points to measures that might prevent obstacles becoming insuperable blockages. The disadvantage is that it leaves the Volume 2 analysis in a dry and desiccated state of formal distinctions, leaving it to us, when we read Volume 3, to remember the formal basis upon which much of the actual theory of historical crisis might be predicated. In the course of this chapter, Marx also inserts some remarks on the role of the transport and communication industries in the circulation process. 135. Since this is taken up again at the end of chapter 5, I shall delay consideration of this issue until then. So what, then, is the general picture that emerges? We have a circuit of industrial capital of the following sort. We see immediately, figure 2, that this can be disaggregated into three distinctive circuits, all conditional upon each other: the money capital circuit, the circuit of productive capital, and the commodity capital circuit. The circuit of money capital must successfully negotiate the conditions that pertain to the production and commodity circuits if surplus value is to be realized. The same conditionality applies to the circuits of production and commodity capital. A disruption in any one circuit will have catastrophic consequences for the others. The possibility therefore exists for distinctive crises in the circulation process as a whole. When we bring forward from Volume 3 the disaggregation of the capitalist class into various factions of producers, merchants, and financiers, with distinctive interests and perspectives embedded in one rather than another of the circulatory processes, then even more persuasive reasons come into view to worry about the stability of the overall circulation process of what Marx calls industrial capital. It remains to assess the significance of the money capital form to the overall circulation process of industrial capital. Money is not only the starting point but the end point of the process. Yet the money form, recall, is the representation of value, and this is the only way we get some tangible measure of the surplus value produced. It is precisely because the money form of value is its independent and palpable form of appearance that the circulation form M, which starts and finishes with actual money, expresses money making, the driving motive of capitalist production, most palpably. The production process appears simply as an unavoidable middle term, a necessary evil for the purpose of money making. 137. Money may be the ultimate fetish, but it really is, for the capitalist, the holy grail, because enrichment as such appears as the inherent purpose of production. Without the glittering money form there would be no motivation for the capitalist, and without the realization of capital in its money form there would be no tangible measure of reward. But realization depends on consumption, not only the productive consumption of other capitalists, but also the final consumption of others. For the first time in Volume 2, we hit the idea that the consumption of the working classes may have a role to play. 138. But Marx then adds an interesting comment on interstate trade and mercantilism. The mercantilists, he notes, preach long sermons to the effect that the individual capitalist should consume only in his capacity as worker, and that a capitalist nation should leave the consumption of its commodities and the consumption process in general to other more stupid nations, while making productive consumption into its own life work. These sermons are often reminiscent in both form and content of analogous ascetic exhortations by the Fathers of the Church. 139. There are those, like Kevin Phillips, who believe we have been through a phase of mercantilism these last few decades, with the US playing the role of the most stupid nation, engaging in debt-fueled consumerism, while the Chinese and the Germans save and accumulate huge trade surpluses at the expense of the US consumer. When the Obama administration approached the G20 meeting in Seoul, in the fall of 2010, with a proposal to reduce the trading imbalances within the global system, the Chinese and the Germans took the lead in rebutting the proposal. So it seems some form of mercantilism is indeed alive and well, and the US still seems happy to play the role of the most stupid nation. The summary remarks with which Marx closes the chapter are important. The circuit of money capital is thus the most one-sided, hence most striking and characteristic form of appearance of the circuit of industrial capital, in which its aim and driving motive, the valorization of value, money making and accumulation, appears in a form that leaps to the eye, buying in order to sell dearer. As usual with Marx, we have to recognize that appears does not mean is. The circuit of money capital remains the permanent general expression of industrial capital, insofar as it always includes the valorization of the value advanced. From the standpoint of production, however, the money expression of the capital emerges only as the price of the elements of production. While there are compelling reasons to look upon the circuit as preeminent. Because not only does it appear as a beginning, but it facilitates the flow of purchasing power to the laborers in the form of wages and the flow of profits to capitalists to facilitate their consumption. There is in its form a certain deception, even an illusory character. 141. This illusory character and the corresponding illusory significance it is given, is there as soon as this form is regarded as the sole form, not as one that flows and is constantly repeated, i.e. as soon as it is taken not just as one of the forms of the circuit, but rather as its exclusive form. Marx's fundamental point is that the money circuit cannot exist in itself, but necessarily refers to other forms. 142. When we look at the perpetual repetition of capital circulation through its different forms, money, production, commodities, we see that money forms an evanescent prelude to the constantly repeated circuit of productive capital. From this standpoint, the capitalist production process is the basic precondition, it is prior to all else. 143. On Chapter 2, the circuit of productive capital. The significance of the circuit of productive capital is so obvious that Marx does not bother to state it. It is, after all, in the hidden abode of production and only there that surplus value is produced. From the standpoint of productive capital, the movement through circulation appears as an irritating necessity before getting back to the real game, that of producing surplus value through the labor process. The entire circulation process of industrial capital, its whole movement within the circulation phase, merely forms an interruption, and hence a mediation, between the productive capital that opens the circuit, and closes it. 144. But, as we should by now expect, there are plenty of pitfalls and perils encountered in the movement through the commodity and money forms. The formal requirements are that the value and the surplus value congealed in the commodity must be realized in money form through a sale, and that the recuperated original money and some part of the profit then be used to purchase the means of production and the labor power required to repeat the production process on an expanding scale. Formally, the circulation steps to be navigated look like CM followed by MC, and an additional circulation of the surplus value in money form, MC. Two cases are then considered. The first is that of simple reproduction, in which all of the surplus value is consumed away and there is no reinvestment of the surplus, as in Chapter 23 of Volume I and Chapter 20 of Volume II, and the second is that of expanded reproduction, as in Chapter 24 of Volume I and Chapter 21 of Volume II. While Marx holds that simple reproduction is impossible under capitalism, he spends far more time on it, in part, I suspect, because he found it easier to establish the formal relations and conditions that must be realized if industrial capital is to continue on its merry way. He holds that these conditionalities carry over, though in more convoluted form, depending on the capitalist's choice of relative allocations for reinvestment or consumption, to the far more realistic model of expanded reproduction. In the case of simple reproduction, the surplus value M must all be spent on personal consumption. If the capitalist class simply holds money and fails to consume, then commodity capital cannot be realized in money form. For the first time, therefore, we see the importance of bourgeois consumption to the stabilization of capitalism. MC is a series of purchases made with the money that the capitalist spends, whether on commodities as such or on services, for his esteemed self and family. These purchases are fragmented, and take place at different times. The money therefore exists temporarily in the form of a money reserve or a hoard destined for current consumption. 146. This money is not advanced but spent. So the bourgeois already must have the money in hand. This is an interesting theme that we will encounter several times in Volume 2. Where does the extra money come from to buy the surplus value? The bourgeoisie buys the surplus value congealed in commodities with its own money to augment personal consumption. This presupposes, of course, that productive capital is making the commodities that the bourgeoisie wants to consume, though Marx does not make the point here. The circulation MC, the lower cases denote we are dealing not with the whole capital but the surplus part only, presupposes the existence of the capitalist, and is conditional on his consumption of surplus value. 149. In passing, Marx notes that the manner in which the bourgeois pays for commodities depends to some degree on the nature of the commodity produced. Marx makes mention of the interesting case, to me, at least, of the London building trade, which is conducted for the most part on credit, and in which the contractor receives advances in various stages as the building of the house progresses. 148. Furthermore, final commodity consumption can be completely separated in time and space from the metamorphosis in which this mass of commodities functions as his commodity capital. 150. How commodities and payments move over time and space is here hinted at, but not developed as a field of analysis. This is the sort of thing that I have tried to follow up in some of my own work. The recuperated original money capital has to circulate back into the field of productive consumption through the purchase of labor power and means of production. But while the original M was advanced, the recirculated money has to be reconceptualized as money capital that has already been produced and valorized through the movement CM. This change in signification is important. It echoes the view set out in Volume I that, after a while, labor reproduces the equivalent of the whole value of the capital originally advanced. The value circulating should by rights, in Marx's interpretation of Locke's argument that property accrues to those who mix their labor with the land to create value, belong to the laborer and not to the capitalist, who has, in effect, consumed away the original capital. The M that re-enters production is, Marx notes, an expression of past labor and not of money capital pure and simple. But there are inevitably temporal gaps in the circulation process. The difference in time between the execution of CM and that of MC may be more or less considerable. The temporality of circulation is important. Marx here immediately notes some curiosities. In some instances M can represent for the act MC the transformed form of commodities that are not yet present on the market at all. Prepayments on commodities not yet made are possible. Even workers can pay in advance for a commodity not yet produced, in effect paying out of the wages of future labor. The possible timing arrangements are endlessly complicated and, as we will see later, the role of the credit system soon becomes crucial. But there are also structural reasons why the movement from commodity to the purchase of both labor power and means of production can become difficult. If the second metamorphosis MC comes up against obstacles, e.g. if the means of production are unattainable on the market, then the circular flow of the reproduction process is interrupted, just as if the capital was tied up in the form of commodity capital. The difference, however, is that it can last out longer in the money form. 154. In Volume I it was generally taken that the passage CM was more difficult than that of MC because money is the universal equivalent and the commodity a particular equivalent. But we here encounter another story, because productive capital requires highly specific means of production in order to be reproduced. If the supply of iron ore dries up, then steel production cannot be reproduced. Heavy reliance on fixed capital in steel production, for example, blast furnaces, makes any disruption of supply of this sort very costly for the steel producer. Reproduction also presumes, though Marx does not make the point, that workers with the requisite skill continue to be readily available. But at least M cannot spoil, so for circulation to get stuck at this point is less problematic than it is for much of capital stuck in the commodity form, particularly if the commodities are perishable. The timely conversion of money into the elements for productive consumption is a necessity for the reproduction of productive capital. Marx then takes yet another swipe at the economists who adhered to Say's law. A replacement of commodity by commodity conditioned by surplus value production is something quite other than an exchange of products that is simply mediated by money. But this is how the matter is presented by the economists, as proof that no overproduction is possible. We then need to consider the consumption of the workers. They live through participation in an LMC circuit, giving up their labor power in order to get the money to buy commodities to survive at a certain standard of living. This takes money value out of the circulation of capital only then immediately to put it back again, in a company store kind of relation made much of in Volume I. The second act, i.e. MC, the purchases of wage goods by workers, does not fall into the circulation of the individual capital, although it proceeds from it. The constant existence of the working class, however, is necessary for the capitalist class, and so, therefore, is the consumption of the worker mediated by MC. 155. We will later see, in chapters 20 and 21, how all of this looks from the standpoint not of individual capitalists but of the aggregate circulation of capital taken as a whole. Notice how this is all being conceptualized here. The money, when in the hands of the capitalist and about to be transformed into variable capital through the purchase of labor power, is functioning as capital. But that same money no longer functions as capital once it is in the hands of the workers. It too undergoes a metamorphosis of form, for it is now simply money in the hands of a buyer in the marketplace and, as such, can be used in any way the worker needs, wants, or pleases. Once workers have spent their money on commodities and it is back in the hands of the capitalist, then it can revert to the form of capital provided the capitalist does not use it for consumption. This is Marx's relational way of working in full sight. And it is important to note it, because if the worker gambles away, or even saves, his or her earnings rather than spending them on commodities, then the continuity of the circulation process gets broken. Hence the concern, at the very end of Volume 2, for establishing a rational consumerism on the part of the working classes as a condition for stable accumulation. The problem would not be identified if it was conceptualized as if the circulation of money capital were in total control at every point in this process. While Marx elsewhere typically depicts the working class as a whole as being locked into a company store relation to capital with respect to consumption, he is here opening up a way to problematize that assumption. None of this, Marx holds, is affected in principle by the interventions of the merchant capitalists who may take over the job of mediating the conversion of CM because, in the final analysis, the whole process follows its course, and with it also the individual consumption of the capitalists and the worker that is conditional on it. This point is an important one in considering crises. If there is a crisis of some sort, we should not, therefore, attribute it fundamentally to the operations of the merchant capitalist, i.e. don't blame Walmart. We need to look deeper into the roles of bourgeois and working class consumption as potential sticking points. As long as the product is sold, everything follows its regular course. Then this reproduction of capital can be accompanied by a more expanded individual consumption, and hence demand, on the part of the workers. The production of surplus value and with it also the individual consumption of the capitalist can thus grow, and the whole reproduction process finds itself in the most flourishing condition, while in fact a great part of the commodities have only apparently gone into consumption, and are actually lying unsold in the hands of retail traders, thus being still on the market. One stream of commodities now follows another, and it finally emerges that the earlier stream had only seemed to be followed up by consumption. The earlier streams have not yet been converted into ready money, while payment for them is falling due. Their owners must declare themselves bankrupt, or sell at any price in order to pay. This sale, however, has nothing to do with the real state of demand. It only has to do with demand for payment, with the absolute necessity of transforming money into commodities. At this point the crisis breaks out. It first becomes evident not in the direct reduction of consumer demand, the demand for individual consumption, but rather in decline in the number of exchanges of capital for capital, in the reproduction process of capital. 156-7. Marx distinguishes between final consumer demand on the part of workers and of capitalists, on the one hand, and the inter-capitalist trading and demand for commodities involved in maintaining productive consumption. He here advances the very original view that crises can arise out of the capital-capital relation in organizing flows of commodities and monetary payments with respect to productive consumption. What may appear as a problem of lack of effective demand on the part of workers and of capitalists in the field of individual consumption may in fact be due to problems of circulation arising out of the purchase and sale of means of production. Is this a general theory of crisis, or a possibility that arises out of an examination of the circulation of productive capital? My general view is always in the first instance to take such statements as contingent, as possibilities that can be seen from a certain perspective under the given assumptions. This does not mean that such statements may not ultimately prove to have a broader generality, but that we have to show how the particular perspective illuminates crisis tendencies within capitalism. In Volume 2, for example, Marx makes seemingly quite contradictory statements with respect to the role of working-class effective demand and consumption. Contradiction in the capitalist mode of production. The workers are important for the market as buyers of commodities. But as sellers of their commodity labor power, capitalist society has the tendency to restrict them to their minimum price. Further contradiction, the periods in which capitalist production asserts all its forces regularly show themselves to be periods of overproduction, because the limit to the application of the productive powers is not simply the production of value, but also its realization. However, the sale of commodities, the realization of commodity capital, and thus of surplus value as well, is restricted not by the consumer needs of society in general, but by the consumer needs of a society in which the great majority are always poor and must always remain poor. 391. But elsewhere he says this. It is a pure tautology to say that crises are provoked by a lack of effective demand or effective consumption. The capitalist system does not recognize any forms of consumer other than those who can pay. The fact that commodities are unsaleable means no more than that no effective buyers have been found for them. If the attempt is made to give this tautology the semblance of greater profundity, by the statement that the working class receives too small a portion of its own product, and that the evil would be remedied if it received a bigger share, i.e., if its wages rose, we need only note that crises are always prepared by a period in which wages generally rise, and the working class actually does receive a greater share in the part of the annual product destined for consumption. From the standpoint of these advocates of sound and simple, common sense, such periods should rather avert the crisis. It thus appears that capitalist production involves certain conditions independent of people's good or bad intentions, which permit the relative prosperity of the working class only temporarily, and moreover always as a harbinger of crisis. 486-7. This second statement is more in accord with the spirit of argument in Chapter 2, so it is clear that Marx felt the arguments constructed from the standpoint of productive capital had more general salience. This leaves us with the difficulty of deciding which of these formulations to follow. My own view, and you will also have to come to terms with this on your own account, is that circumstances arise, as in the late 1960s and early 1970s, when the rising share of labor in the national product was indeed a harbinger if not a fundamental locus of crisis in global capitalism as it was then constituted. It is impossible to make such an argument about the crash of 2007-09. The distributive share taken by the working class, no matter whether it is too high or too low, important though it may be, cannot explain the crisis tendencies of capital. Other formulations are required. We have to pay careful attention to what is said in Volume 2, as well as elsewhere, of course, to figure out what these formulations might be. At this point, from the perspective of productive capital, we have at least part of the theory of crisis formation firmly in place. When capital circulation encounters obstacles such as to suspend the function of MC, then the money transforms into the involuntary formation of a hoard. This money thus has the form of latent money capital that lies idle. 158. Later Marx will also call it fallow capital. 164. These are important terms in the following argument. The section on expanded reproduction contains nothing surprising. We know from volume I that, for the capitalist, the constant enlargement of his capital becomes a condition for its preservation. The only interesting question is what proportion of the surplus value is capitalized as fresh capital, and for that there is no golden rule. The circuit P does not express the fact that surplus value is produced, but rather that the produced surplus value is capitalized. 160. Again, this changes our conception of what the circulation process is all about. The first step in this capitalization is to put aside a certain amount of money realized from the sale of commodities preparatory to launching into expansion. This hoard of latent or fallow money capital is necessary because, in most lines of business, a certain minimum amount of capital is required in order to launch the expansion, to build a larger factory, invest in machinery, and so on. This may require that the capital circuit must be repeated several times before sufficient monetary power is acquired to satisfy the minimum requirements for expanded reproduction to proceed. This makes for the inevitability of hoarding in money form as a functionally determined preparatory stage that proceeds outside the circuit of capital, and paves the way for the transformation of surplus value into really functioning capital. As long as it persists in the state of a hoard, it does not yet function as money capital, it is still money capital lying fallow, not interrupted in its function, but rather as yet incapable of performing this function. 164. Plainly, this is a situation, as Marx immediately concedes, where the credit system has a crucial role to play. Without it, more and more capital would be rendered fallow and the hoards would become a serious barrier to fluent accumulation. But that is not to be dealt with here. On Chapter 3, the Circuit of Commodity Capital. One of the more surprising aspects of Volume 2 is the attention Marx pays to the circuit of commodity capital. The reason for this has already been prefigured in the study of the circuit of productive capital. To the obvious difficulty of transforming particular forms of embodied value and surplus value into the universality of the money equivalent, we must now add a further difficulty of finding the necessary commodities in the marketplace to meet the needs of productive consumption in specific labor processes. Capitalists have to depend on other capitalists to produce their means of production. It is therefore primarily in this circuit that we encounter the problem of specific interrelations and interdependencies between capitalists. And, as Volume 2 progresses, it becomes more and more evident that these intercapitalist relations are fraught with the possibility of crises of adequate supply, as well as the more obvious problem of possible crises arising out of lack of effective demand. Marx's analysis at this point is, however, confined largely to formal functions and technicalities. There are a number of peculiarities to this circuit of commodity capital. To begin with, the commodity is impregnated with surplus value that has yet to be realized. Whereas in the cases of both money and productive capitals, the surplus value vanishes when the circulation process begins anew, such that money can only do as money does, and productive activity proceeds also on its own terms. In the case of commodities, we are dealing both at the beginning and the end of the circulation process with a commodity impregnated with surplus value. We are therefore looking at a form of circulation C, and in the case of expanded reproduction this would mean C. What this emphasizes is that it is in the commodity circuit that both the realization of the surplus value in money form and the absorption of surplus product and value not only in individual consumption but also in productive consumption become imperative for the continuity of the circulation of industrial capital as a whole. The second peculiarity is that of the role of productive consumption. In the circuit of an individual industrial capital, C as C appears not as the form of this capital but as the form of another industrial capital, insofar as the means of production are the product of this other capital. The act MC, i.e. MMP, of the first capital is for this second capital CM, 168. The problem is that the surplus value is hidden within the commodity form as a surplus product, a specific use value, and that it is impossible to separate the value and the surplus value in the way that becomes possible when the commodity value is realized in the money form. Whereas it is possible to take the realized M and disaggregate it into M plus M, and then decide how much of M to capitalize in expanding production, this cannot be done with a forklift truck. It might be possible with certain products, and Marx uses the example of yarn, in which it is in principle possible to separate the original value of C from C. This provokes Marx to launch into one of his complicated and seemingly interminable calculations of how this might be done. But behind all this there lies a distinction that prevails in this circuit that vanishes in the others. There is both a surplus product, the expanded use values embodied in the commodity, and a surplus value, and a condition for the realization of the latter is the location of a home for the former. The specificity of use values cannot be evaded. Conversely, if the decision is made to expand production by capitalizing part of the surplus value in money form, then there must be surplus use values on the market available for purchase as additional means of production for particular activities. Reproduction on an expanded scale, with productivity otherwise remaining the same, can take place only if the material elements of the additional productive capital are already contained in part of the surplus product to be capitalized. 179. This is a very important condition and, plainly, any failure to meet it will seriously impair the smooth functioning of capital accumulation. Productive consumption is not, of course, the only form of consumption involved in this circuit. In the form C, the consumption of the entire commodity product is presupposed as the condition for the normal course of the circuit of capital itself. The individual consumption of the worker and the individual consumption of the non-accumulated part of the surplus product comprise, taken together, the total individual consumption. Thus consumption in its entirety, both individual and productive consumption, enters into the circuit of C as a precondition. 173. But all of this is presupposed, he goes on to say, as a social rather than as an individual act. From this then follows the most important conclusion. Precisely because the circuit C presupposes in its description the existence of another industrial capital in the form C equals L plus MP, and MP comprises other capitals of various kinds, e.g. in our case machines, coal, oil, etc., it itself demands to be considered not only as the general form of the circuit, hence not only as a form of motion common to all individual industrial capitals, but at the same time as the form of motion of the sum of individual capitals, i.e. of the total social capital of the capitalist class, a movement in which the movement of any individual industrial capital simply appears as a partial one, intertwined with the others and conditioned by them. If we consider, for example, the total annual commodity product of a country, and analyze the movement in which one part of this replaces the productive capital of all individual businesses, and another part goes into the individual consumption of the different classes, then we are considering C as a form of motion of both the social capital and of the surplus value or the surplus product produced by this. 176-7. The circuit of commodity capital is special. It allows us to look at the aggregate flow of both surplus value and surplus product, values and use values, in the economy as a whole. It does so precisely because it has to focus on relations between individual capitals as they intertwine their activities and calculate their inputs and outputs in the economy as a whole. It introduces us to a very important idea of proportionality in those inputs and outputs from the standpoint not only of the individual capital but also of capital as a whole. The theme of proportionality, how much steel needs to be produced as means of production to support the activities of all manner of other sectors, and how much iron ore is needed to produce the steel, is in fact one of the major themes of Volume 2. And this raises the issue of the mechanisms that assure that these proportionalities are roughly achieved. Can the market do it? Does the equalization in the rate of profit guarantee it? If not, will this all result in crises of disproportionality? This mode of thinking was, as Marx points out at the end of this chapter, pioneered by Quesnay. It will form the basis for Marx's innovative expansion and development of Quesnay's formulations in chapters 20 and 21. Notice that, in this chapter, use values and values, surplus value and surplus product, frequently appear hand in hand in ways that could not be observed in the study of the other circuits. When steel is sold as a means of production, it introduces the issue not only of physical flows of use values but also of the balance of value transfers, and the two are not necessarily going to reflect each other neatly. In the case of the other circuits, surplus value vanishes, because money is just money and can only do as money does, and because production contains no sign of the production of previous surplus value production in its initiating moment, even as it produces it. With respect to the other circuits, we can focus exclusively on the individual industrial capital and pay no mind to aggregate conditions. These aggregate conditions come to the fore only in the case of commodity capital, where the surplus value is embodied in the commodity at the outset and where the specific use values required to continue production, of, say, steel, become crucial. It is from this perspective alone that we can study and unravel the aggregate laws of motion and the necessary physical use value and value proportionalities that facilitate the reproduction of capital. The way in which all of this integrates into the capital circulation process as a totality is taken up in the next chapter. Chapter 2. The three figures of the circuit and the continuity of capital flow. Chapters 4 to 6 of Volume 2. On Chapter 4, the different circuits of capital as a whole. In my examination of the first 3 chapters of Volume 2, I looked at the circulation process of capital through the 3 different windows of money, production, and commodity. In the 4th chapter, Marx puts the circuits back together in order to analyze the unity. The language is a bit convoluted, but I think the point is clear. The different circuits are intertwined, curling around each other and constantly in motion in relation to each other. The movement of each is a condition for the movement of all. Valorization of value, by which Marx means the production and realization of surplus value, is the determining purpose, the driving motive. When looked at as a whole, all the premises of the process appear as its result, as premises produced by the process itself. Each moment appears as a point of departure, of transit, and of return. The total process presents itself as the unity of the process of production and the process of circulation. The production process is the mediator of the circulation process, and vice versa. Marx likens this whole to a constantly rotating orbit, every point simultaneously a starting point and a point of return. The reproduction of the capital in each of its forms and at each of its stages is just as continuous as is the metamorphosis of these forms and their successive passage through the 3 stages. Here, therefore, the entire circuit is the real unity of its 3 forms. 180, 181. The dominant language is one of continuity, succession, coexistence, and the fluidity of capital's movement through the 3 circuits. This language is counterposed to another, that of interruptions and possible disruptions. The circuit of capital is a constant process of interruption. One stage is left behind, the next stage embarked upon, one form is cast aside, and the capital exists in another. Each of these stages not only conditions the other, but at the same time excludes it. 182. The interruptions, like those in the life cycle of the butterfly, are omnipresent and inevitable. They threaten the continuity of capital's motion, but they do not necessarily engender crises. By studying them we can hope to understand why crises might take particular forms, why, for example, a crisis might appear at one moment as a surplus of commodity capital that cannot be disposed of, or at another as an excessive hoard of money capital lacking investment opportunities, or at yet another as a scarcity of means of production or labor power for the further expansion of accumulation. Capital flow can be blocked at any one of a number of different transitional points. Marx counterposes these interruptions to the continuity that is the characteristic feature of capitalist production, and is required by its technical basis, even if it is not always completely attainable. 182. The technical and social necessity for continuity of capital flow is far more important here than it was in Volume I. Each different part of the capital runs in succession through the successive phases of the circuit, can pass over from one phase and one functional form into the other, hence industrial capital, as the whole of these parts, exists simultaneously in its various phases and functions, and thus describes all three circuits at once. 183. So we have four terms to contend with: money capital, productive capital, commodity capital, and industrial capital, the last understood as the unity of the three circuits. Any individual industrial capital will typically have different portions of its capital in each of the different circuits at any one moment. Part of it will be absorbed in production, part will be in money form, and part in commodity form. But this coexistence, Marx insists, is itself only the result of the succession. The necessity for continuous movement through the different circuits trumps all else. The immediate consequence is that, if the commodity is unsaleable, then the circuit of this part is interrupted and its replacement by its means of production is not accomplished. The successive parts that emerge from the production process as C find their change of function barred by their predecessors. If this continues for some time, production is restricted and the whole process brought to a standstill. Every delay in the succession brings the coexistence into disarray. Every delay in one stage causes a greater or lesser delay in the entire industrial circuit, not only that of the portion of the capital that is delayed, but also that of the entire individual capital. 183. While Marx does not make the point, this situation potentially empowers workers. Work interruptions and strikes affect not only productive capital but all the other moments of circulation, and in the case of commodity capital can disrupt the flow of necessary means of production to other capitals. As a whole, then, capital is simultaneously present, and spatially coexistent, in its various phases. But each part is constantly passing from one phase or functional form into another, and thus functions in all of them in turn. The forms are therefore fluid forms, and their simultaneity is mediated by their succession. Each form both follows and precedes the others. The particular circuits simply constitute simultaneous and successive moments of the overall process. It is only in the unity of the three circuits that the continuity of the overall process is realized, in place of the interruption we have just delineated. The total social capital always possesses this continuity, and the process always contains the unity of the three circuits. 184. Then comes a critical commentary of the greatest importance. But it is stated in such a flat way, as is so typical of this volume, as to make it all too easy to miss its significance. The introductory line is in fact quite stunning in its implications. Capital, as self-valorizing value, does not just comprise class relations, a definite social character that depends on the existence of labor as wage labor, emphasis added. With this statement Marx opens the way to saying that contradictions and crises can arise in the circulation process outside the class struggle between capital and labor that centers Volume I. The capital-labor relation is not the only locus of contradiction within the laws of motion of capital. Contradictions can emerge from within the circulation and valorization process itself. There is something inherently fragile and vulnerable within the circulation of industrial capital. The task is to reveal what it is. Marx then examines some of the ways in which the contradictions within this circulation process grasped as a movement play out in practice. Those who consider the autonomization, of value as mere abstraction forget that the movement of industrial capital is this abstraction in action. The word autonomization signals a particular kind of problem. Value may be an abstraction, but it has real consequences, or, in the language of volume I, value is immaterial but objective. Contradictions within the overall process of circulation play out autonomously, and by this Marx means in ways that are autonomous from the capital-labor contradiction. Here value passes through different forms, different movements in which it is both preserved and increases and is valorized. The moment of valorization, realization of surplus value, is just as important as that of production. To illustrate, Marx abandons his assumption of no technological and organizational change to consider the revolutions that capital value may suffer in its circulatory process. It is clear that despite all revolutions in value, capitalist production can exist and continue to exist only so long as the capital value is valorized, i.e., describes its circuit as value that has become independent, and therefore so long as the revolutions in value are somehow or other mastered and balanced out. 185. From the perspective of individual industrial capital, the hope is that the impacts of the drive for relative surplus value via technological and organizational change described in volume I can somehow be absorbed, mastered and balanced out. But notice the language of autonomy and independence. Let us look at the circulation process from the standpoint of the commodity circuit, which plays such an important role throughout volume 2. If the social capital value suffers a revolution in value, it can come about that the individual capital succumbs to this and is destroyed, because it cannot meet the conditions of this movement of value. The more acute and frequent these revolutions in value become, the more the movement of the independent value, acting with the force of an elemental natural process that is, a general law of motion of capital prevails over the foresight and the calculation of the individual capitalist, the more the course of normal production is subject to abnormal speculation, and the greater becomes the danger to the existence of the individual capitals. These periodic revolutions in value thus confirm what they ostensibly refute, the independence which value acquires as capital, and which is maintained and intensified through its movement. 185. This is nothing short of a theoretical evocation of the perils of devaluations of capitals through what we now call deindustrialization. From the 1980s onwards, a massive wave of plant closures hit older industrial cities like Detroit, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, Sheffield, Manchester, Essen, Lille, Turin, and the like. Lest it be thought that this phenomenon was confined to the advanced capitalist countries, the losses of the traditional textile industry of Mumbai and the distress of older industrial areas of northern China were just as violent. Whole communities that had focused on industrial work were destroyed almost overnight. Some 60,000 jobs in steel were lost in Sheffield over a 3-year period in the 1980s, for example. The desolation this wrought was everywhere apparent. When people looked for explanations, they were told it was all the result of a mysterious force called globalization. When trade unions and social movements protested and sought to stem the hemorrhaging of jobs and livelihoods, they were told the mysterious force was both inevitable and unstoppable. Looking backwards, we can see that this mysterious force had long been at work, though not given the name of globalization until the 1980s. From the 1930s there had been a steady drift of jobs in the textile industries in the United States from traditional working-class centers such as New York and Boston and the many other smaller mill towns of New England southwards down the so-called fall line towns, so-called because of the water power that originally encouraged mill location where the Appalachian rivers crossed onto the Atlantic floodplains, that stretched from Lowell to Baltimore. The jobs were drifting to the U.S. South, the Carolinas in particular, and even spilling over the border into Mexico. In Britain during the 1960s, textile jobs were falling off as competition from the then British colony of Hong Kong became fiercer. Job relocations and community destructions have long been the way of the capitalist world. Marx here offers us a way to cast all this in a particular theoretical light. When elaborated upon, the theory shows how and why crises of this sort, which are not total systemic crises but widespread localized destructions, are inevitable within a capitalist system. Industrial capitals in competition with each other promote revolutions in technologies and organizational forms that in turn produce value revolutions. This is the supposedly mysterious force, appearing like a force of nature, and therefore supposedly outside of human control, that deindustrializes whole industrial regions. Stated more formally, individual capitalists organize their production of value in search of relative surplus value, but in so doing produce new value relations that can return to destroy them. Not only does capital produce the means of its own domination, it also produces the means for its own destruction. Hence the Oedipal rage with which capitalists frequently respond to the crises of capitalism that destroy them. Have they not played the game correctly, calculated and planned the production of surplus value as they should? Have they not performed according to the rule book of bourgeois virtue? How, then, have they not received their just rewards and, even worse, how have they now been cast into the darkness of bankruptcy? But instead of raging against capitalism the system, they rage against the foreign producers, the immigrants, the speculators, and the others who are in fact merely the secret and hidden agents of capital's inner laws of motion. Many people reading Marx have a problem with the concept of value as an abstraction, a social relation that is immaterial but objective in its consequences. But value is no more abstract and mysterious than the popularly accepted force called globalization. What is odd is that so many people easily accept the latter, because we became habituated to it, while often balking at the former as far too abstract. But the virtue of Marx's superior concept is that we see more clearly how this abstraction is created, and how the forces that it assembles work, how we become, as Marx puts it elsewhere, a victim of capital's abstractions. From the very beginning of capital, we learn that value is constituted out of the socially necessary labor deployed through the movement of industrial capital through production and circulation. The abstraction of value, and its representation in money form, becomes a regulatory force by way of the hidden hand of market competition. Recall, however, that if labor does not produce a use value that somebody wants, needs, or desires, then it is not socially necessary labor. The unity of production and circulation is already presumed in the very first section of volume I. Value is, therefore, an abstract social relation collectively produced by individual industrial capitals. But individual industrial capitals then have to submit to the laws they themselves have collectively created. And in so doing, many of them end up succumbing to or being destroyed by the very value revolutions they are perpetually creating. We see them in effect digging their own graves. Instead of some mysterious force called globalization that seems to descend from the ether with such destructive and irresistible power, we here have a theory which internalizes the self-destructive dynamic through which capitalists produce the very conditions of their own demise. To accept this theory, all we have to do is to recognize the independence which value acquires as capital, and which is maintained and intensified through its movement. Why is that harder to accept than some vacuous term like globalization? But the import of these passages is, of course, that not all industrial capitals are destroyed. So the question of which capitals survive, and of what sort and where they are, must obviously be raised, even though Marx does not here care to do so. Presumably it is too particular to be of immediate interest. You must, however, excuse my obvious pleasure, as someone who works on uneven geographical development, regional change, and the changing paths of urbanization, to find my interests so neatly tied into the general corpus of Marx's political economy by way of these short passages. In order to move in this direction, however, Marx has to abandon his general exclusion in Volume 2 of changes in productivity, of technological and organization change, from his theorizing. This prompts some reflections on his part as to why that exclusion was so necessary. If value changes are perpetually occurring within the circulation process, and it is the latter which is the focus of his attention in Volume 2, then all sorts of consequences follow. When the value of means of production falls, then money capital is set free, even as the simple reproduction of productive capital is maintained. If the value of means of production rises, then more money capital is needed just to keep the same productive capital functioning. The process takes place quite normally only if value relations remain constant. The smoothness, continuity, and fluidity that are so important to the circulation of industrial capital as a whole can be sustained only under conditions of zero technological change. As soon as new technologies are introduced, this introduces value revolutions and instability into the circulation process. For instance, a new technology comes in and the relative need for material inputs and labor power changes. This will clearly disrupt preceding flow relations. In practice, it runs its course as long as disturbances in the repetition of the circuit balance each other out. The greater the disturbances, the greater the money capital that the industrial capitalist must possess in order to ride out the period of readjustment, and since the scale of each individual production process grows with the progress of capitalist production, and with it the minimum size of the capital to be advanced, this circumstance is added to the other circumstances which increasingly turn the function of industrial capitalist into a monopoly of large-scale money capitalists, either individual or associated. 187. This is an important argument. A reserve of money power is needed to deal with uncertainties in the circulation process stemming from technological changes. Better, therefore, to be a money capitalist rather than a production capitalist at times of rapid technological change. This may have something to do with the increasing ascendancy of finance and money capital relative to industrial capital over the last 30 years or so. By introducing the figure of the money capitalist here, however, Marx departs even further from the assumptions, no specific agents, upon which he has hitherto based his purely formal argument. The production of a tendency towards monopolization, as a way to control the uncertainties, interruptions, and disruptions that inevitably arise from value revolutions, is also an important idea. It relates back to Marx's arguments concerning the increasing centralization, as opposed to concentration, of capital as laid out in Volume I. The actual history of capitalism has often been marked by such tendencies towards centralization and monopolization, and again it is easy to see how this helps capitalists deal with the vicissitudes and uncertainties that derive from the fiercely competitive but destabilizing drive to procure relative surplus value through technological changes. Monopoly power allows capital to control the pace of potentially disruptive technological changes. Marx then briefly sets aside yet another of his tacit assumptions, that capital is working within a closed economy and that all means of production are produced by other industrial capitalists. What happens when means of production are procured from some other place where capital relations have yet to be established? Once they enter into the orbit of capital, they become commodities just like all the others, thanks mainly to the agency of merchant capitalists who procure them from elsewhere. The circuit of industrial capital here cuts across the commodity circulation of the most varied modes of social production. Whether the commodities are the product of production based on slavery, the product of peasants, Chinese, Indian riots, of a community, Dutch East Indies, of state production, such as existed in earlier epochs of Russian history, based on serfdom, or of half-savage hunting peoples, etc. As commodities and money, they confront the money and commodities in which industrial capital presents itself. Capital can integrate with non-capitalist modes of production. The character of the production process from which commodities derive is immaterial. They function on the market as commodities, and as commodities they enter both the circuit of industrial capital and the circulation of the surplus value borne by it. Thus the circulation process of industrial capital is characterized by the many-sided character of its origins, and the existence of the market as a world market. 189-90. From the Communist Manifesto on, Marx and Engels had been acutely aware that they were living in an era in which the creation of the world market was proceeding at a rapid pace, through the coming of the railroads, the steamships, and the soon-to-be dominant telegraph, which permitted commodity prices to become almost instantaneously known in all the major port cities of the world. They were also very sensitive to the ways in which the circulation of industrial capital was intersecting with this world, both transforming it, as capitalist production became more and more hegemonic, and being transformed by it, as cheap raw materials and other commodities could be procured from non-capitalist social formations. There are 2 points that Marx here makes about this process. Firstly, the reproduction of productive capital requires the reproduction of the means of production, and this means that the capitalist mode of production is conditioned by modes of production lying outside its own stage of development. But its tendency is to transform all possible production into commodity production, and the main means by which it does this is precisely by drawing this production into its circulation process. The intervention of industrial capital everywhere promotes this transformation, and with it too the transformation of all immediate producers into wage laborers. Whether this occurred peacefully or not, and to what degree it entailed imperialist and colonial practices, is left unsaid. Secondly, whatever the origin of the commodities that go into the circulation process of industrial capital, they confront industrial capital straight away in its form of commodity capital, and they therefore have the form of commodity dealing or merchant's capital, and this by its very nature embraces commodities from all modes of production. 190. This leads to some brief reflections, which we will elaborate upon later, on the role of merchant capital, of wholesale and retail merchants, in the capitalist mode of production. Similarly, the role of money-dealing capital also enters in with, as usual, some invocation of the credit system. We will return later to these questions of the roles of merchants and money capitalists. There is a third point that Marx later hints at, 195. The continuity of flow that is so essential to the circulation process of capital demands that supplies of commodities from non-capitalist social formations and producers be assured on a steady rather than an episodic and insecure basis. Once commodities from the non-capitalist world are drawn into the circulation process of industrial capital, steps have to be taken to ensure that the flow of these commodities continues unhindered. This is most assuredly one of the reasons for the establishment of some power relation, most conspicuously that of colonialism and imperialist domination, along with agreements with foreign potentates, such as the Saudis, through which the cooperation of the non-capitalist suppliers of key commodities involved in the reproduction of capital circulation is assured on a continuous basis. Matters of this sort are barely hinted at here. But, as I began by arguing at the outset, once we let our imaginations roam on the basis of Marx's arguments, then Volume 2 appears a more and more fecund source for further theory construction on all manner of topics, such as uneven geographical development, systems of commodity exchange with non-capitalist social formations, and culminating in the transformation, either through commerce or through colonialism or imperialist domination, of much of the world into one vast market where capital circulation ultimately reigns supreme. The actual materials of the text, however, are rather dry and cryptic. In themselves, these passages appear rather casual and tangential. But when we reflect as to where these ideas might lead, there opens up an amazing theoretical terrain which, when supplemented with the insights from Marx's other works, have all manner of implications for our understanding of how capital becomes grounded in particular situations, including those of a non-capitalist world. Marx at this point merely adds some historical generalizations. Natural economy, money economy, and credit economy are the three characteristic economic forms of motion of social production. 195. The money economy and the credit economy merely correspond to the different stages of development of capitalist production. They are in no way different independent forms of commerce as opposed to natural economy. Within capitalism, the distinction between money and credit economies basically refers to the mode of commerce between producers. In natural economy, the mode of commerce is barter. I have to say I do not find these categories and this periodization particularly illuminating. The distinctions are taken without any critical commentary from Adam Smith, and the periodization has no historical basis whatsoever. This is one of those moments where Marx merely regurgitates bourgeois mythology without question. It is, however, significant that Marx does underline that the credit economy requires a distinctive mode of analysis. But he says absolutely nothing here about what that distinctive mode of analysis might be. The historical relation between modes of commerce, along with the historical significance of usury and credit, are much better handled by Marx elsewhere, as we will see below. The final section of the chapter poses a conundrum of great consequence for the whole of Volume 2, and hence for the whole corpus of Marx's political economy. It therefore warrants a very close reading. Marx is very reluctant, as I noted in the first chapter, to get into questions of supply and demand, since, when in equilibrium, they cease to explain anything. But, at this point in Volume 2, he encounters a situation where he cannot avoid them. The problem arises out of a consideration of where the final demand comes from to realize the surplus value. The capitalist casts less value into circulation in the form of money than he draws out of it, because he casts in more value in the form of commodities than he has extracted in the form of commodities. In so far as he functions merely as the personification of capital, as industrial capitalist, his supply of commodity value is always greater than his demand for it. If his supply and demand matched one another in this respect, this would be equivalent to the non-valorization of his capital. It would not have functioned as productive capital. The greater the difference between the capitalist's supply and his demand, i.e. the greater the additional commodity values that he supplies over the commodity value he demands, the greater the rate at which he valorizes his capital. His goal is not simply to cover his demand with his supply, but to have the greatest possible excess of supply over demand. What is true for the individual capitalist, is true for the capitalist class. 196-7. The capitalist class demands means of production, c, so this is one source of demand. But this is much less than the value of the commodities that will be produced, c plus v plus s. The capitalist class provides the workers with purchasing power, v. The worker converts his wages almost wholly into means of subsistence, and by far the greater part into necessities, so that the capitalist's demand for labor power is indirectly also a demand for the means of consumption that enter into the consumption of the working class. If we ignore workers' savings and leave the matter of credit out of consideration, then the maximum limit of the capitalist's demand is C plus V, but his supply is C plus V plus S. This means that the greater the surplus value produced, or the higher the rate of profit, the smaller his demand in relation to his supply. 197-8. Equilibrium between supply and demand therefore not only seems impossible, but is also undesirable from the standpoint of capital. This points to what I call the capital surplus disposal or absorption problem. The capitalist begins the day with a certain amount of money equivalent to C plus V, and ends the day with a monetary equivalent of C plus V plus S. So where does the demand to buy the surplus value at the end of the day come from? If it were just a matter of finding more money, then someone, somewhere, in Marx's day the gold producers, for example, and Marx will later on consider their potential role, and in our day the Federal Reserve, could simply supply it. But we have to solve the problem in value rather than money terms. If the surplus value is to be realized in exchange, then we have to explain where the value equivalent of the surplus value comes from in the final instance to accomplish that exchange. Theoretically, we have to answer this question without going outside of capitalism, the non-capitalist sources of both demand and supply that Marx considered earlier in the chapter, or assuming the existence of some class of conspicuous consumers, such as landlords and other feudal remnants, like the crown and the church, whose sole role is to produce nothing but to consume to the hilt in order to keep supply and demand in balance. This latter option, along with foreign trade, by the way, was how Malthus dealt with this same problem of insufficient effective demand to absorb the surpluses being produced. He went so far as to justify the existence of parasitic classes engaging in conspicuous consumption, such as the clergy, state functionaries, including the monarchy, and an idle aristocracy, because they played a crucial harmonizing role in an otherwise discordant capitalism. Marx, obviously, would want no truck with such a solution even if it could be sustained in the long run, which it could not. Having introduced, as usual, some complications, such as those of turnover time and fixed capital investment, both of which will warrant separate chapters later, Marx seeks to solve the problem from the standpoint of reproduction. If the capitalist class itself consumes the whole of the surplus value and recycles the value of constant and variable capital back into production, then demand and supply are brought back into equilibrium. But this means that the whole of the surplus value must be purchased and consumed by the capitalist class. The capitalists must, in short, use their own stores of value. How obtained we do not know, though primitive accumulation presumably has something to do with it, to buy, realize, the surplus value produced at the end of the day. The logic behind this is impeccable in a way. Imagine a two-class society of capitalists and laborers. Plainly, laborers cannot supply the extra demand to absorb the surplus. If anything, they are likely to exercise less demand over time with rising rates of exploitation. So the only class that can possibly supply the extra demand must be the capitalist class. They have to possess monetary value reserves at one point in time in order to realize the surplus value they seek to appropriate at a later point in time. This sounds like a pretty weird system. It assumes, for example, an infinite desire on the part of the capitalists for an ever-expanding volume of consumption goods. There is, however, one possible explanation for Marx's position. He began the chapter by saying that all the premises of the process appear as its result, as premises produced by the process itself. Each moment appears as a point of departure, of transit, and of return. Could we say this is true of the capitalist class in general? On the first round of circulation, capital may indeed have to lay out the extra value, money, to purchase the surplus value produced by the worker. But, once this is done, then the surplus value produced by the workers belongs to the capitalists, while the capitalists have in effect consumed away their original capital. At the next round in the circulation process, the capitalists spend not their own money, but the money equivalent of the surplus value they earlier appropriated from the workers. The capitalist class is thereby perpetually reproduced out of the production of surplus value by the workers. The capitalists in effect supply the extra demand out of the surplus value already produced by the workers and then appropriated by the capitalists. This was, of course, exactly the argument of Chapter 23 of Volume I. The problem of where the extra demand comes from seems to disappear, because the workers have already produced it and all the capitalists have to do is to appropriate it. Or, as Marx began by saying, the premise, the effective demand of the capitalist, now appears as its result, the appropriation of surplus value. This may work for simple reproduction, but given the general tenor of the argument in these chapters, it is unlikely that this process can proceed continuously without interruptions and disruptions. But, if the capitalist proceeds in this manner, then he is behaving as a non-capitalist, not in his function as capitalist, but for his private requirements or pleasures. And this, says Marx, is equivalent to assuming the non-existence of the industrial capitalist himself. For capitalism is already essentially abolished once we assume that it is enjoyment that is the driving motive and not enrichment itself. The distinction between enjoyment and enrichment seems here to be crucial to Marx's reasoning. To say that capitalism is founded on the personal desire for enjoyment would go against the argument Marx made in Volume I, Chapter 24. Capitalism, he there argues, is based on production for production's sake and accumulation for accumulation's sake, independent of the personal desires of the capitalists. While there is always a Faustian moment in which the desire for consumption and enjoyment conflicts with the necessity of reinvesting, the coercive laws of competition force capitalists willy-nilly towards the latter option. So it is insufficient to assume a capitalist persona besotted by the desire for consumer goods as the driving force of capital accumulation. It is even insufficient to assume that the driving force is the capitalist lust for more and more of the social power that the private appropriation of money allows, though this, as we shall see, is partially involved. The historical mission of the bourgeoisie is perpetual accumulation. A system founded on the pursuit of pure pleasure and greed is, says Marx, technically impossible. The capitalist must not only form a reserve of capital to guard against price fluctuations, and in order to be able to await the most favorable conjunctures for buying and selling, he must accumulate capital, in order to extend production and incorporate technical advances into his productive organism. Hoarding money to invest in large-scale and lumpy fixed capital, for example, withdraws money from circulation and thus diminishes the available demand. The money is immobilized and does not withdraw from the commodity market an equivalent in commodities for the money equivalent that it has withdrawn for commodities supplied. This aggravates the gap between the value the capitalist is supplying to the market and the available demand. When part of the surplus value is reinvested in expanding production, the solution proposed above for the effective demand problem looks even fishier. Not only will the capitalist have to provide the wherewithal to purchase and realize the initial round of surplus value production, but he or she will also have to find even more resources to realize the surplus value produced from reinvestment. And that obligation will continue in perpetuity. So the central problem is still left dangling. If, as seems to be the case, the demand cannot come from capitalist consumption, then from where on earth does it come? Marx provides hints but no definitive answer here. But it is, I think, significant that the chapter closes with this comment: we have ignored credit here, and it pertains to credit if the capitalist deposits the money that he accumulates in a bank, for example, on current account bearing interest, 199. The hoarding necessary for fixed capital formation could be organized through the credit system. This would certainly permit all of the hoarded value to be spent. This is, therefore, another of those points where the credit system seems set to play a crucial role of releasing more money power. But we have no idea here what that role might be, and how it might relate to the clear imbalance in demand and supply that arises from within the dynamics of the accumulation process. The solution to the dilemma comes much later in Volume 2, in several successive stages, culminating in the reproduction schemas at the end of the book. Rather than perpetuate the mystery, as Marx is prone to do, let me sketch in the broad outlines of how I interpret Marx's argument. Capitalist consumption is of two sorts: personal consumption, necessities and luxuries, and productive consumption. The latter entails recycling the original capital to produce yet another round of surplus value production and reinvestment in expansion, which means an increased demand for more means of production and more wage goods for the extra laborers hired, presuming no labor-saving technological changes. The coercive laws of competition drive expansion, hence the emphasis on enrichment rather than enjoyment. The demand derived from expansion tomorrow, plus bourgeois consumption, provides the market for the surplus commodities produced yesterday. The timing of all this is crucial. When disaggregated, we see that at any one moment some capitalists are spending on reinvestment while others are hoarding money in anticipation of future investments or reinvestments, in fixed capital, for example. Those reinvesting are furnishing extra demand, while those hoarding are withdrawing demand but still furnishing a supply. Is there a possibility of balancing aggregate supply and demand in this way? Only, it seems, if the credit system intervenes so that hoarded money becomes freely available for use by others, thanks to the operations of the banks, for even more reinvestment. The money derived from the sale of tomorrow's product is, in effect, needed to pay for the surplus value produced today. This temporal gap between the capitalist's supply and the capitalist's demand can be bridged only with the aid of credit monies, with which Marx studiously avoids engaging in Volume 2. Capitalists do not actually have to borrow from anyone to do this. They can simply issue EIS and engage in the long-standing practice of buying now and paying later. Hence arises an intimate association between the accumulation of capital and the accumulation of debt. Each is impossible without the other. Fighting to curb further debt creation, as the Republican Party seemed to be doing in 2011, is, in effect, a fight to end capitalism. This is why a politics of austerity, if endlessly pursued, will not only stymie growth, but in the end lead to a capitalist collapse. There is no more than a brief hint of the solution and its attached problems in this chapter. I am here getting way ahead of myself. Indeed, Marx's reluctance to deal with the categories of credit and interest along with the personas of bankers and financiers leads him to evade a full statement in Volume 2 of how capitalists can balance supply and demand under a pure capitalist mode of production. Reflections on the definition of capital. Marx does not make political arguments in Volume 2. So what kinds of political insights can we infer from the text so far? One issue that jumps out in these chapters is the definition being given to capital. At a time when there is renewed talk of anti-capitalist struggle, it is useful to define exactly what the struggle might be against. In Volume I, capital is defined as value in motion. Capital is money, capital is commodities, Marx says. In truth, however, value is here the subject of a process in which, while constantly assuming the form in turn of money and commodities, it changes its own magnitude, throws off surplus value from itself. Money therefore forms the starting point and the conclusion of every valorization process. Value therefore now becomes value in process, money in process, and, as such, capital. But, nota bene, Marx is here invoking how capital appears and not what it really is. In these passages, for example, he notes how capital has acquired the occult ability to add value to itself. It brings forth living offspring, or at least lays golden eggs. In Volume I, Marx shows how those golden eggs are laid by labor working under the direction and control of capital in the hidden abode of production. But, in Volume 2, value in motion is disaggregated into the circuits of money, commodity and productive capital. Is one of these circuits more defining of capital than the others? And, if so, are there critical transformative points within or between the different circuits that provide clear foci for political struggle? What are we to make of the contradictions within the circulation process that are not directly attributable to the tension within the capital-labor relation? What are we to make of the bald fact that if value is not realized in circulation, then that value, along with any surplus value, is lost? Marx is very emphatic in these chapters that money is not capital. Money, he argues, can only perform money functions, the buying and selling of commodities. Besides, money forms arose well before capital arose as a dominant force over human affairs. But while capital cannot be reduced to money, there are some good reasons why capital can not only appear to be, but can also actually become money capital. Money is a form of social power appropriable by private persons. Desire for more money power animates many a capitalist, and this can certainly become one of the driving forces behind the desire for private accumulation. Furthermore, it is only in the money form that surplus value becomes calculable. The capitalist knows how much money he laid out at the beginning of the circuit, and can easily figure the extra money he gets back. So it is hardly surprising that, when we think of capital, we think of it primarily in its money form. From this we can see how the fetish belief that money is capital can take root. It is important to recognize the power of this fetish belief. It really is the case that money power is both vitally important and an object of desire. But the fetishism of money, like that of the commodity so brilliantly laid out in Volume I, conceals an underlying social reality. Money cannot in itself create anything, it can only perform money functions. It is therefore delusional to think, Marx shows, that the money circuit is the preeminent circuit of capital. Yet, at a certain point in its circulation, industrial capital takes on the money form and, as it does so, it produces money capital. Commodities can likewise perform only commodity functions. Commodities can exist without being products of capital. In fact, Marx argues, a whole world of commodity production and exchange, along with monetary and market forms, had to exist before capital itself could come into being. If there were no commodities already on the market, where would capitalists buy their means of production and workers the wage goods they need to survive? So commodification in general, and even direct commodity production, does not define capital. What is specific is that commodities under capitalism are impregnated with surplus value, and commodities cannot impregnate themselves. But commodities cannot define capital, either. Important though it is throughout Volume 2, the commodity circuit is not defining for capital. Even more surprising is Marx's assertion that the buying and selling of labor power, often taken as basic to the definition of capital, can exist without capital. Labor services could be paid for outside of the purview of any circulation of capital. There was plenty of that going on under feudalism. Read a Dickens novel and you will see it going on all over the place in London even when capitalism was well established. This distinction is still important. If I pay a kid in my building to walk my dog in the afternoon, or if I give a case of beer to a neighbor who spends hours helping me fix up my porch, then none of this presupposes the existence or circulation of capital. Exchanges of labor services for money or other commodities, Marx notes, had to exist before capital could buy labor power as a commodity. So while extensive proletarianization was a necessary precondition for the rise of capital, it does not define what the essence of capital is all about. Marx also points out, 161, that capitalist commodity production can only be carried out in the same way as production in general, and so cannot in itself be differentiated from the non-capitalist production process by any particular physical attributes. Growing corn is, in the end, growing corn regardless of the mode of production. So physical practices of use-value production do not define capital. The same physical production process can in principle take place under feudal, capitalistic, or socialist social relations. The essence of capital, we are forced to conclude, is the class relation between capital and labor in production that facilitates the systematic production and appropriation of value and surplus value. This definition of capital is consistent with Marx's argument in the introduction to the Grundrisse that it is production, understood as production of surplus value, not physical production, that predominates over all the other moments of distribution, exchange, consumption and, most of all, over the physical process of production itself. The reproduction of capital is always to be understood as the reproduction of the class relation between capital and labor, as Chapter 23 of Volume I makes very clear. The narrative that emerges from Marx's account is this: all of these elements of money, commodities, the buying and selling of labor services, and a given physical and technical capacity for production had to pre-exist the rise of capital. Together they constituted the necessary preconditions for the emergence of that class relation between capital and labor that facilitates the systematic production and appropriation of surplus value. It is this last central feature, however, that is the defining specificity of capital. If, therefore, we want to talk about the communist hypothesis or an anti-capitalist politics, then the core goal must be the abolition of this class relation in production. It is tempting then to conclude that it should in principle be possible to construct socialism, and even communism, in a world of monetization, commodification, and even the trading of labor services, provided that the class relation between capital and labor is erased from the world of production, replaced, for example, by the associated laborer to whom Marx usually appeals whenever he gives consideration to alternatives. After all, if all of these features pre-existed the rise of capital, why could they not continue to play a crucial role under socialism or even communism? But there is a more complicated narrative that emerges out of these chapters. Once the class relation between capital and labor becomes dominant in production, then it entails a transformation of the preconditions that gave rise to it. The circulation of money and commodities and the functioning of labor markets are transformed so as to support and even mandate and discipline the reproduction of class relations in production. In these chapters, we see that the three circuits of money, commodity, and productive capital are so intertwined with each other that one cannot be changed without changing all the others. This does not mean that change is impossible. Indeed, it is precisely because a disruption at one point of a circuit has immediate impacts on all the others that change becomes possible. And what Marx shows us is that disruptions are inevitably occurring anyway, thereby offering abundant opportunities for political interventions. The whole system, once we understand it well, appears as both fragile and vulnerable. While it is true that money, commodities, and the exchange of labor services logically and historically preceded the rise of capital as a class relation, these exchanges at that time functioned under radically different social conditions. When most individuals either exercised some control over their own means of production or were, as under slavery and serfdom, assured of a permanent, albeit tightly circumscribed, position in the social order, the direct producers were always in a position to reproduce themselves wholly or partly outside of market exchange. Some may have been forced by extreme hunger or crop failures into involuntary exchange of either commodities or labor services, but much of the exchange was of surpluses over and above those needed for social reproduction. The exchanges occurred outside of the discipline exercised by exchange value. It is still the case, under those conditions called partial proletarianization, that some large segments of the global labor force that have access to land and other family or kinship resources can return to such conditions when unemployed, sick, or disabled. This is the case in contemporary China, for example, where many of the costs of social reproduction are borne in the rural areas. Even more callously, this is how U.S. agribusiness unloads the costs of social reproduction on Mexico by employing illegal immigrants to work with carcinogenic pesticides, until they become too sick and have to return to the Mexican villages from whence they came to be cared for or to die. In these opening chapters of Volume 2, Marx directs our attention to a general point, that, as the class relation between capital and labor came to dominate in production, spreading far afield even in Marx's day, so this had a transforming impact upon the form and functioning of money, commodities, and labor markets. Once money becomes money capital, Marx notes, it becomes not only the aim and object of the capitalist's fetish desire. It also assumes very different functions and, particularly in the form of the credit system, is organized solely to support the reproduction of the class relation. The different circuits of capital are enmeshed and intertwined in such a way that each supports and on occasion contradicts the others, even as the class relation and the production of surplus value remain at the center of the capitalist mode of production. Capital is a movement, a circulatory process through different stages, which itself in turn includes three different forms of the circulatory process. Hence it can only be grasped as a movement, and not as a static thing. This is consistent with Marx's dialectical conception of totality, as also laid out in the introduction to the Grundrisse. While the specificity of capital lies in the class relation in production that facilitates the creation of surplus value, its generality lies in the circulation process of industrial capital that is constituted as a unity of the circuits of money, production, and commodity capitals. It would be delusional to believe, therefore, that changes in production could be far-reaching without the mandating of radical changes in the functioning of the other circuits. The transition to socialism or communism entails not only a fierce combat to eradicate the class relation between capital and labor in production. It also requires the rolling back, or perhaps the reconstruction, of these other circuits in order to show how monetization, commodification, and the trading of labor services might be transformed to support associated laborers in production. If, for example, something akin to money is needed to facilitate exchange, then how can we prevent money from becoming money capital, and the social power that inheres in money from being appropriated by that class that will then use it to produce and appropriate surplus value for itself? Exchange of commodities is one thing, but exchange value as the regulator of all human transactions is quite another. Without such ancillary transformations, the abolition of class relations in production appears impossible. This conclusion finds support in the long and often vainglorious history of attempts to reorganize capitalist production on non-capitalist lines, particularly under the rubric of associated labor. Attempts at workers' control, self-management, autogestion, and factory cooperatives, of the sort that sprung up in Europe in the 1970s or in Argentina after the crisis of 2001, have invariably suffered, and in some instances been destroyed, from having to deal with the controlling powers of hostile merchants and finance capital. The dream of autogestion and workers' control has often crashed on the rocks of the powers of money and commodity capital and the laws of exchange value to discipline them. The driving force to valorize value and thereby extract surplus value is hard to ward off. And it is perhaps significant that the longest-lasting workers' cooperative that has survived Mondragon, which was founded in Spain's fascist period, in the Basque Country, in 1956 did so in part because it set up its own credit institutions and marketing functions, thus casting its political strategy across all three circuits. It continues to survive and flourish, and in most of the 200 enterprises it now controls, the differentials in rewards to participants are still held for the most part at 3-1, compared to 400-1 or more in U.S. corporations. The difficulties confronted by forms of associated labor largely derive from the perpetuation of the capitalist laws of value which, as we earlier saw, dominate and often destroy individual capitals. Once any enterprise enters into a world where these laws of value hold sway, it is subject to the disciplinary power of those laws. Staying out of range of that disciplinary power is difficult, if not impossible. In order to survive, Mondragon and the recuperated factories in Argentina had to find a way to compromise with the law of value. This leads us to a general and, on the surface at least, dispiriting conclusion, for which Marx has already prepared us in his analysis of the devaluation and deindustrialization of capital. The class relation between capital and labor in production cannot be abolished without the abolition of the laws of motion of capital and the abolition of that immaterial and objective force of the law of value that anchors those laws of motion. But Marx is often drawn to a co-evolutionary theory of historical transformation. If we apply the lineaments of such a theory to this case, then a strategy for anti-capitalist struggle begins to emerge. While the class relation between capital and labor lies at the center of the definition of capital, it is so deeply embedded in other facets of the circulation process as to make it hard to dislodge without demolishing or replacing the supports that surround it. While we can remain faithful to the principle of associated workers, of worker autonomy and self-management, and honor the long history of attempts to implement such ways of producing and living, we also have to confront all the other facets of social change required to emancipate the social world from the domination of capital. While communism has at the end of the day to abolish the class relation between capital and labor, it does not necessarily have to abolish money, or its equivalent, or the exchange of goods and of labor services. It would, as did capital before it, have to find ways to restructure all of these other circulatory processes in ways supportive of associated labor, instead of supportive of the class relations of capital. This poses some very general and seemingly quite difficult questions on the future role and very nature of money, commodification, and markets. How, for example, might labor services be traded, and how could labor move fluidly from one line or place of production to another? And how would divisions of labor be coordinated to a social purpose? Would there be labor and commodity exchanges? The transition to communism would entail the transformation of all these other circulatory processes so that they no longer operate in support of capital. But the experience of trying to create communism through the total abolition of all these supplementary forms, as occurred in North Korea, would suggest that this is not possible either. Marx, while not a utopian, seems to favor the idea of associated laborers autonomously controlling and deciding what use values they produce, and by what means, as the basis of a revolutionary alternative to a ruthless capitalism based on exchange values and surplus value appropriation. But this, as we will see when we examine the aggregate conditions of reproduction in the last two chapters of Volume 2, cannot happen without some kind of directing and coordinating mechanism or authority of governance, and without conscious planning of how use values are to be produced in a coordinated way. All of this is, of course, a very long way away from Marx's actual text. But I think Volume 2 does invite reflection on such processes and problems. This is what turns a rather dull book into a much more interesting exercise in creative political thinking. But there is one other crucial political point to be made here. In many parts of the world, the United States in particular, the idea of socialism or communism is associated primarily with dictatorial forms of centralized state power. A perfectly valid distrust of the state and of the exercise of state power is everywhere observable. But here is Marx suggesting that the core imaginary of an alternative communist society is that of freely associating laborers controlling their own production process and exercising autonomy in the workplace within a decentralized economy. There is, it turns out, immense public sympathy with that idea. I recall seeing a public opinion poll some years back that indicated that most Americans thought worker control a good idea. And when the workers at Republic Windows and Doors in Chicago sat in and occupied their factory in the crisis of 2008, they were treated by the mainstream press even in the United States more as local heroes than as commie pinko villains. If you ask the most vociferous opponents of socialism, including those in the Tea Party, whether they agree or not with worker rather than state or government control, they will almost certainly reply affirmatively. Many people are, it turns out, in favor of at least this version of the communist hypothesis. What emerges from these chapters, therefore, is not only a clearer definition of capital, but a conception of a communist alternative that even many Americans might willingly endorse. Chapters 5 to 6 of Volume 2 in general. The next two chapters deal with the time and costs that attach to the circulation processes described in the preceding chapters. Marx here embarks upon an investigation into the temporality of continuous capital accumulation. Even though he focuses exclusively on the laws of motion of capital, it is not hard to recognize how these processes necessarily impinge upon and shape the temporalities of daily life for everyone living under a capitalist mode of production. Buried in the details of these chapters is, in fact, a profound inquiry into the ruling but ever-changing temporality and perpetually emergent spatiality of a capitalist mode of production. What, then, does the time-space evolution of capital look like? What forces lie behind it, and why does it take the particular trajectory it does? These questions should be borne constantly in mind while working through the details. There is one basic idea that is fundamental for understanding Marx's argument in these chapters. It derives from his long-standing insistence that value and surplus value cannot be produced through acts of exchange. Value is created in production, and that is that. From this it follows that the time and labor expended on circulation in the market is unproductive of value. A lot of time and labor effort is taken up by circulation in the market. Marx considers this lost time and lost expenditure of labor time in relation to the production of value. There are many incentives, therefore, to find ways to reduce it. One consequence is capital's historical and continuing fascination with speed up. The expenditure of labor on transforming a commodity into money or vice versa is unproductive labor, unproductive not in the sense that the labor is useless or unnecessary, or performed by idle, lazy, and unproductive workers, but unproductive because it does not produce value. A lot of labor is, of course, employed in circulating commodities, and capitalists such as merchants, wholesalers, and retailers organize that labor and take profit from it in part by exploiting the workers they employ in the same way that production capitalists do. But as far as Marx is concerned, this is still to be categorized as unproductive labor. This is a controversial issue, and it has been the subject of substantial and interminable debate, some of which is well described in Ernest Mondel's introduction to this volume 2, though there are plenty of scholars who dispute Mondel's interpretation 1. I am not inclined to go into this controversy in detail. But there are some general points that need to be made even if they cannot be resolved here. For example, there is a potential difficulty that arises in relation to Marx's formulation in Volume I. In Chapter 16, he shifts his focus from the individual to the collective laborer. He plainly has in mind a factory in which the direct producers on the line are mixed together with cleaners, maintenance workers, and other support staff, and Marx is happy to include all of them as part of the collective production process, even though some of them individually do not apply their labor power to the commodity being produced. As I noted in the companion to Volume I, there is a problem of defining exactly where the collective labor begins and ends. Does it include designers, managers, engineers, maintenance workers, cleaners, and traders operating from within the factory? If it is the productivity of the collective rather than the individual laborer that really matters, as Marx insists here, then we need to know over what group of workers the productivity is to be calculated, and who the associated laborers are who produce the value. What happens when various functions that were once a part of collective laboring within the factory, such as cleaning and graphic advertising design, are subcontracted out? Do they suddenly shift from being a part of the collective productive labor to the category of unproductive labor? There has been a marked systematic trend, particularly over the last 40 years or so, for capitalist firms to rely increasingly on subcontracting, presumably to come to a far more lean and mean definition of the collective laborer they employ, and so bolster their individual profit rate, though the aggregate effects upon surplus value production are murky at best. Cleaning, maintenance, design, marketing, and so on are increasingly organized as business services, and it is very hard to tell, as Marx himself concedes, as we shall see, when these activities need to be classified as productive of value or unproductive, though necessary. These problems exist within putative socialist forms. One of the criticisms of Mondragon is that it increasingly relies on subcontracting, and therefore survives at the expense of exploitation elsewhere. I cannot address this question here, except to signal that we are here in the midst of an accounting nightmare, which, in my view, is insoluble, and a resultant mass of controversies, at which Marxists have long excelled. I leave you to study these problems at your leisure. In so doing, you will find that the distinction between productive and unproductive labor is very important in Adam Smith's writings, and that Marx devotes much of the first volume of Theories of Surplus Value to examining Adam Smith's views and subjecting them to critique, in order to better define his own. But I am personally not persuaded that Marx found a reasonable answer to the problem. I do not think anyone else has either, which is why there is such a legacy of controversy. In the absence of a clear accounting solution to the division between productive and unproductive labor, we are left with the problem of how to proceed in a way that preserves Marx's intuitive insights while recognizing the difficulty, impossibility, of operationalizing the distinctions. The intuitive insight derives from the analysis of the three circuits of capital. There is the moment of production, the labor process, which founds the productive circuit. But that circuit cannot be completed without negotiating the conditions of circulation defined by money and by commodities. Labor is plainly involved in all three circuits, and the continuity of the circuit of industrial capital, the whole process, depends upon the conditions of continuity defined in all three circuits. The notion that trumps all others is the necessity of continuity and speed, acceleration, of flow, and what has to be done to ensure this continuous movement. If this were the only consideration, then we might argue for including all labor involved in production, circulation, and realization as part of the collective labor of maintaining and reproducing capital. This could also be extended to include household labor devoted to the reproduction of labor power. In other words, we could say that all laborers involved in the circuit of industrial capital ought to be considered productive workers. But this would, in Marx's view, gloss over and mask something very important. If value and surplus value are produced only at the point of production in the productive circuit, then the expenses involved and labor expended within the circulation of industrial capital have to be paid for by deductions from the value and surplus value produced in production. Plainly, the extent of these deductions is a matter of deep concern, both individually and socially, to the reproduction of capital. If all the value and surplus value produced were absorbed in costs of circulation, then who would bother to produce? Strategies to reduce these deductions, as well as to minimize the lost time in circulation, have therefore played an important role in capital's history, and we experience the results of these strategies in our daily lives. This is where the impulse perpetually to revolutionize the time-space configurations of capitalism through speed up, even of our consumption, for example, and the annihilation of space through time, as Marx puts it in the Grundriss, comes from. Conversely, it also follows that excessive power to impose these deductions, or fail to facilitate the speedy motion of capital through the circuits, can be the generator of crises. If all power lies with the money capitalists, the financiers, and the commodity capitalists, the merchants, then what impacts does this have on the production of value upon which these factions of capital ultimately depend? It could be, for example, that the global economic distress that set in after 2007 was due either to the excessive, and, as we shall see, largely fictitious, profits extracted from the unproductive money and commodity circuits, for example, by Goldman Sachs and Walmart, that sucked energy out of the pursuit of productive activities, or, conversely, to such degraded conditions in the productive circuit as to provoke capital flight into the unproductive money and commodity circuits, where accumulation could proceed through dispossession rather than through production. How we might establish the truth of either of these propositions is an intriguing question. But the question readily presents itself: if value can be produced in circulation, then why bother to produce? Marx does not pose this question in that form here, but it is implicit in the analysis. I would far rather take up this question than get lost in some accounting quagmire. And this is the question that seems to correspond most closely to Marx's intuitive understanding. It also happens to be of great contemporary relevance. Bearing all this in mind, let us see how Marx handles the details. Chapter 5 of Volume 2. Chapter 5 begins with the seemingly simple distinction between circulation time, how long capital spends in the sphere of circulation in the transition from commodity to money, and production time, how long capital spends in the sphere of active production. The sum of circulation and production times is later defined as the turnover time of capital, 204. But there are complications. Fixed capitals, machines, and so on, can spend a long time in the sphere of production whether they are being used or not. There is a key difference, to be taken up in a later chapter, between the total capital applied in production, this includes all of the fixed capital, such as machinery and buildings, and the capital actually consumed or used up, which only includes that part of the fixed capital used up in the active production process. This distinction only makes sense, however, over a given period of time. Marx often assumes that period to be 1 year, unless otherwise stated. Furthermore, the periodic interruption of the labor process, at night for example, may interrupt the function of these means of labor, but it does not affect their stay in the place of production. 200. Production also requires a certain reserve, an inventory, of means of production on hand in the event of sudden shortages in the market for inputs or other unforeseen fluctuations. This leads Marx to distinguish between functioning time, or what he later calls working time, the time when surplus value is actively being produced through productive consumption, and production time, which includes the time capital is held in reserve, or is not being actively used in the production process. Just to add another wrinkle to the problem, situations often arise in which the production process continues even though no labor is being expended, as, for example, when wheat grows in the earth or wine ferments in the cellar. 201. For all of these reasons, the production time is nearly always much greater than the working time. When capital is not actively being used, it reverts to being what Marx calls latent capital that functions in the production process without being involved in the labor process. Its idleness forms a condition for the uninterrupted flow of the production process. The buildings, apparatus, etc. that are necessary for storing the productive reserve, the latent capital, are conditions of the production process and hence form components of the productive capital advanced. But idle capital does not produce value and surplus value, even though it is a necessary part of the life of productive capital. It is clear that the nearer the production time and working time approach to equality, the greater the productivity and valorization of a given productive capital in a given space of time. The tendency of capitalist production is therefore to shorten as much as possible the excess of production time over working time. But although the production time of capital may diverge from its working time, it always includes the latter, and the excess itself is a condition of the production process. 202. Circulation time is the time taken to sell the commodity and then reconvert the money capital into means of production and labor power. Circulation time and production time are, Marx writes, mutually exclusive. During its circulation time, capital does not function as productive capital, and therefore produces neither commodities nor surplus value. 203. This means that the expansion and contraction of the circulation time hence acts as a negative limit on the contraction or expansion of the production time. The more that the circulation metamorphoses of capital are only ideal, i.e. the closer the circulation time comes to zero, the more the capital functions, and the greater is its productivity and self-valorization. If a capitalist works to order, receives payment on the delivery of his product, and is paid in his own means of production, then his time of circulation approaches zero. 203. Classical political economy, Marx observes, missed the importance of analyzing production and circulation times. There consequently arose the fetish illusion among many of them, as well as among the capitalists themselves, that surplus value could derive from the sphere of circulation, because longer circulation time is the basis for a higher price. This produces the illusion that capital possesses a mystical source of self-valorization that is independent of its production process and hence of the exploitation of labor. Beguiled by the fetish belief, which still persists, that value can originate in circulation, it is impossible to understand why capital internalizes a drive towards speed up and increasing efficiency in circulation. After all, if value can be produced through circulation, then why struggle to reduce circulation times? Slower times would yield more value. It is unfortunate that Marx merely lays all this out in a purely formal way, without any attempt to indicate its historical relevance. But it is not hard to connect the dots and expand upon the history. Marx, for example, refers back to the volume I description, C1, 367-9, of how capital internalizes the drive towards night work as a way to shorten the excess of production time over working time. 201. He could, however, have gone much further. Had he here introduced the coercive laws of competition, as he did when developing the theory of relative surplus value in volume I, then he would have derived a powerful logical argument for capitalists perpetually seeking out competitive advantage by finding means to shorten the gap, and the cost, between production and working times. He would likewise have pointed to the imperative for capital to shorten circulation times and seek out greater efficiencies in distribution, the Walmart syndrome, if you will. I often think how much richer and more appealing Volume 2 would have appeared if Marx had inserted even a brief chapter, like that on the working day in Volume I, which described the history of technological and organizational shifts designed to reduce the gap between production time and working time as well as circulation times. We would then have understood why it is that capital has so fiercely pursued the speeding up of the temporality of everything. The less the time spent in any of these phases, the faster capital recuperates surplus value. The initial natural reproductive cycle of hogs, for example, has been accelerated from 1 to 3 liters a year. The efficient slaughter and dismembering of the hogs is performed on an assembly line and the packing and shipping is orchestrated as a just-in-time delivery system to supermarkets that exercise tight computerized inventory controls. The only wayward moment in the whole process lies with the singularity of consumer choices. How many pork chops will consumers in New York City buy today? This is the world that capital has produced. What we encounter in this chapter is an explanation of the imperatives within capital that necessarily make it so. The basic form of commodity circulation is defined in Volume I as CMC. The circulation time is broken down into two opposing phases: the time needed for its transformation from money into commodity inputs into production, and the time it needs for its transformation from commodity into money. In Volume I, Marx had argued that there is an asymmetry, because it is easiest to move from the universal representation of value money to the particularity of value as embodied in the commodity. But here Marx presents these relations in a rather different light. For the capitalist seeking to buy means of production, the conversion from money into commodities involves a transformation into those commodities which form the specific elements of productive capital in a given sphere of investment. This is very different from the situation of final consumers with money to spend, who can just as easily purchase shirts if they cannot find shoes. The capitalist producer, by contrast, faces specific purchasing requirements. The means of production may not be present on the market, needing first to be produced, or they may have to be drawn from distant markets, or there may be dislocations in their normal supply, changes of price, etc. In short, a mass of circumstances that are not recognizable in the simple change of form MC, but require for this part of the circulation phase either less time or more. Just as CM and MC are separated in time, so they may also be separated in space, the selling and the buying markets being in different places. 205. The geographical and spatial conditions of supply of means of production therefore impose constraints on capitalist production because of the time taken to bring these means of production to the point of production where laboring takes place. But it is not only time taken that is important. In factories, for example, buyers and sellers are frequently even different persons, and since these agents of circulation, such as the merchants, are just as necessary for commodity production, as agents of production, so both require payment. 205. In short, capitalists face all sorts of potential supply constraints and costs when it comes to procuring the use values required as a precondition of production. They also have to face constraints created by other factions of capital, or by different state powers with geopolitical ambitions. I need rare earth metals to produce wind turbines. But 95% of the production and world trade of rare earth metals is controlled by China. When Japan was involved in a conflict with China over jurisdiction in territorial waters, Chinese customs officials held up the shipment of rare earth metals to Japan, leaving Japanese producers high and dry. Innumerable barriers of this sort can affect the transformation of money into commodities as means of production. Marx's general point is well taken: the metamorphosis from money into means of production is potentially problematic. The longer it takes to secure those means of production, the more capital is locked up in an unproductive state. Conversely, improvements of access to supplies increase the overall productivity of capital deployed, and hence expands the basis for surplus value production. But this does not gainsay the greater significance of the sale that realizes the surplus value. MC is in normal conditions a necessary act for the valorization of the value expressed in M, but it is not a realization of surplus value, it is a prelude to its production, not an appendix to it. 205. The realization of the surplus value has enormous significance. The specifics of commodity use values come to play a much more significant role in Volume 2 than they did in Volume I. And this is true both for the transition MC and for the movement to final consumption, C, M. The very form of the existence of commodities, their existence as use values, sets certain limits to the circulation of the commodity capital CM. If they are not sold within a definite time, then they get spoiled and lose, together with their use value, their property as bearers of exchange value. Both the capital value contained in them and the surplus value added to it are lost. The problem is that the use values of different commodities may decay at different speeds. The limitation of the circulation time of commodity capital imposed by the spoiling of the commodity body itself is the absolute limit of this part of the circulation time. The more perishable a commodity, the more directly after its production it must be consumed, and therefore sold, the smaller the distance it can move from its place of production, the narrower therefore is its sphere of spatial circulation, and the more local the character of its market. Hence the more perishable a commodity, the less appropriate it is as an object of capitalist production. Capitalism can only deal in commodities of this kind in populous places, or to the extent that distances are reduced by the development of means of transport. The concentration of the production of an article in a few hands, however, and in a populous place, can create a relatively large market even for an article of this kind, as is the case with the big breweries, dairies, etc. 206. Here, too, technological innovations in the sphere of circulation, the most important of which have undoubtedly been canning and refrigeration, along with keg beers, have played a critical role in capitalist history for obvious reasons. These brief passages also provide, Of course, much grist for the economic geographer's mill of knowledge of how capital accumulation might work through and across space to produce distinctive locational structures and geographical linkages. Supply chains of means of production, along with commodity chains destined for final consumption in spatially distinct and often distant markets, are constantly being reshaped and reformed into more efficient configurations by the coercive pressures of competition. We will take up Marx's views on transport and communications in general, along with an understanding of locational requirements, at the end of this chapter. One final point needs to be made. Marx came to these questions on working, production, circulation, and turnover times rather late in the day. He did not, for example, include any analysis of turnover time in Volume 3, most of which was written earlier. Engels recognized that changing turnover times had an impact upon the rate of profit. He therefore inserted a tentative chapter on this topic in Volume 3. He was, I think, right to do so. I therefore think it very important to bear all of these issues, including those of costs taken up in the next chapter, very much in mind in any reading of Volume 3. Chapter 6 of Volume 2. Labor power is required to circulate commodities, and the activity of circulation imposes costs. The sphere of circulation thus arises as a distinctive field of capitalist endeavor that is the special province of a distinctive class faction merchants. The transition MCM takes up time and energy, absorbs labor, and offers the opportunity for financial gain to merchant capitalists. Those who work in this circulation sphere may use it as an opportunity to appropriate an excess quantity of value, but this labor, Marx insists, increased by evil intent on either side, no more creates value than the labor that takes place in legal proceedings increases the value of the object in dispute. This labor does not create value, but only mediates a change in the form of value. 208. This is true of all those who work on the buying and selling of commodities, no matter whether it is the capitalist himself or laborers employed by the capitalist. Here we have a function which, although in and for itself unproductive, is nevertheless a necessary moment of reproduction. One merchant may, by way of his operations, shorten the buying and selling time for many producers. He should then be considered as a machine that reduces the expenditure of useless energy, or helps set free production time. 209. This merchant is useful because a smaller part of society's labor power and labor time is now tied up in these unproductive functions. 210. The remaining necessary costs, faux frais, have to be deducted from the value and surplus value created in production. We immediately encounter an oddity that is analogous, as Marx points out, to the application of machinery. While machines cannot produce value, as he argues in Volume I, they can be a source of relative surplus value both individually, capitalists with superior machinery earn excess profits, and socially, the reduction in the cost of wage goods because of rising productivity reduces the value of labor power. So something that is not a source of value can be a source of surplus value. This proposition seems to carry over to the activities occurring within the sphere of circulation. While value is not created in this sphere, surplus value can be realized within it. It is realized individually when a capitalist, for example, a merchant, employs labor power at its value but overworks it to gain surplus value for himself. The social form is realized when merchant capitalists reduce the average necessary costs of circulation by excessively exploiting the labor power they employ, which accounts for the often dismal and highly exploitative conditions of labor encountered in this sector. Less than has to be deducted from value production to cover the faux frais of circulation. In the same way that the gains to be had from rising productivity are open to being divided between workers and capitalists, so the gains from rising productivity and increasing rates of exploitation in circulation can be divided between merchant and production capitalists. But, in this instance, we are looking at relations between capitalists, rather than between capitalists and workers. In fact, there is far more in Volume 2 about relations between capitalists than there is about the class relation between capitalists and workers. It is businessmen who face businessmen here, And when Greek meets Greek, then comes the tug of war. 207. Watch out for this tug of war as we go forward. Marx then takes up the costs of bookkeeping. While clearly a cost of circulation, it is quite different from normal buying and selling costs. As the supervision and ideal recapitulation of the process, bookkeeping becomes ever more necessary the more the process takes place on a social scale, and loses its purely individual character. It is thus more necessary in capitalist production than in the fragmented production of handicraftsmen and peasants, more necessary in communal production than in capitalist. 212. Does this last remark imply a key role for bookkeepers under socialism? Necessary costs likewise attach to the provision and renewal of the money supply. The commodities that function as money go neither into individual nor into productive consumption. They represent social labor fixed in a form money in which it serves merely as a machine for circulation. Apart from the fact that a part of the social wealth is confined to this unproductive form, the wear and tear of money requires its steady replacement, or the transformation of more social labor in the product form into more gold and silver. These replacement costs are significant in nations where there is a developed capitalism. 213. The necessary costs associated with money supply tend to grow over time. Marx does not contemplate electronic monies. This is a part of the social wealth that has to be sacrificed to the circulation process. 214. The costs of storage are, however, treated as a major issue. For the individual capitalist, these costs have a value-forming effect and form an addition to the selling price of commodities. While costs that make commodities dearer without increasing the use value are faux frais of production from the social point of view, for the individual capitalist they can constitute sources of enrichment. 214. This is so because these costs are actually continuations of the costs of production even though they are incurred within the circulation process itself. The sort of issue that Marx has in mind here would be something like the cost of refrigeration, which does not add anything useful to the product but does prevent the decay of use value and hence preserve value that would otherwise be lost. Again, I think the details are historically important, and we need to treat these as crucial in the struggle for competitive advantage, such as Walmart's use of optimal scheduling, just-in-time delivery systems, and the like. What is being managed here is the inventory, and there are two crucial questions: how much will be held, and who will hold it? The inventory in my refrigerator is close to zero because I can walk out onto the streets of New York City any time of the day or night and pick up something to eat. The retailers carry the bulk of the inventory, though when a hurricane threatened, there was a massive wave of panic buying, so the supermarkets had empty shelves. People who live in remoter areas keep much more inventory at home. This is all idle capital in Marx's view, and reducing it releases this idle capital for productive use. There is, therefore, a whole history of inventory management that attaches to the history of capitalism, and a terrific book or PhD thesis to be written on the topic. Marx then examines the costs that arise in relation to stock formation, but I am not inclined to follow this in any detail. The important point has already been made. Stocks and inventories are necessary to capital accumulation for a variety of reasons, but they take capital away from active production and maintain it in a latent or idle state. The flow of the production and reproduction process requires that a mass of commodities, means of production, is constantly present on the market, i.e. forms a stock. 215. In that state, the capital is clearly unproductive. Improvements in stock or inventory management will release capital from this non-productive activity. For this reason, stock and inventory management has had a hugely important role in the history of capital. Firms like Walmart and IKEA are super efficient at this, and therefore gain relative to their competitors. The Japanese auto companies outcompeted Detroit in the 1980s through the introduction of a just-in-time scheduling system that dramatically reduced the need for inventories at different points within the flow of production. All of this confirms Marx's insistence on the necessity to maintain the continuous flow of capitalist production. But this requires that a mass of commodities constantly be available on the market. This commodity stock appears for MC as the condition for the flow of the reproduction process and for the investment of new or additional capital. 215. But the persistence of commodity capital as commodity stock requires buildings, stores, containers, warehouses, i.e. an outlay of constant capital. It equally requires that payment be made for the labor power employed in placing the commodities in their containers. Furthermore, commodities decay and are subject to the damaging influence of the elements. Additional capital must thus be expended to protect them from this, partly in objective form as means of labor, and partly in labor power. These circulation costs are distinguished from those mentioned earlier in as much as they do enter into the value of commodities to a certain extent and thus make commodities dearer. 216. They are, in short, expenses attributable to production, because the commodity is not truly finished until it is on the market in saleable form. Some value can therefore be created in what appears to be circulation. This porosity makes the accounting nightmare even worse. Placing a commodity in a container adds to its value while time taken sitting in the warehouse entails deductions from value, for example, the rent of the warehouse. It is impossible to imagine a purely functioning capital circulation process without adequate stocks and inventories in place. These stocks can take three forms: stocks of inputs into productive capital, stocks in the houses and larders of final consumers, and stocks of commodity capital on the market, in wholesale and retail stores, awaiting purchasers. To some degree, these forms are mutually interchangeable. A large and easily accessible stock of commodity capital on the market would render a small stock of productive capital inputs more feasible for producers. Stores stocked with goods reduce the need for stocks in the household. There is a general tendency for the mass of the stock of capital to grow, however, the more that capital develops. This growth is both premise and effect of the development of the productive power of labor. 218. But the quantity of stock that a capitalist must have on hand depends on various conditions which essentially all derive from the greater speed, regularity, and certainty with which the necessary mass of raw material can be constantly supplied in such a way that no interruption arises. The less these conditions are fulfilled, the greater must be the latent part of the productive capital. 219. So it makes a great difference, for example, whether the mill owner has to have sufficient cotton or coal on hand for 3 months, or only for 1. The development of the means of transport here has a crucial role to play. The speed with which the product of one process can be transferred to another process as a means of production depends on the development of the means of transport and communication. The cheapness of transport here plays a great role in this connection. The constantly repeated transportation of coal, for example, from the mine to the spinning mill will be cheaper, the text says dearer, which must be wrong, than the storage of a larger amount of coal for a longer period, if transport is relatively cheap. 219-20. But there are other means to smooth the flows. The less dependent the mill owner is for the renewal of his stocks of cotton, coal, etc., on the direct sale of his yarn, and the more developed the credit system, the smaller the relative sizes of these stocks need to be, in order to secure a continuous production of yarn independent of the accidents of sale. I here note a tacit association in Marx's thinking between transport and credit conditions in assuring the continuity and flow of continuous capital accumulation. These two elements have in fact jointly played a crucial role in reshaping the time-space relations of capitalism. But, again, we confront the problem that many raw materials, semi-finished goods, etc. require lengthy periods of time for their production. If, therefore, there is to be no interruption of the production process, then a definite stock of these must be present for the whole period of time in which new products cannot replace old. If this stock in the hands of the industrial capitalist declines, this only means that it increases in the form of a commodity stock in the hands of the merchant. The development of the means of transport, for example, permits cotton lying in the import dock to be quickly delivered from Liverpool to Manchester, so that the manufacturer can renew his stock of cotton in relatively small portions according to his needs. but then the same cotton exists in even greater amounts as a commodity stock in the hands of the Liverpool merchants, 220. This leads to a general conclusion. First, the quantity of stocks producers need to keep on hand depends on the ease and cost of transportation. Secondly, the development of the world market and the consequent multiplication of sources of supply for the same article has the same effect. The article is supplied bit by bit from different countries and at different points in time, 220. It is, for example, very helpful if the cotton harvest in Egypt or India occurs at a different time of year from that of the United States. Marx closes with further consideration of the extent to which these expenses enter into the value of commodities. Costs of storage are a positive loss for the individual capitalist. The purchaser will not pay for them since they are not part of the socially necessary labor time. Even when the capitalist speculates and holds back in anticipation of rising prices, then the speculative gamble is the capitalist's alone. But there is a distinction here between voluntary and involuntary stock formation. The latter arises simply from the fact that a certain stock is socially necessary, and so, Marx argues, it can be considered as constituting part of the value of commodities, as part of the socially necessary expenses involved in all forms of capitalist production. However rapidly the particular elements of this stock may flow, a part of them must always stand still in order for the stock to remain in motion, 221. Here Marx explicitly enunciates another vital general topic, the relation between fixity and motion in the whole dynamics of capitalism. The distinction between productive and unproductive activity, and hence between productive and unproductive labor, is thus even harder to distinguish in practice. As I have noted several times, this makes for an accounting nightmare in which a night watchman in a warehouse is unproductive while a worker packing a container is judged productive. Anyone looking for a simple accounting solution should at this point freak out. My own conclusion is to give up on the accountancy and concentrate on the material consequences of the effects of speed-up, inventory cost management, and the like, that Marx has identified as crucially necessary to capitalism's development. These questions become even more prominent as we turn to integrate the question of transport and communications, and by implication the production of space, into Marx's theoretical presentation. The question of transportation and communications. Circulation costs, the locking up of capital in stocks and inventories, are crucially affected by transport relations. This is a topic taken up several times in these first chapters. Transportation, Marx argues, is an unusual branch of industry. It does not produce an objective thing like corn or iron bars, and it is consumed as it is produced. It has zero circulation time. But it is productive of value. Change in spatial location is its product. For example, the yarn finds itself in India instead of England. So what the transport industry sells is the actual change of place itself. The exchange value of this useful effect is still determined, like that of any other commodity, by the value of the elements of production used up in it, labor power and means of production, plus the surplus value created by the surplus labor of the workers occupied in the transport industry, 135. These remarks occur early on in the first chapter, but at the end of chapter 6 Marx elaborates further. The circulating of commodities, i.e. their actual course in space, can be resolved into the transport of commodities. The transport industry forms on the one hand an independent branch of production, and hence a particular sphere for the investment of productive capital. On the other hand, it is distinguished by its appearance as the continuation of a production process within the circulation process and for the circulation process. 229. This is so because the use value of things is realized only in their consumption, and their consumption may make a change of location necessary, and thus also the additional production process of the transport industry. The productive capital invested in this industry thus adds value to the products transported, partly through the value carried over from the means of transport, partly through the value added by the work of transport. The latter addition of value can be divided, as with all capitalist production, into replacement of wages and surplus value, 226-7. Changes in location can be small scale, like the movement from the carding shop into the spinning shed or over longer distances to faraway final markets. In all these cases, the absolute magnitude of value added by the transport of commodities stands in inverse proportion to the productive power of the transport industry and in direct proportion to the distance covered. This rule is modified by the character and nature of the commodities transported, size and weight, but also fragility, perishability, and explosiveness of the article. Rate schedules can be very complicated. The railway magnates have shown greater genius in inventing fantastic species than have botanists and zoologists when it comes to deciding how much to charge per mile on this or that commodity. The importance of the dynamics involved here are only weakly hinted at, so let me elaborate. Systematic improvements in transport and communications since Marx's time have reduced both the cost and the time of movement of commodities over space, and radically transformed locational possibilities and requirements. This has been so because time and space relations are jointly implicated in determining the turnover time of capital in general, as well as in particular industries. Marx does not make the point here, but in the Grundriss he makes a great deal out of the need to diminish the friction of distance in order to shorten aggregate turnover time. It is, I think, testimony to the incompleteness of Volume 2 that he does not take up here concepts such as the perpetual tendency toward the annihilation of space through time that can be found in the Grundriss. The general case for the role of innovations in transport and communications in the formation of the world market is also made much more strongly in the Communist Manifesto. How many innovations over the last 200 years have been about speeding up and accelerating turnover time? How many have been about reducing the friction of distance as a drag upon the spatial movement of commodities and information? How many have been about jointly producing both effects? Instead of seeing all this history as an accident, or as being due to some human longing to transcend both time and space, we have in Volume 2 the lineaments of an explanation of how capital internalizes a necessity for perpetual time-space transformations within its own laws of motion. Unfortunately, Marx did not attempt to connect his brilliant intuitions in the Communist Manifesto and the Grundriss with the technicalities of production, circulation, and turnover times highlighted in Volume 2. But there is one point made here that is of great significance. The circulation of commodities can also take place without their real physical movement. A house that is sold by A to B circulates as a commodity, but it does not get up and walk. Movable commodity values, such as cotton or pig iron, can remain in the same warehouse while they undergo dozens of circulation processes, and are bought and resold by speculators. What actually moves here is the property title to the thing and not the thing itself. 226. Had Marx cared to elaborate further, he might have observed that the conditions and possibilities of spatial mobility look very different within the money, commodity and productive circuits of capital, and that the circulation of both present and future property titles, and claims to future labor, on the world market was destined to become an ever more prominent feature affecting the laws of motion of capitalist development. As in any other industry, competition within the transport and communications industry can be intense and lead to a rapid proliferation of innovations that affect the productivity, efficiency, and spatial range of the industry. This is a story complicated somewhat by the fact that competition in the industry is often restricted to what is called monopolistic competition because once a rail line is set up between, say, Washington and New York, it is difficult to envisage several other rail lines being built to compete. But there are all sorts of innovations that permit spatial competition to modify the geographical conditions under which capital operates, including of course so-called modal switches in which, say, trucking proves more flexible, efficient, and cheap than, say, rail transport. Chapter 3. The Question of Fixed Capital. Chapters 7 to 11 of Volume 2. General Introductory Remarks. For Marx, fixed capital is a vital if problematic category. Some commentators have gone so far as to suggest it punches a fatal hole in Marx's labor theory of value. I will explain why I do not agree later. Since fixed capital has cropped up several times in preceding chapters, it is not surprising that it receives special attention here. But the Volume 2 presentation is rather less stimulating than it is elsewhere. When I sought to reconstruct Marx's views on fixed capital formation and circulation in the limits to capital, see pages 685 to 743, for example, I found myself referring far more to the Grundriss than to Volume 2. There the presentation is far more flamboyant. Nature builds no machines, no locomotives, railways, electric telegraphs, self-acting mules, etc. These are products of human industry, natural material transformed into organs of the human will over nature or of human participation in nature. They are organs of the human brain, created by the human hand, the power of knowledge objectified. The development of fixed capital indicates to what degree general social knowledge has become a direct force of production, and to what degree, hence, the conditions of the process of social life have come under the control of the general intellect and been transformed in accordance with it. To what degree the powers of social production have been produced, not only in the form of knowledge, but also as immediate organs of social practice, of the real life process. Grundriss, 706. I think of this quote whenever I look at the skyline of New York City or fly into London, Sao Paulo, Buenos Aires, or wherever, and I find myself thinking of these places, for both good and ill, as organs of the human brain, created by the human hand, the power of knowledge objectified. I see the offices, factories, workshops, houses and hovels, schools and hospitals, pleasure palaces of all kinds, streets and back alleys, highways, railroads, airports and ports, parks and iconic memorials not only as mere physical objects but as a humanly constructed material world, a constitutive site of daily life for millions of human beings, produced through human labor, endowed with social meaning, and a world through which vast amounts of capital circulate on a daily basis, amortizing loans and creating vast flows of rent and interest payments, all the while indulging the speculative fantasies, dreams, and coldly calculated expectations of property owners both great and small. The capitalist city is, surely, the most stunning example of the power of a certain kind of desire, knowledge, and practice objectified. But, in the Grundriss, Marx also identifies, at the heart of this undoubtedly magnificent achievement, a profound contradiction that finds an echo in Volume 2. The development of the means of labor into machinery is not an accidental moment of capital, but is rather the historical reshaping of the traditional, inherited means of labor into a form adequate to capital. This idea is powerfully echoed in Chapter 15 of Volume I on machinery and large-scale industry, which Marx applauds as the unique and only appropriate technological basis for a capitalist mode of production. The accumulation of knowledge and of skill, of the general productive forces of the social brain, is thus absorbed into capital, as opposed to labor, and hence appears as an attribute of capital, and more specifically as fixed capital, in so far as it enters into the production process as a means of production proper. Machinery appears, then, as the most adequate form of fixed capital, and fixed capital, in so far as capital's relations with itself are concerned, appears as the most adequate form of capital as such. In another respect, however, in so far as fixed capital is condemned to an existence within the confines of a specific use value, it does not correspond to the concept of capital, which, as value, is indifferent to every specific form, and can shed or adopt any one of them as equivalent incarnations. In this respect, as regards capital's external relations, it is circulating capital which appears as the adequate form of capital, and not fixed capital. Grundriss, 694. We have seen repeatedly how continuity, fluidity, and speed up are essential qualities of capital flow, but now we encounter a category designed to facilitate that fluidity but which itself is not fluid, but fixed. A part of the capital has to be fixed in order for the rest of capital to keep in motion. When we go beyond the image of fixed capital as mere machine, we find ourselves conjuring up a picture of capital building whole landscapes of cleared fields and factories, of highways and railways, of ports, harbors, and airports, of dams, power stations and electric grids, of gleaming cities and massive industrial capacity. This landscape that capital builds to facilitate its operations imprisons capital accumulation in a world of fixity that becomes increasingly sclerotic in relation to the fluidity of circulating capital. This world, and the capital embodied in it, is always vulnerable to the butterfly qualities of money capital, and even to the more pedestrian but also unpredictable shifts and flows of capital in commodity and productive form. This presages crisis formation of a distinctive sort. Money capital flits away, leaving fixed capital high and dry and subject to savage devaluation. I put the contradiction this way: capital builds a whole landscape adequate to its needs at one point in time, only to have to revolutionize that landscape, to destroy it and build another one at a later point in time in order to accommodate the perpetually expansive forces of further capital accumulation. What gets left behind are desolate, devalued landscapes of deindustrialization and abandonment, while capital builds another landscape of fixed capital either elsewhere or on the ruins of the old. This is what Schumpeter called creative destruction. This process has periodically devalued and revolutionized the geographical landscapes of capital circulation and accumulation in literally earth-moving, if not earth-shaking ways. The deep, crisis-prone contradiction between fixity and motion is palpable, and fixed capital is at the center of it all. The trouble with fixed capital is precisely, in short, that it is fixed, when capital is all about value in motion. This opposition constitutes a fascinating problem. And it has been and still is a frequent source of crises that are independent in principle, though not always in practice, from the crises that arise out of the perpetually contested capital-labor relation. Such crises occur when the fixity can no longer accommodate the expansionary motion. The latter has to break with the constraints imposed by that part of capital that is fixed. The result is the devaluation of large swathes of fixed capital, as circulating and highly mobile money capital moves elsewhere. Deindustrialization from the mid-1970s onwards left behind abandoned factories and warehouses, decaying physical infrastructures, even shrinking cities, like Detroit. While these contradictions do find their way into Volume 2, they are far more forcibly portrayed in the Grundrisse. It is therefore helpful to read the Volume 2 presentation with these passages from the Grundrisse in mind. For one thing, it makes for a more thrilling ride. But it also highlights vital understandings that might otherwise remain submerged. Why Marx did not incorporate brilliant if somewhat purple passages of this kind into Volume 2, written nearly 20 years later, is a mystery. It may be due to his desire to be seen as rigorously scientific and factual. He certainly seems far more concerned here to plunge into the minutiae of, for example, the distinctions between repair and replacement of fixed capital as revealed in the railway engineering manuals of the time. But I suspect that Marx sets aside broader questions because he has a very specific and limited objective in Volume 2. As indicated in the brief introductory materials of Chapter 7, the real object of his inquiry is the turnover time of capital. He knows that he cannot investigate that fully without dealing with the complications that attach to the turnover time of long-term fixed capital investments. This concern narrows his focus and leads him, I suspect, to lay to one side the more general significance of fixed capital in the historical geography of a capitalist mode of production. Nevertheless, the presentation does help illuminate how the world we live in became the way it is, and how the processes of accumulation through fixed capital formation actually work. But Volume 2 also disappoints on the technical terrain. Several vital systemic issues raised in the Grundrisse and elsewhere in Capital are missing. This is almost certainly due to the incompleteness of Volume 2. So, in what follows, I shall indicate where some of the more gaping holes lie in the analysis, and how they might be plugged with materials from the ancillary works. The overall framework for Marx's thinking on fixed capital emerges only in bits and pieces in these 5 chapters. Whether this has to do with the manner of Engels's reconstruction of the materials, I cannot say, but the result is that I find it necessary to jump around in the text, and I apologize in advance for so doing rather than try to follow the presentation as if it were a clearly unfolding argument. Marx's foundational position on fixed capital is best articulated, for example, in the later chapters that subject Adam Smith's and Ricardo's views to critique in excruciating detail, chapters which for the most part warrant only cursory study, unless you are interested in the history of political economy and Marx's opinions on the physiocratic school of thought. Bourgeois political economy, writes Marx, held instinctively to Adam Smith's confusion of the categories fixed and circulating capital with the categories constant and variable capital, and uncritically echoed it from one generation down to the next for a whole century. It no longer distinguished at all between the portion of capital laid out on wages and the portion of capital laid out on raw material, and only formally distinguished the former from constant capital in terms of whether it was circulated bit by bit or all at once through the product. The basis for understanding the real movement of capitalist production, and thus capitalist exploitation, was thus submerged at one blow. All that was involved, on this view, was the reappearance of value advanced. 297. Even Ricardo, who did have some primitive conception of the theory of surplus value, commits very great errors as a result of confusing fixed and circulating capital with constant and variable capital. He never managed to overcome the fact that he starts his investigation on a completely false basis. 301. While Marx does invoke this basic error in his opening argument on fixed capital, 241, he does not elaborate on its significance. So what is at stake here? In Volume I, Marx clearly distinguishes between variable capital, the purchase of the labor power that has the capacity to create value and surplus value, and the constant capital, means of production, whose value does not quantitatively change even as it undergoes a change of material form. From this it becomes very clear that surplus value arises from the exploitation of living labor in production. But the study of fixed capital requires that we categorize the elements entering into production in a different way. These are all those elements that transfer their value fully into the finished commodity in a given turnover time. These elements include labor inputs, the subject of labor, raw materials, the objects of labor, and ancillary materials like energy, the means of labor. All of these elements are lumped together as circulating capital. Their values enter into and exit the production process completely in a given turnover period. Then there are the machines, buildings, and other elements that remain behind after the turnover is complete, and which can be used again and again over several turnover periods. In a given turnover time, only a portion of the value of these means of labor is transferred to the final product. These elements are called fixed capital. Figure 3 below depicts how these categories relate to those of variable and constant capital. Figure 3. No theory of surplus value can be derived from the categories of fixed and circulating capital. The fixation of the bourgeois economists upon these categories therefore had the effect, either conscious or not, of disguising the role of labor in producing surplus value, profit. But this does not mean that the distinction between fixed and circulating capital is unimportant for Marx. It affects the aggregate turnover time of capital in general, and thereby the overall dynamics of accumulation. But, in Marx's book, it can never do so at the expense of submerging the theory of surplus value production. There is another potential source of linguistic confusion which Marx attributes to Adam Smith, but which he himself to some degree repeats. Circulating capital in these chapters means all the capital that is used up in a given turnover time relative to the fixed capital left over to be used again later. Circulating capital, in the earlier chapters on the circuits of capital, refers to that capital that is out there circulating in the marketplace before returning to production. These are two completely different definitions of the term. Marx highlights this potential confusion relatively late in the game, and again only in the context of the critique of Adam Smith, 271. He therefore proposes at one point to distinguish between capital of circulation on the market and circulating and fixed capital in production. In practice, Marx often substitutes the term fluid capital for circulating capital in Chapter 8, and uses the contrast between fixed and fluid capital to develop his analysis. These terms do indeed appear far more appropriate, but he does not stick with them throughout. I will continue to use the term circulating capital in the sense that Marx means it in this chapter, with an occasional concession to fluidity. But please remember that circulating capital means something different here than it did in the earlier chapters on the production, circulation, and realization of capital. The categories of circulating and fixed capital arise solely in relation to production, and do not carry over into the money and commodity circuits of capital, as Adam Smith erroneously supposed. To restate the definitions, circulating capital is here all that capital, both constant and variable capital, used up in a single turnover period. Fixed capital is that part of constant capital that carries over from one turnover period to another. Bearing all these issues and definitions in mind, let us turn to a closer reading of the textual materials. The peculiarity of fixed capital. One part of the constant capital, Marx observes at the opening of Chapter 8, maintains the specific use form in which it enters the production process, over and against the products it helps to fashion. It continues to perform the same functions over a shorter or longer period in a series of repeated labor processes. Examples of this are factory buildings, machines, etc. 237. The word Marx repeatedly uses to describe the circulation of fixed capital is peculiar. The peculiarity of this part of constant capital, the means of labor in the strict sense, is this, he states at the outset of the second paragraph. Again, in the middle of the next page, we read the circulation of the part of capital considered here is a peculiar one, 238. So what, exactly, is peculiar about it, and why does this peculiarity matter? In the first place, it does not circulate in its use form. It is rather its value that circulates, and this does so gradually, bit by bit, in the degree to which it is transferred to the commodity. A part of the value always remains fixed in the machine or the factory as long as it continues to function, and the fixed capital always remains distinct and apart from the commodities that it helps to produce. This peculiarity is what gives this part of the constant capital the form of fixed capital. All other material components of the capital advanced in the production process, on the other hand, form, by contrast to it, circulating or fluid capital. 238. The materiality of fixed capital does not get incorporated into the commodity, but its value does. So fixed capital does not circulate in its material but in its ideal, socially determined, value form. Fixed capital, machinery, for example, materially functions as a means of labor as opposed to the objects of labor, the raw materials and other means of production, that are transformed into commodities to be sold on the market. Fixed capital shares this character of being a means of labor with certain other constant capital ancillary inputs into production. Energy, coal for the steam engine or gas for lighting, does not enter into the material use value of the commodity produced either. Its value is added to the commodity as its physical being is used up in production. In the case of fixed capital, this using up lasts, however, over many turnover cycles, while, in the case of energy inputs, they are completely consumed in every labor process they enter into. 238. It is for this reason that the preceding chapter on the turnover time of capital is so crucial. Fixed capital is fixed in relation to turnover time, and turnover time varies a great deal from one industrial sector to another. The physical lifetime of fixed capital. This part of the constant capital gives up value to the product in proportion to the exchange value that it loses together with its use value. This implies some relation which turns out to be rather problematic between the value transferred to the product and the changing usefulness of, say, a machine. How and why might the usefulness of the machine change? It turns out that there are both physical and social reasons why such changes might occur. The extent to which the value of such a means of production is given up, or transformed to the product that it helps to fashion, is determined by an average calculation. It is measured by the average duration of its function, from the time it enters the production process as means of production to the time it is completely used up, is dead, and has to be replaced by a new item of the same kind. 237. What Marx appears to have in mind here is a machine with an average useful lifetime of, say, 10 years. Some capitalists may be lucky and be able to use their machine for 11 years, while others will need to replace it earlier. What matters in the value transfer into the commodity is the social average life of the machine rather than the individual lifetime. No customer will be willing to pay me more for the commodity I produce simply because the lifetime of my machine turns out to be shorter than the social average. Over the course of its useful lifetime, the value of the fixed capital steadily declines, until the means of labor are worn out and therefore distributed in value, in a longer or shorter period, over the volume of products that has emerged from a series of continually repeated labor processes. As long as a means of labor still remains effective, and does not yet have to be replaced by a new item of the same kind, some constant capital value remains fixed in it, while another part of the value originally fixed in it passes over to the product and thus circulates as a component of the commodity stock. The longer the means of labor lasts and the more slowly it wears out, the longer the constant capital value remains fixed in this use form. But whatever its degree of durability, the proportion in which it gives up value is always in inverse ratio to the overall duration of its function. If two machines are of equal value, but one of them wears out in 5 years and the other in 10, then the first gives up twice as much value in the same space of time as the second does. 238, emphasis added. But Marx does not immediately explain what is meant by still remains effective, or what happens when machines cease, for some reason or other, to be effective even before their value is fully used up. At the outset of this chapter it seems that effective is understood in purely physical terms, that it is the rate of physical decay and wearing out that matters, but later on it is understood in more social terms. Curiously, Marx does not immediately mention the problem of so-called moral depreciation that he identified in Volume I. This occurs when employers of an older machine have to compete with others possessed of newer and more effective and cheaper machines. Only on page 250, and then in the subsequent chapter, on page 264, does the term moral depreciation enter into the discussion, and then without too much comment. This is a crucial question, and we will return to it later. Behind it, however, lies the thorny question: when and why does a machine have to be replaced? When the machine is physically worn out? Or do situations arise in which the machine has to be replaced earlier because more effective and cheaper machines are available on the market? This is something we encounter all the time. How often do we have to change our computers? Every 2 years? Do we change them because they are physically used up or because they have become outmoded? Most of the examples Marx gives in this chapter are of physical depreciation, even as other social questions arise. I suspect that Marx's anxiety to go no further than the formal relations he can establish is playing an important role here. Certainly, much of the social and historical content is missing. As he delves deeper into the formal aspects of the use and circulation of fixed capital, so he encounters both exceptional circumstances and a blurring of distinctions between fixed and fluid capital. The means of labor that are the material bearers of fixed capital, for example, are consumed only productively and cannot enter individual consumption, but rather maintain their independent shape vis-a-vis it until they are completely worn out. An exception to this is provided by the means of transport. The useful effect that these produce in their productive function, i.e. during their stay in the sphere of production, the change of location simultaneously enters individual consumption, e.g. that of the traveler. The latter then pays for their use just as he pays for the use of other means of consumption. 239. This exception is of particular interest to me, since it implies that the useful effect of change of location, and, hence, the production of spatial relations, applies not only to production, the movement of raw materials, but also to consumption, the movement of people. In other words, the production of change of location is itself a commodity, no matter who uses it and for what purpose, further production or final consumption. And of course, transportation is a sector that absorbs a vast amount of fixed capital, much of which, like railway and subway tunnels, lasts for a very long time, provided, of course, that it is maintained and repaired. Since, as we have seen, transport and communication are consumed as they are produced, much of their value exists ideally in the form of fixed capital circulation. Both the locomotive and the rails on which it runs are forms of fixed capital, though with different qualities, as we shall see. The distinction between fixed capital and the use of ancillary materials, like energy, also becomes blurred when the ancillary materials are used up bit by bit rather than all at once. This occurs in the manufacture of chemicals, for example. The same is true with the distinction between means of labor on the one hand, and ancillaries and raw materials on the other. In agriculture, for instance, the materials added to improve the soil partly enter the plant product as formative elements. Their effect, however, is spread over a fairly long period. While, for example, irrigation ditches are clearly a form of fixed capital in agriculture, a dose of guano fertilizer can have an effect on yields over several production cycles, even though it looks like the application of fluid capital. Dual usages and relations between fixed capital and the consumption fund. Then there is the difficult but intriguing problem of dual usage, represented as joint products in the language of contemporary economics. An ox, as a draft animal, is fixed capital. If it is eaten, however, it no longer functions either as a means of labor, or as fixed capital. 239. In raising oxen, both commodity forms are being produced at the same time. It is the social decision on how to use the oxen that defines whether or not they are fixed capital. Here the distinction between means of labor and object of labor, which is based in the nature of the labor process itself, is reflected in the new form of the distinction between fixed capital and circulating capital. It is only in this way that a thing that functions as means of labor becomes fixed capital. If its material properties also allow it to serve for other functions than that of means of labor, then whether it is fixed capital or not depends on these various functions. Cattle as draft animals are fixed capital. When being fattened for slaughter they are raw material that eventually passes into circulation as a product, and so not fixed but circulating capital. 241. Marx returns to this theme much later and sets it in an even broader context. The same thing, moreover, can function at one time as a component of productive capital, and at another time form part of the direct consumption fund. A house, for example, when it functions as a place of work, is a fixed component of productive capital. When it functions as a dwelling, it is in no way a form of capital in this capacity. The same means of labor can in many cases function at one time as means of production, at another time as means of consumption. 282. This becomes particularly tricky when we think of a street, which can be used for production or just for walking. Marx here raises the idea of a consumption fund. He does so, however, without any further elaboration. Plainly, consumption requires long-term aids just as does production: houses, crockery, knives and forks, and all the items that typically fill a house and permit people to consume, along with cars and trains and airplanes, which likewise facilitate our consumption. The use value of the items in the consumption fund is, like fixed capital in production, consumed bit by bit, sometimes over many years. The residual value of these assets in the consumption fund is huge in contemporary societies, and many of these items, like cars, houses, and knives and forks, can be bought and sold on second-hand markets long after they have originally been produced. Such items have, as Marx here indicates, a complicated relation to fixed capital, in that any one of them at any time can in principle be diverted or converted from consumption to production. Thus Marx complains that Ricardo forgets, the house in which the worker lives, his furniture, his tools of consumption such as knives, forks, dishes, etc., all of which possess the same character of durability as do the means of labor. The same things and the same classes of things thus appear now as means of consumption, now as means of labor. 300. Marx sees fixed capital as a highly flexible category that depends upon how things are used rather than upon their inherent physical characteristics. He complains vigorously of the fetishism peculiar to bourgeois economics, which transforms the social, economic character that things are stamped with in the process of social production into a natural character arising from the material nature of these things. 303. Fixed capital in the land. This unjustified physicalism or naturalism has yet another important dimension that needs to be considered, and which also contributes to the peculiarity of fixed capital as a category. An important distinction exists within the category of fixed capital itself. Certain properties that characterize the means of labor materially are made into direct properties of fixed capital, example physical immobility, such as that of a house. But it is always easy to show that other means of labor, which are also as such fixed capital, ships, for example, have the opposite property, i.e., physical mobility. 241. This distinction between mobile and immobile forms of fixed capital is not absolute. While sewing machines can be shifted with ease, blast furnaces are rarely moved, and then only because of vast expenditure of money. The dismantling and subsequent shipping of a whole iron and steel works from Germany to China is a recent example of such an effort. Some of the means of labor are held fast in their place once they enter the production process as means of labor, smiley face, machines for example. Other means of labor, however, are produced at the start in static form, tied to the spot, such as improvement to the soil, factory buildings, blast furnaces, canals, railways, etc. On the other hand, a means of labor may constantly change its physical space, i.e. move, and yet be engaged throughout in the production process, as with a locomotive, a ship, draft cattle, etc. Immobility does not give it the character of fixed capital in the one case, nor does mobility remove this character in the other. But the circumstance that some means of labor are fixed in location, with their roots in the soil, gives this part of the fixed capital a particular role in a nation's economy. They cannot be sent abroad or circulate as commodities on the world market. It is quite possible for the property titles to this fixed capital to change, they can be bought and sold, and in this respect circulate ideally. These property titles can even circulate in foreign markets, in the form of shares, for example. But a change in the persons who are the owners of this kind of fixed capital does not change the relationship between the static and materially fixed part of the wealth of a country and the movable part of it. 242. Later on, in Chapter 10, this theme is elaborated even further. An element of future fixed capital, such as a spinning machine, can be exported from the country where it is produced and be sold, directly or indirectly, to a foreign country, whether in exchange for raw materials, etc., or for champagne. In the country where it was produced it then functions only as commodity capital, but never, not after its sale, as fixed capital. The same can be said of machine tools, steel girders, and prefabricated building materials. They are commodity capital until they actually become fixed in some production process. However, products that have been localized by being incorporated into the earth, and hence can only be used locally, e.g. factory buildings, railways, bridges, tunnels, docks, etc., soil improvements, and so on, cannot be exported body and soul. They are immobile. If they are not to be useless, they must function after their sale as fixed capital in the country in which they were produced. For the capitalist producer who builds factories speculatively or improves estates in order to sell them, these things are the form of his commodity capital. But from the society's standpoint, they must ultimately function as fixed capital, if they are not to be useless, in the country in question, in a production process fixed by their own location. 288. This locational fixity has implications for the geographical patterning of capitalist activity. If these commodities cannot be useful in the place where they are located, then they are useless and therefore have no value. Notice how the criteria of utility, usefulness, is here creeping into the discussion. It is one of those important categories of conventional economics which, like demand and supply, Marx tends to hold very much at arm's length. The application of the utility principle is not confined to the world of production. It in no way follows that immobile objects as such are automatically fixed capital. They may be dwelling houses, etc., that belong to the consumption fund and thus do not form part of the social capital at all, even though they form an element of the social wealth, of which capital is only one part. 288. Houses are for the most part fixed in space and place, but, as we have seen in recent years, securitization of mortgages and their packaging in collateralized debt obligations allows some version of title to them, and we are now finding that the actual meaning and legal status of this title is more than a little obscure, to circulate internationally, with all sorts of devastating consequences. In the case of transportation, also, the locomotive may be mobile, but the track upon which it moves is not. Property titles to a railway, however, can change hands daily, and their owners can even make a profit by selling them abroad. The property titles are thus exportable, but the railway itself is not. Throughout these passages we encounter again and again the tension between fixity and motion in the geographical landscape of capitalist activity. Planes, ships, and locomotives which move across space depend crucially upon airports, harbors and train stations that do not. The value of fixed immobile capital depends crucially upon its use. An airport to which no planes fly has no value. But then planes that have no airports to which to fly have no value either. Notice that, in this instance, it is very clear that the geographical pattern of movement of the mobile forms of fixed capital, as well as the commodities they carry as commodity capital out there circulating on the market, is constrained by the need to valorize the often huge amounts of fixed immobile capital value embedded in place. The recuperation of the value of immobile fixed capital depends upon corralling the capital in motion to use the immobile capital in its particular location. This generates phenomena such as interurban competition, for example, over attracting or keeping highly mobile capital in town, often ending up with massive public subsidies to private corporations. Place-specific rises in the valuation of immobile forms of fixed capital are not infrequent, and can become particularly